You are about to watch the first ever in-depth bookshelf tour on YouTube, broadcast TV, or anywhere else dedicated to classical music. Large collections of classical CDs and box sets are easy to find, but book collections about music are much, much rarer. When I first saw the photos of my guest library, I thought he must be a music professor. It turns out that Tom van Veenendaal is something even rarer, a serious independent reader of scholarly works across classical music, music history, and music criticism, which he combines with a deep interest and academic background in literary criticism. This comes up later in the tour when I ask Tom about the commonalities between music criticism and literary criticism, and what he's noticed about how scholars write about a symphony, an opera, a poem, a novel, a specific passage, a single work, or a whole body of work. Tom keeps his classical music box sets stored on top of his bookcases, including the 180 CD complete Mozart box set, plus dozens of shelves of composer and conductor biographies, Bach cantata guides, opera and chamber music guides, program notes, music criticism, music history, and academic studies from Oxford, Cambridge, Princeton, Yale, and similar university presses. Tom uses these books while he listens. When a biography mentions a recording, he listens to it. When an essay analyzes a piece, he follows the argument into the music. When a symphony is hard to understand at first, the books give him a way into it. In the music section, the familiar giants are there: Bach and the cantatas, Handel and the oratorios, Vivaldi, Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Mozart alone becomes almost a library within the library. You'll see on Tom's shelves a Cambridge Mozart encyclopedia, piano concerto and symphony books, Mozart in Vienna, a book on Mozart's grace, biographies, letters, and studies. For Tom, music is not just an intellectual pursuit. He responds to music with an unusual intensity and passion. He described to me during the tour how he cried after listening to Jacob Obrecht's Salve Regina on the day we recorded, a piece he described as just astoundingly beautiful, and that Mahler symphonies once left him unable to move for 10 minutes after one of his listening sessions. When I asked him to describe those experiences, Tom recalled Marvin Mudrick's experience of literally shaking while listening to Toscanini, and said that for him the experience of listening to music is enthusiasm, pure enthusiasm. Tom shares how before the biographies, before the criticism, and before the academic studies, it all started with his capacity to be shaken, moved to tears, or left in silence by a piece of music. He relates that nothing can beat the immense power of music, and that music is the most powerful language there is. We also discuss the connection between music, emotions, and psychology, and how these show up in Tom's shelves in books that explore the, quote, intense emotion, highs and lows, and pain that is unspeakable and almost unthinkable, and books that explain how those emotions can turn inward and offer guidance for those who suffer quietly. You'll discover how Tom's incredible sensitivity to music is mirrored in the fascinating inner lives of some of the most famous composers of classical music, and what it's like to manage the highs and lows of such an intense inner world. And it's not just music that we cover in this tour. Tom also has an appetite for literary interpretation that carries into Milton, Samuel Johnson, Austen, Dickens, Woolf, Joyce, Shakespeare, Hazlitt, and other essays, critics, and biographers. Before we get started with the tour, a quick note that there's some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Tom's library, plus you'll get my classics resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details of the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses and 1 program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. The second item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent. So you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the third link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The third item is the Polyglot course and is designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel, so you can read the great classic works and contemporary academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the fourth link in the description to learn about the 12 classic and modern languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fifth link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now, let's get into the bookshelf tour with Tom Van Veenendaal. All right, so Tom, thanks a lot for agreeing to share your great library with us. And I'd like to start out with just saying a little bit about your background and how you built this collection, and then we can get into how it's organized.
Right. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm Tom. I studied English literature at the University of Amsterdam. I did a bachelor's in English, then I did a master's in literary studies, and finally a second master's in education, after which I worked for as an English teacher briefly. Now I'm looking for something else. So I work in retail at the moment. This collection was built up over many years. At one point, when I was still living with my parents, I was already in a photo book called We Love Books, a Dutch photo book. By that point, it was perhaps 1/20th of what it is now. So just imagine. Um, Most of it was bought at used bookstores, which I frequent wherever I go. I would say an immense amount of these books, perhaps as much as 90%, is used and bought at used bookstores.
And you've got a lot of the the box sets up top.
Yeah, classical music has started releasing their back catalogs in these massive CD box sets. So you'd get the entire recorded legacy of a certain artist on a certain label, for instance. Often a conductor, or here you saw Mstislav Rostropovich, the cello player. There is the Leonard Bernstein box, which is actually a selection of his recordings at only Sony. Of course, he recorded more at DG, but in any case, all those Mozart boxes are the old Philips Complete Mozart edition, which was the first major recording project where they said, let's do a massive series filled of with. At that time, it was revolutionary. Philips, a Dutch label, it doesn't. Philips, of course, still exists, but they don't even release CDs anymore. But I got all of those for the amazing price of €50. We're talking Mozart's entire work. Somebody passed away and their family wanted to get rid of it. So nowadays, I've actually stopped buying these mega CD box sets because I felt I have enough music. You know, at some point, you have to call it quits. I ripped all those CDs, I organized them painstakingly by composer, work, performance, and at some point, I said it was enough. But I still have them and I put them on top. They never actually go in the CD player. I play the ripped files, but even so, they're nice eye candy, I suppose.
So how did you first get into music?
It's interesting. I got into both music and literature rather late. When I was, my first passion was for movies, and I was a teenager of around 14, 15, and I got into fairly predictable fare for someone that age, mainly Stanley Kubrick and Francis Ford Coppola, right, The Godfather and Apocalypse Now. And those two brought me both literature and music eventually. Stanley Kubrick, of course, used a bunch of classical music in his films. So that made me interested. Whereas Apocalypse Now was sort of based on Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. And so I decided to read that. And through that way, I got into literature. Uh, and music, I was really helped in that there was a CD store close by, or actually a bookstore where they also sold CDs. And I was this 15, 16-year-old pipsqueak. And the owner of, or at least the owner of the classical music section, the store employee, came to me and we became good friends. He said, "What are you even doing here? I mean, we never see people this young." And I told him he needed more recordings of Alfred Schnittke in his store because he only had one or two. Yeah,
That's
quite a
awesome.
difficult composer. So he invited me over to his house and we became friends and still are. I just saw him yesterday in the store, in fact, where I went to buy briefly. So, and he helped me also discover and expand my taste. However, there was a period when I was a student when I stopped listening to classical music. It was really something I did in high school and then stopped with as a student for some reason. I mean, I don't even know what got into me. I thought, I was such a busy, active social student life that I didn't really know where to fit it in anymore or something. But eventually, somebody got me that huge Mozart box set. I mean, not the Philips one, but the other ones, the Masterworks one, the red one. And to possibly revive that interest in me, and it worked. You know, I became a huge classical music buff, and that's when about 5 6 years ago I started amassing this massive music library. Yeah, there it is, the box set that did it all.
And you were telling me before we started recording that you have intense experiences of music. Maybe you could say a little bit about that.
Yeah, there is this critic called Marvin Mudrick, and he wrote one of my favorite books, which you won't find on these shelves for some reason. It's called Mudrick Transcribed. Well, he didn't write it. It's actually classes of Mudrick's classes that he taught transcribed. And he talks about when he was a young man, he was listening to for Toscanini, the famous conductor, concert on the radio, and he was so excited he was literally shaking. And he said, "That's the artistic experience for me, you know, enthusiasm, pure enthusiasm." And I share that in regards to music. I mean, I cry to music just today to give you a sense of just how extensive this emotional reaction is. It was Jacob Obrecht's Salve Regina, Renaissance music, in case anybody is wondering. It was just astoundingly beautiful. And I have these very intense emotional reactions to music, and that's where it really starts for me. People might be surprised that I'm a layman, even to the extent that I don't quite know how to read notes. I had a little bit of it in school, but not all that much. So I can follow along a little bit, but I don't play an instrument yet, cost being part of that. I really have to figure something out and get myself a piano and get lessons, but I haven't even done that yet, which is slightly embarrassing because I always get that question, what do you play yourself? But it's also nice to be a pure layman, to not have to think about that, to just be able to enjoy the pure abstract sound, you know, of classical music. And it's just been wonderful.
Do you think a lot of the composers that you have on your shelves here also had that experience of music?
I mean, it's something you dedicate your life to, and in that sense, they almost certainly must have. But you can read in these biographies the letters they write. Some of them, the sheer emotional reactions they have to music are also so intense. I remember a letter Vaughan Williams, the great British composer, wrote when he first saw, I believe it was Parsifal by Wagner, and he just said he couldn't sleep. Right, but that's just how intense it is. I I studied literature, as I said, but I sometimes wonder if I didn't study the wrong subject, because nothing to me can beat the immense power of music. And I'm not really alone in that. H.L. Mencken, the essayist who is, or newspaperman really, who is represented on my shelves generously as well, he said basically the same thing, that even though he wrote millions of words, he was a child in the language that he most wanted to speak, which was music, you know, the most powerful language there is.
Mhm. So, why did you get into literature and study English?
Ye Well, literature is also wonderful. I suppose it was for that reason. I I never questioned it at all. It was very simple. I needed to meet people who have the same desire to study literature as me, who were just so fascinated by the power of words as well, who just loved reading. I was not surrounded by these people in high school, and I felt this great inner compulsion to meet people like that, and I've never regretted it. Even though perhaps yes, music might have been better, but then again, it was also so great to have studied literature. It was a lovely experience. I was introduced to a number of great authors, but mostly I read what I myself wanted to read, and luckily they allowed that. And I wrote about all my favorites, and it was a great experience. And yes, I did meet people for whom reading was their life, something they had to do, and that is so nice because it's so important and so valuable and so good for the soul.
So, starting off with this first close up here, are there any in particular you'd like to point out for people?
Yeah, we have our books on Bach, and to the left we have some music, Renaissance music books. I think Renaissance music is so underrated. I think because even a lot of people who like classical music, they don't often listen to Renaissance music. But as I said, I cried to it just today. I because it's so astoundingly beautiful. One of my favorite concert experiences was going to the Tallis Scholars here in close to me in Utrecht for the Festival of Ancient Music in the Netherlands. They went through all of Josquin's masses, and that was a very memorable experience, although I wasn't at every concert. And yeah, I definitely recommend some of these books. One problem is we don't know that much about Renaissance composers. Obviously, we don't have there's not a lot of material on them. So you can't read this engaging storytelling biography like you can tell about a lot of other authors or composers. So there are mostly bigger books that are more about the music. There's this book by Ignacy Bossuyt, who's Dutch. It says in Dutch the Vlaamse polyphony, but there's an English translation as well, the Flemish polyphony, which is on another shelf. I have the English version too for some reason. That is a very nice introduction, nice and accessible and lovely. And I really recommend some people check out Renaissance music. It's not something I can listen to endlessly. Briefly is it's good briefly, but it's I think it's the most beautiful music there is. As in beautiful, as in it purely, if you talk about mellifluous, right? Purely about the sound.
Do we go down or do we go across here?
Uh, yeah, you could go down.
Yeah.
We have all the yeah, these, if people are wondering how I built such a massive collection, one other way that I got a lot of books is through people donating them to me. What happens is I have these connections through this man who works in a bookstore. He knows people who are regulars of the store, or there are other connections to him. They know somebody who visits the store, and they're trying to get rid of their books, mostly from moving and downsizing. Sometimes because somebody passed away, and you'll see some portions of this collection will have been built through that. And all of these books, every single one you see on the second shelf, Horowitz, La Stupenda, the book on Menuhin, on Joan Sutherland, these were all donated to me from somebody who loved classical music, unfortunately passed away, and his friend gave all those books to me. And they're just happy to have them land on the shelf of somebody who is actually very interested in them. Um, yeah, I'm sure they're lovely books. I haven't read all of them yet. But it's classical musicians are interesting people to read about, I think. They're very interesting people to read about because they really have to dedicate their lives to this thing that they love and that are passionate about, but it also can become kind of a chore. The world is full of interesting larger than life figures, and here you see one of them. I highly recommend that book on Stokowski, Leopold Stokowski, who was a great legendary conductor, but also a very controversial one because he tampered a little bit with the scores. He did his own thing with them. His interpretations could be incredibly wild, and he was also just an interesting figure. He was British, but had, as the name shows you, that Stokowski, he probably had roots in Poland and so on, somewhere there. So he put up this absolutely ludicrous accent, which you can hear in YouTube clips of interviews with him, that is apparently completely fake. And this Middle European accent, and he was kind of an outrageous figure. He was connected to Philadelphia, to the Philadelphia Orchestra for a long time, and there you have the Curtis Institute, which they called the Coitus Institute at the time because there was so much sex happening. At one point in this biography, somebody relates a story that he was asked, "Don't you feel any remorse? Don't you have a conscience about sleeping with somebody else's wife?" And he apparently said, "No, conscious is what loses out, is what feels bad when everything else feels good. It loses out by percentage." Yeah, a controversial figure, but he also did great things. He set up his own orchestras, and he had a lot of women play in them, which was very uncommon. I think the biographer here says that at the time there was a certain orchestra that had one woman, the harpist, but he set up orchestras for students and let about half of them be women. He played very interesting modern repertoire. I mean, I can't. This kind of book is just such a delight to read if you want a nice light biography. And in fact, I find conductors' lives in general interesting. So we also have that book, The Virtuoso Conductors, and here's a bunch of books: Leonard Bernstein, Bruno Walter, other very interesting conductors to read about. Bruno Walter is an amazing link to the past because he was a student and friend of Mahler, Gustav Mahler, the great composer. So, in a sense, this is our link to history, right? There's recorded music of him. I have that box set of him, and he recorded symphonies that he knew from when they were composed. So we don't need historical music. We have the historical music is right here. And what I love doing with these music books, either on conductors or composers, is I read through them, and then when they mention a recording, I can listen to that recording, or when they mention a classical work, I listen to the work. Then there could be some musical analysis, and then I go on reading. It's a great combination of the two, and very, very fun. All these books on Bernstein next to it, most of which
Yeah.
I've not gotten to yet, but he's a very interesting figure as well. The great American conductor, such an important educator on music history. Also a great composer of his own accord. Of course, he did West Side Story, which I had the pleasure of hearing live for the first time very recently. I took my mom; she loved it too. Bridging some gaps there. And these are also very interesting books. Another fascinating figure, somebody who was married but was, of course, having sex with men at the same time. There's the recent film about him, Maestro, which sadly is not that much about the music, more about his personal life. But the music is great as well. He composed some great things like Mass. I even like his symphonies. The Second Symphony is so good. Yeah, such an important figure in musical history. And the conductor I perhaps listened to the most out of all of them, which is crazy to say, but it's because I keep playing his Haydn symphony recordings. Yeah.
So, what's the difference between learning about a conductor and learning about a composer? How do you think about that?
Well, conductors are in service to somebody else. It's a strange job in that way. You are a key artistic force, but what you are expressing is somebody else's work. And so eh, they're not in the same way always creative geniuses. Although Bernstein was, of course, both. He was also a composer. They have a genius for expressing other people's words in a way. There's nothing really comparable to that job. Whereas composers, oh, it is themselves they are writing down. It's purely an expression. There's no other mediating force. I mean, I feel Mozart's music is incomparably his and him from first note to last. Yeah.
I think we have a couple other shelves at the bottom here.
You see this huge biography of the Dutch conductor Willem Mengelberg. So that was another interesting figure. He was sympathetic to the Nazis, apparently, so he had to flee. So that's not great, but he was very influential. The first chief conductor of the Concertgebouw Orchestra, which is still going, is still going great. Still one of the great orchestras in the world. I still visit it almost weekly. Well, I visit the concert almost weekly, not the orchestra. They play as often, of course. There's some nice books on music, and here another Dutch figure, Bernard Haitink, and then a bunch of books on Toscanini, who of course is the conductor figure. Toscanini, also a fascinating life story. What happened with him is he was a cellist. He was playing in the orchestra for an opera, and it went wrong, and the assistant conductor wasn't up to do it. So they just pulled him up to do it. He was apparently the assistant choir conductor or something like that. And he conducted the whole thing from memory. I mean, he had that amazing memory that he could memorize the entire score of an opera. And then eventually he came to the US in part because of disillusionment with fascist regimes in Europe. And there eventually he got the NBC orchestra. That's what that book, Arturo Toscanini, the NBC years is about. And then he became the most famous conductor in the US and sort of the quintessential conductor figure. So that's a wonderful book. That's about his influence with the embassy orchestra. He is the one I was talking earlier about Marvin Mudrick being so excited he was shaking. Well, that was for a Toscanini concert.
Well,
Uh, and he was really very rigorous with the orchestra. Apparently, well, you can hear it in his recordings. He really set a new standard for orchestral clarity and precision. But he was a strange figure. He could get immensely angry with the orchestra, which you can again hear in recordings that you can find online, the famous Toscanini shouting matches. But on the other hand, musicians really respected him. If you want to read about the conductor, you always have to read about him. Although in a way, we can be happy that things have changed and there's no longer that autocratic, dictatorial conductor figure.
mhm. So now back up to the top, we can explore your Bach collection here.
Yeah. Now, a lot of great composers had very interesting lives, I think. You have Mozart, who was the child star, the child prodigy who traveled through Europe with his dad and sister. There was Beethoven, the composer, the great composer who turned deaf, and he had a secret immortal beloved. Bach, not a very interesting life, to be honest. I mean, he had a lot of children, and he moved from one post to another as Kapellmeister or organist, and that's about it. But it's all in the music of unerring complexity and so interesting and so fascinating. And here in the Bach section, you start finding a lot of books of the kind that are pulled off the shelves a lot. Because there's not only books to read from cover to cover, or some of these eventually will read to cover, but you can find I have a lot of books on Bach's cantatas. I started a project of listening to them all from beginning to end, and then I pulled these books off the shelf about Bach's cantatas. Yeah, like the cantatas of J.S. Bach, the church cantatas of Bach, the cantatas of Johann Sebastian Bach here in volumes, and then I read everything they write about that specific cantata. And that way, the idea is to get through all of them eventually. There's a French book as well, a German book, that's something very nice to do with these books on music, to pull them off the shelves and have analysis of one specific piece that you are listening to. I mean, Bach is the ultimate master. I think to some people he can almost be too austere and too difficult. But really, when I started listening to classical music, one of the first CD sets I got was of Bach's Brandenburg concertos, and I played them so much, so ridiculously often. The fifth one is my favorite, and I don't know. There was a period where I was listening to it like daily, and it just never got old. And I never saw anything austere in the fifth Brandenburg concerto. That was just pure fun to me. So me and Bach got off on a very good foot, and I think that helps a lot. So that's why I have all these books on him. Biographies, not it's
So
interesting
you
about,
read French and you read German?
well, not quite good enough, and we can get to that later. I need some translation help there. That's why I also have some dual language editions
Mm.
where you see the translation on the page facing. I had 6 years of French in high school, and a couple of years of German, and German is fairly close to Dutch, to our language, so it helps a lot. I can get pretty far, but then sometimes I have to pull up the translator and help me with it. But if it's really necessary, especially in short bursts, like in this case, yes, I can understand the book. I can make it work.
Do you have any other languages besides um you have English, you have
Yeah, it's
um
yeah, English and Dutch. I know a little bit of German and French, which is all I had in high
okay,
school, and that's it, I'm afraid.
okay. And then you've got some Vivaldi here.
Yeah. Um, Vivaldi's life is a lot more interesting than Bach's, although we don't know that much about it. Sadly, he died in poverty, which is hard to believe for a musician of his caliber, who was also so famous around Europe. But he famously taught and played for and composed for an orphanage, a girls' orphanage. So there were lots of people who had, and he lived in Venice. So they played in this beautiful church in Venice that I definitely have to see because you can still see it. You can see the very platform they stood on. There was one biography of these where they have this very funny note about how people would have all these sexual fantasies about these girls playing, whereas in reality they were orphans left on the street who probably had some kind of deformities or whatever, but you couldn't see it. They were wearing white veils or something along those lines. The book, The Rolling Year, I just started by Hannah French. It's a nice book on Vivaldi's Four Seasons. The perennial classic, one of the works I've heard live the most because they keep playing it. But the thing with somebody like Vivaldi is he wrote so much. We have nearly 500 concertos alone. There's a Dutch composer who during Corona wrote a review of all these concertos. So I need to go through them all just like him and then have his notes with me to help me. But he was a fascinating, interesting figure, and there's not enough written about him really, because the church music, the sacred music, is also so great. I heard some of it live recently, the amazing Gloria, but that's sort of his greatest hit. He wrote so much other great sacred music. So these books, they really aren't enough. I have to say, I wish there was more written about him and about his music. I need more analyses. I need more. I mean, if anything besides the Four Seasons, he still appears slightly underrated. But these books are a good start. The most recent one is the Carl Heller book, The Red Priest of Venice. It's a good read, so I would recommend that. And then if you can speak Dutch, there are these smaller books like Antonio Vivaldi Concerto con multi strumenti, which are his concerts for multiple instruments. Analyses of those are really fun works uh, for all kinds of instruments, vivacious, lively. I listen to Vivaldi concertos quite a lot because if I don't know what to listen to, I just put on a concerto.
So Dutch is sometimes described as sort of half English and half German. Do you think that's
Mhm.
accurate?
Yeah, yeah, I know some people trying to learn Dutch, and they can sort of make it out as there's a. They sometimes send me also these reels about people half understanding Dutch. It's like, wow, I can actually understand these words. It's because in some ways it is quite close to English, but then it's also quite close to German. I think that's fair. It's one of the Germanic languages. Yeah, and as a music fan, I'm very lucky to be able to read it because there's quite a lot of not just Flemish and Dutch musicologists, but there are also translations of German books that have only appeared in Dutch translations or French translations, not in English yet.
Could you say a little bit more about Flemish, what Flemish is?
Yeah, well, you have Belgium, but in Belgium they speak both Flemish, which is quite close to Dutch. I mean, I can understand these people. It just sounds a bit interesting and off to us. A few words that you think, oh, we don't quite have this word, and the other half speaks French,
Mm.
but they both tend to know Dutch. So there's Flemish musicologists. They do like Esterházy Bosshout. He does write in Dutch or
Mm.
at least Flemish, close enough.
Um, I don't know if there's anything here. I mean, uh, what you were saying about the cantatas made me think maybe you could pull something off the shelf that particularly resonated with you in terms of description of music, maybe something that's either one of your favorites or just a well-known classic or both. Um, you know, if at some point during this tour we could uh, read an excerpt of a description you think is particularly apt, I think that could be cool because my experience is
Hmm.
most people that listen to a lot of classical music and have huge libraries of CDs, they almost never have these kind of books. So that's when I originally found your photos. I was like, wow, this guy must be like a music professor or something.
Hmm.
And so I'm just curious, these people who you met through your mentor at the music store, what kind of people were they and why did they have these kind of books and like do you agree or would you say that most people that do have these large CD collections listen to a lot of classical music, it's maybe 10% or maybe 2% of them that have a collection of books like this?
Well, my friend from the bookstore, he studied at the conservatory and he gives piano lessons still. That's what he started as when he was young. He still does it sometimes now, but he also works in that bookstore. He has a young friend who, like me, is who I also see still occasionally. Great guy who is Italian and also is just a savant, just an amateur enjoyer of music, doesn't play it either. And he also has a much smaller collection of books on music. But I do agree, most people don't go for it. And you'll see it in my literature section as well, that I have a lot of biographies and a lot of studies of authors, right? Just like here, I have studies of composers. I am just addicted to secondary literature. I don't know why. Sometimes I feel when I read a novel that half of the reason I want to read this work is so I can read the secondary literature about it. I don't know what it is. I just love this is why I studied English, I just loved interpreting things and thinking about them and talking about it. This is why I'm a member of 5 book clubs, because I love reading a book and then talking about it and coming to new insights into it. And it's the same thing with music. Of course, the chief action is listening to it, but you can learn so much by reading these books and having these works analyzed for you, especially me as a complete amateur. I really need some help occasionally, and they really get you a foothold into the work. I think there are composers like the longer symphonies of Anton Bruckner, for instance. Those are quite difficult to me on first listening. They were. I sort of needed to get a sense of the musical architectonics of it. I recently went to the Fifth Symphony of Bruckner. Very memorable experience. But I read into the symphony before that. I read analyses, and that really helped, despite already knowing the work, because it really makes a lot of sense architecturally. I think it was Goethe who said that music was liquid architecture and architecture was frozen music. Uh, you really get that sense. So to me, these analyses really help me discover the music, especially music can be a bit more austere, like the Bach cantatas. And yeah, eventually I can definitely pull off an analysis of the shelf. I actually know a rather great one
Okay.
that I could grab eventually. I'd love to.
One of my favorites, Handel.
Oh, Handel. Yeah, he's one of my favorites too. People ask me who my favorite composer is. It's Mozart, who is most well represented for a reason, but I love Handel as well. What a composer. Although I also want to point out here these small books on Albinoni, Henry Purcell, Locatelli, Geminiani, Jan Pieterszoon Sweelinck, who I have to mention as a Dutch person because he's the Netherlands' most famous composer. But I love having these books on lesser known composers. I don't think many people would buy a book on Albinoni, but he was a fascinating, kind of underrated composer, I think. And when I was starting out in classical music, I played his concertos so often, his oboe concertos. So to have a full book about him, great. It's filled with musical analysis uh, of those works that I could follow, despite the fact that they're sheet music. But it was usually the beginning of the piece, so I could sort of follow the notation. Really fun book. And it's the same way with someone like Geminiani. I mean, in classical music, there's the major names, but there are so many small names that compose such great and fascinating music. Uh, this is a very short book on Geminiani because, as you can see, it's also a thematic catalog. So that means an index of his works. It's more that than his life, which we don't know about as much, which is the case with a lot of these composers. But it's still nice to have to read and have that background. I personally love discovering lesser known composers.
Hmm.
So Geminiani, Locatelli, Albinoni, just some examples of composers whose work I play a lot. All these Italian Baroque composers. And yeah, they were fun and worth discovering. Of course, they are no match for Handel, who is just, I mean, undoubtedly one of the greats. And what's interesting is that it's sort of during my lifetime that many of his works have been recorded, because he wrote Baroque operas and he wrote these huge English language oratorios. And for a while, this not all of them were recorded. I think still not
Wow.
all the Italian operas, but the English language oratorios even, it took quite long for all of them to be recorded. Of course, everybody knows Messiah with the famous Hallelujah chorus and the famous whole piece, which they play every Christmas. But it's still quite rare to see one of his operas performed or to hear one of his oratorios. I went to one recently. I was very happy. I went to one last year, but that's the only one I caught that was playing next to Messiah, which they play several times a year, mostly around Christmas. His and he again a figure. I say it a lot for these early composers. We don't know all that much about him. You can visit his house, but there were a lot of mysteries surrounding him. I read that Jonathan Keats' biography, Handel. It's a very nice and balanced biography. But he was born in the same year as Bach. I believe he was only about a month older. He went to Italy to study and he wrote these Italian cantatas. Then he went to England and, crazily enough, conquered England as a German composer writing Italian opera. It's still this crazy story. I'm working my way through all the oratorios and meanwhile reading from that book, Handel's Dramatic Oratorios and Mass by Winton Dean, I believe his name is. That's a lovely read, although he doesn't like, for some reason, Israel in Egypt, which is such a great work. I don't understand why he doesn't like it, but still. And next to that is the really recent book, Handel in London by Jane Glover. And I got to tell you, this book is so much fun because it's like Handel opera is like show business, right? And this is purely about that period where he was in London writing these operas, these Italian operas, and people were setting up rival opera companies. You had at one point, he had two of the most famous Italian sopranos in the world, both in his ensemble to work with, but they required that they had exactly as many arias, as many songs, as many numbers, right? Um, so you get these kind of imbalanced operas that somehow have an exactly equal lead role. And at some point, the story is, which is probably not true, but it will remain a fun story, that they were literally in a fight on stage. Eventually, one of them left the company. But I mean, this reads like you won't even know. I think some people might think classical music is an austere, very solemn subject, but Handel's music is all fun, and reading about it is also so much fun. I really have to say, I listen to Handel all the time, just excerpts from his oratorios, his great Opus 6 concertos. Yeah, there's a nice book as well, Handel's Oratorios and 18th Century Thought. I've read a bit of it, but I want to get through all the oratorios before I get through it all the way. But that's me reading slightly more academic books. But there you get a little bit of a lot of classical music is on text as well. Of course, you have lieder, you know, songs, or the French they call it mélodie. Uh, there's cantatas, there's religious music, there's these oratorios as well. It's So you can do a bit of literary analysis as well, or combine literary and musical analysis, like in that book, Handel's Oratorios and 18th Century Thought. So
Do you
that I
remember
highly.
any of the elements of like what aspects of thought he was resonating with or expressing about?
Well, sort of the Enlightenment was happening at the time, of course, in the 18th century. That was getting across. And we'll get to my 18th century poetry section later. And there's a lot of 18th century thought. It all had to be very proper, right? And decent. Uh, you couldn't let your emotion. That's what's so interesting, that the poetry is so artificial. Uh, and mannered, whereas Handel's music can really let itself go. So that's what the author also talks about. There seems to be almost a disconnect there between the manneredness of 18th century writing and thought and Handel's pure emotional outbursts of glorious joy. Yeah, there is also that book, Listening to Handel, an Owner's Manual, is by the infamous music critic David Hurwitz. He has always been a sort of controversial figure, very opinionated, but he loves Handel. It's a fun little book as an introduction, very fun. Here I have some books on Messiah and also a book on Luigi Boccherini. There we have another underrated composer for absolutely no reason. He wrote wonderful works. I mean, everybody knows one of his works, the famous Boccherini's Minuet, which is actually from a great string quintet, and I love listening to that. But he wrote so many other great works, a lot of string quintets. His symphonies even are really rather good. Piano quintets, quartets, string quartets. It's just an embarrassment of riches and a beautiful octet. Yeah. Yeah, here we have the Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach section. That book, The Music of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, is one of my greatest finds because it's very expensive. I'd have no idea. I think I found it on thrift books eventually for quite a decent price. Um, these composers have such a massive output that it's hard to get your hands on it. And one other, to really understand what you're listening to or to know what to listen to, even. So another reason I have all these books is to be a guide through their music. And that book, The Music of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, is exactly that. He guides you through all the music as it was composed. And he even just flat out gives his opinion. He says, this is not one of his lesser pieces, but this is one of his great concertos, and etc. etc. So in that sense, it really helps me get a grasp on this kind of composer's work that I otherwise could would not know where to start, would not know where to turn to. And then you have two books of C.P.E. Bach studies. You have a study of his keyboard music, which I've turned to occasionally, and you have quite a difficult book, The Keyboard Concertos, which is actually a PhD dissertation. So that's rather difficult for me to get through. But apparently, it's still the book on Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach's keyboard concertos.
When you read a study like this, what does that mean? What does that entail?
These sort of collections, when it's a certain composer offers studies, what it is a selection of academic papers on the composer. So they're not always to read from cover to cover. You can see what topic in particular would interest you and just read that particular essay. It's a collection of academic essays. And occasionally they have some great insight into a particular work. I love those kind of essays the most, where it's just an analysis of a single work, because in larger biographies, there's not usually the time to get into a single work in as much detail. And by the way, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, just like Johann Christian Bach, these are the sons of Bach. And between the two of them, they almost could be said to have invented the language, musical language of the classical era. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, Empfindsamer, they call him in German, which sort of, you call it sort of the emotional or sensitive style. There's not really an exact translation. He was sort of a bridge between the Baroque and classical eras. And Johann Christian Bach, who changed his name to John Christian Bach when he went to England, just like Handel, he went to England. He met Mozart, the young Mozart, when Mozart was in England, and was quite an influence on him because he wrote these symphonies, and they sound eerily similar to what Mozart would do later in the symphonic form. I mean his early symphonies of Mozart, because he developed quite a bit beyond that, and those works are wonderful. Uh, John Christian Bach, you can see there's only one book on him. There's actually a second one, but there's far less on him than Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach. He was a lesser composer, to be fair, but I rather like his work, especially in the David Zinman Netherlands Chamber Orchestra recordings of his symphonies. It's very mellifluous, gentle, gallant in style, but they're wonderful works. And his biography is quite interesting because he met Mozart, because he moved to England, because he had this best friend who he gave these concerts with, because he ended up poor in the end, poor guy. Fun book to read. And like some of these other books, really a page turner, I think.
Do these get into the sort of genealogy of what patterns pass down from father to son, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, the Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach does to an extent, I believe, because they sort of invented Bach and Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach together, seem to have sort of invented the keyboard concerto. There are a couple of famous Bach ones, but Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, Bach the father, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach wrote a lot more, including this hilarious concerto doppio, he called it, for harpsichord and piano, forte piano, obviously at the time. Really a completely unique work because at the time there was this transition from harpsichord to piano forte. And he wrote a concerto where they're both in it as soloists. And that's such a fun work. That's been recorded quite a lot, more so than his other works. He also wrote keyboard works, hence the keyboard music of Sepia Bach, which was so strange and quirky and unique and different, and again just fun to listen to, which for me is always the golden standard, as you can tell. I mean, I just love and I'm enthusiastic about these works. They're fun, they're funny, definitely can be. And Haydn is another big example of that. There's even a book here about humor in Haydn. It's called Haydn's Ingenious Jesting with Art. So that's a book about humor in Haydn's music. Uh, it has an analysis of certain specific words that have humor in them. The famous one is the Surprise Symphony, right, which is a very slow, almost deliberately very boring, slow movement, and then this huge outburst of sound, which is supposed to wake up the audience, right? But that's only one example. There's far more subtle uses of music, so it was quite fun to read about those in that book. His string quartets are like my favorite body of work in music. I mean, the Opus 20, the Opus 77, I mean, all of them, they're beyond genius. They're fun. They're words fill me as so often in describing music. So that's quite an accomplishment for these authors to manage that. I read a biography of Haydn that's further down. Um, he is interesting because well, this next to some early years where he basically seemed to be was performing on the street and so on. His life was basically a success, but he was a court musician, so he had his own orchestra to play around with. Hence, he wrote all these symphonies, 104 numbered symphonies, and then there's the A and B, and then there's the Sinfonia Concertante. But so it gave him a lot of opportunities, but he was also an underling, right? And this is something Mozart could not stand. And so Mozart was kicked out. He could not handle being. So Mozart became a freelancer, while Haydn held his head low and continued working under those circumstances. Really a profound difference of character there.
Who was he working under, Haydn?
He was a Prince Esterházy, who we only know because of the Haydn connection. To be honest, I mean, there's no reason for anybody else to know this man or this family, right? That's funny. It happens often in history where we know somebody purely because of their connection to somebody more famous, even though at the time he was higher up. Who was Haydn? It was just somebody working under me. No, no, no. He was a musical genius, and you were just some rich aristocrat.
So is the
Um,
prince getting credit for Haydn, or why didn't Haydn's work, wasn't it sort of obvious that he was the genius?
Yeah, no, later his music got out. And then he wrote symphonies for Paris, the Paris symphonies, and symphonies for London, the London symphonies. And those are a massive hit, and he became ultra famous. But his music already spread during his life, although initially it wasn't really allowed to. The biography talks about that a little bit, about how he's had to get some of it out secretly and that sort of thing. There was something going on there for sure. But he found ways around it, and his reputation spread ultimately. So that was nice for him. And towards the end of his life, he finally got all the recognition he wanted. Yeah, there's the Rosemary Hugh biography that I've definitely read. There's some Dutch books here, some studies of single works like The Seasons
What
and
about
a
this
number.
Hurwitz book, Boldest Innovator?
Well, Haydn is often called the father of the symphony and the string quartet, both. I mean, imagine this father of the symphony and the string quartet. Now, it's not that these forms didn't exist before him, but he really brought them to full artistic maturity in a way. He also invented the sonata form. according to some. Well, some apparently they call the sonata principle now. I read in another book, and they don't really like that term, and all kinds of academics are having discussions about these things. But the popular wisdom is that he was really instrumental in developing the sonata form and developing the string quartet and symphony form. So in that way, he was an innovator, but also just what he did with the orchestra, right? And what he did with the string quartet. I mean, these were genres that were in their infancy when he took them up, and he really developed them to an already complete maturity. And I think Hurwitz talks about the interesting orchestral effects he uses, the way he incorporates music or humor in his music. This is another favorite of Hurwitz, Haydn. So I have his books on Haydn and Handel because I know those are two of his favorite composers. And then the enthusiasm is just dripping from these pages, where
Wow.
he, instead of taking the full work, he takes some individual works, right, or even individual movements and talks about those. And then his enthusiasm definitely comes across, so that's very nice. Oh yeah, here starts the Mozart section already. Yeah, we have some analysis for Haydn string quartets. Those are lovely. You still hear those you will hear the most. I I've heard a lot of Haydn string quartets live, not so much the symphonies. They're not played as often as some other ones. You hear Beethoven symphonies a lot. The other day, I finally heard a Paris symphony live because if they do play a Haydn symphony, it will usually be a London symphony. And I gotta say, I had tears in my eyes just finally hearing this work that I'd been listening to for 15 years or so live for the first time, despite the fact that it's a very jovial and happy work. So it's not something you would normally have tears in your eyes to, but it was just such a wonderful experience to me. But even Haydn cannot beat Mozart, whose section starts here. Um, that first there's that book opera before Mozart. So this is opera before he got to it. Well, by the time he did get to it, what wonderful things he did with it. Uh, the librettist of Venice is Lorenzo da Ponte, which is not his real name, by the way. It's just something he made up. Very entertaining life story. It's curious to read more about it. But he wrote the libretto, so the text for Mozart's most famous operas. Very interesting man. And then after that, we have Daniel Hartsid's book on the classical era. He wrote a trilogy of books, and so far I've only been able to find two of them. But I've read this one, the first one, I believe. Yeah, Haydn, Mozart, and the Viennese School. Here he talks about not only Haydn and Mozart and their major works, but also a bunch of very obscure composers, including when we talk about Viennese schools, there's that first Viennese school, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and we know the second one, which is Schoenberg, Webern, and Berg. But he talks about the Viennese school before that, which had even more obscure composers whose names I've even forgotten, even though I did get some of their works. But he's very enthusiastic about them. They have been very little recorded. And it's very sad to me that when we think of the classical era of music, right, we have the Baroque era of Handel and Vivaldi and Bach, and then the next era, it's really our era of Haydn and Mozart, almost exclusively, and early Beethoven. After none of these other contemporary composers are listened to much, yet I think many of them are wonderful. I'm talking names like Dietersdorf, like Kozluch, like Stamitz, which is both father and son. I think some of these are very interesting composers who compose some wonderful works. So it's nice to get some analysis of those as well. But mostly it goes through Haydn's symphonies, Mozart symphonies, and other works. Yeah.
And what do they mean when they say a particular school, like the Viennese school?
It's just that, well, it's because strangely enough, in Vienna, so many great musicians congregated. It's almost unbelievable. I think it's just a catch-all phrase, right? That they sort of wrote in the. But for some reason, Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven were all in Vienna. And later we got Brahms and Bruckner there as well. And then after that, we have some of the most important composers of the 20th century. It's absolutely insane. But they're a school in the sense that there are similarities in their composers. They even all knew each other by reputation, if not personally. Mozart knew Haydn. Haydn famously went up to Mozart's father to say, by God, your son is the greatest composer to have ever lived, etc. Whereas Mozart was influenced by Haydn in some ways in the musical language. I'm sure I read a book which has some analysis of this as well.
But they
Uh,
didn't have like a common educational pathway in that sense of like other types of, philosophical schools or schools within different disciplines where it's like they're going through a particular institution and getting a similar kind of um, education. So, I, I mean, was there any commonality in terms of education? I mean, my sense was that it's a lot of it was sort of master apprentice type of stuff.
Yeah, Mozart seemed to have been taught by his father a lot, who was a violinist in his own right, and Haydn had a different path. He met a composer, apparently he helped him along the way. But there were commonalities in sort of, for instance, the books they used.
Mm.
There's one famous treatise on counterpoint, the interweaving of these melodic lines. And that treatise by Fuchs, that's one that they all used. Um, Mozart studied Bach as well, which was Bach's reputation was fading at the time. So it's quite interesting. He learned counterpoint from Bach, and later Beethoven studied as well under Haydn, which was not a great relationship, but he also forced him to write counterpoint and these sort of stolid exercises that Beethoven could not take. So in that sense, there is some commonality in the books they used at the time. The and some of the methods. It's a subject for a very interesting study, I think, which I've not myself encountered. Yeah, not read all of these Mozart books, but the ones I have are already what a fascinating man to read about. Musical prodigy, lived only until 35, but what he accomplished in that brief time, and he was the first freelance musician. That book is wonderful, Mozart, a musical biography, because there's always the question of how much music books can go in all kinds of directions, right? You can have ones that are almost exclusively about the life, or you can have ones that are almost exclusively about the music. The nice thing is if there's a little bit of a mix, but I think some of them are a little bit short on musical analysis. This book mixes both quite well, but it really illuminates the life through the music, and it has some great analysis of a bunch of pieces, some of which were really my first introduction to listening to those pieces seriously. So that was an interesting and influential seminal book in my music education on Mozart. I remember, for instance, there's an analysis of the Sinfonia Concertante for violin and viola. Mozart loved the viola. He played that instrument a lot. Liked it apparently more than the violin. Obviously, he was a pianist as well and wrote those piano concertos. But that's a good book, as is the book next to it by Alfred Einstein, not to be confused with the physicist, although the name is quite close. Very influential musicologist. That's a nice book. I just don't tire of reading about Mozart. He wrote, I don't think people understand just how much music these people wrote. I mean, it's insanity. It's enough for, a few. I think there was this interview with a conductor where he said, and actually it was a Dohnányi who talked about his grandfather, and he said, I understand my grandfather's music. So I don't like it. I like music that I don't understand. And a few bars by Mozart remain a riddle for a lifetime. And that's true. It's a few bars of music which remain interesting, worthy objects of study for a lifetime. And yet he wrote so much of it as well. I mean, you can tell my enthusiasm. This is when I so agree with H.L. Mencken, because to me, I just I literature can do amazing things, but I mean the marriage of Figaro is just a work of words fill me, as you can hear. I It's just an astounding work of genius, and so humanistic as well. I'm going to hear it live because opera's so expensive, but I finally got cheap tickets to see it live of somebody very soon, and it will surely be one of the great experiences of my life. This is a nice book as well. You can see I read some of the start, but I gave it up at some point. A Mozart Portrait of a Genius. Nice little book. Those companions to his piano concertos. I've got a couple of books on those, and I pull them out if I go see one of his piano concertos live, and I just read the analysis of that piano concerto that I'm going to listen to at that moment. So it's another one of those books. Next to that, you have Mozart in Revolt, a rather interesting book that argues that in his letters, Mozart was sort of deliberately. Mozart had a very controlling father, right? And his father, he made a lot of money of Mozart, which he potentially hid, actually, argues Jan Swafford in his biography. But he also really tried to force Mozart to follow a certain path, and Mozart was just such a genius. He could not follow that standard path, and he says in his letters he is deliberately deceiving and making mischief and resisting his father's influence, but also the influence of posterity, because he sort of knew these letters might be saved, and what he's doing is refusing to follow a certain linear path and in really crafting his own identity in that way. It's really an analysis almost of the letters, Mozart in Revolt, which are also fun and entertaining reading. Kind of infamous, if you know the movie Amadeus, Mozart is very raunchy in it. Part of that they assumed because of his letters, where he can be incredibly raunchy, including with somebody who's related to him. But apparently, this was quite normal at the time for people who lived where he did. So it's not really something Mozart only specifically did.
Could you just very briefly describe the path his father wanted him to go on versus the path he wanted to pursue?
Yeah, Mozart was a court composer at the court of Salzburg, right? And he had the Colorado is the man he worked under, and that was mostly writing sacred music, which is a genre that was not Mozart's favorite. He wrote some wonderful sacred music, make no mistake, but it was not really the genre he seemed most interested in. And his father was always telling him what to do, to compose more, to compose in a certain style, compose a certain style of music, and etc. Mozart wants a different kind of life. He wants to compose what he wanted to compose. This included this crazy idea to do an opera in German, a Singspiel, and then he wanted to write major Italian operas. And so he became instead a freelance musician, which caused him to have financial problems for the remainder of his life because he was really reliant on people commissioning works. He was kind of slow working on commission. Sometimes he wrote his own things for apparently no reason. Famously, the last three symphonies, 39, 40, 41, were written in a burst. And nobody knows who he wrote them for. I mean, apparently just himself, apparently just out of pure artistic inspiration. Um, so that's what he became, a freelance musician, writing to some extent more what he wanted to write, concerts where he could be the soloist, where he could have his own life in Vienna. He also married somebody who, so his father really disagreed with, famously the younger sister of the woman he was actually interested in. But yeah, Constanze Weber, who became Constanze Mozart. And there is quite some controversy around her role in his life as well. There's this massive biography I have which I have only read parts of. But this author, I think it might be at the end here. Yeah, this one. Albert, he really hated Constanze Mozart, apparently. He was not very fond of her and her role in his music. But you've got some other authors like that, Paul Johnson, who wrote that very short Mozart book, who argues against that, who says, she was actually a great wife, a great keeper of his music, and she apparently made him very happy. So what do we know? So this was this case where people disagreed, but the father, he certainly wasn't too happy with the choice. He wasn't happy with a lot of choices Mozart made, but he lived a great life. So who are we to judge?
Maybe you can say a couple words about these two, Mozart's women and Mozart and his circle.
Yeah, well, Mozart had a very interesting circle. So that book, he has some nice discussion about people like Dittersdorf, with whom he was in a quartet, right? A great composer of his own right. Well, perhaps great is overstating it, but a fun one. He wrote some good works. Uh, Mozart's Women, which it's by Jane Glover, the same author who wrote that book Handel in Italy. So I'm looking forward to getting to it. These kind of books proliferate nowadays. We have a lot of books that are the women in this person's life, because what happened at the time was there's this fear that these great men do all the work, and of course composers at the time, women composers were extremely rare, although there was a contemporary of Mozart who was a woman composer. but there weren't that many. One whose work is now getting some attention. But really, there were so many women around him and in the background and spurring him on and serving as inspiration. So it's about his wife, but also about his wife's sister, for whom he wrote some beautiful, absolutely beautiful music. And in fact, the unfinished Great Mass by Mozart was for his wife. Too bad he didn't finish it, but what we have is still great. And so, and the kind of role they had in influencing him and forming him, and also just it's entertaining to read about these people who history has overlooked in a way often.
Is there, I mean, I think of Picasso with that, where he had the different phases he went through and it was associated with the different muses.
Yeah, well, Mozart, that main muse was Aloysia Weber, and then she rejected him rather coldly, so he went for his wife, who was the younger sister, Constanze. And so for Constanze, he wrote the Mass, he wrote a bunch of arias for the older sister. Other muses, not as well. Well, there's somebody who exchanged letters with, who was apparently his niece. So that's a little strange to us today, but there was sort of innocent flirtation, right? That never came to anything. As for his other muses, well, they're kind of a mystery. You get all kinds of conjecture in these books, and some of the conjectures is indeed if Mozart slept with other women or something like that. It's taking it a little bit far from me, but it can be a fun subject. But no, the spirits are not in that way allied to his muses. No, he seems to have been his own man, doing his own thing.
Even more Mozart.
Yeah, Mozart's continue here. It's just that book, Mozart in Vienna, is excellent book. That is analysis purely of the music he wrote in Vienna. Some short books like Mozart by Peter Gay, which is a great small biography. You know, sometimes it's nice to read a small one like this just to get through it quickly. We see, get the life story straight again. That My Dearest Father by Penguin, that's a selection of Mozart's letters to his father, which, like I said, are very interesting to read. Here we have another Mozart and his piano concertos book. So that's one. You can see that I looked up one of the concertos when I went to see it live. So that's more one of those reference volumes. There's another one, Mozart Piano Concerto by Philip Radcliffe, rather brief book. Those piano concertos, oh, they're so beautiful. And there's the massive Cambridge Mozart Encyclopedia. You can see that's an ex-library book. These kind of books can actually be really useful because they have information on a lot of different works. So if there's something I can't find anything else on, it will at least be mentioned in this kind of encyclopedia. And in that way, I can still get a little bit out of them. Yeah, Mozart in Vienna, ex-library book as well. So I just took off the dust cover, apparently. But it's an analysis purely of the music he wrote in Vienna. I think when he starts off with his saying that quite surprisingly, when Mozart first went to Vienna, the first couple of things he wrote, he was free, right? He was his own man, his own musician. And then he wrote works that aren't too exciting. I mean, they're not his greatest works, apparently. So that's quite interesting. Um, but then later, of course, he wrote his great masterpieces. We've got a book on Mozart symphonies. There in the middle, we have the big red book is an early biography of Mozart from that's still quite interesting to read. Then Mozart symphonies. Well, I've dug into analyses of a certain symphony, of certain symphonies actually. It's a context, performance, practice, reception. One of my favorite works, two of them, are his Symphony Number 40 and 41, because the very first CD I ever bought was Leonard Bernstein conducting Mozart Symphony Number 40 and 41. Uh, Not even particularly well liked performances, but I still love them because they were the first I ever listened to. I imprinted on them, and those two works I just love and listen to all the time. So I read those parts of that book. Well, the Symphony Number 41, it famously ends with this huge contrapuntal finale where all the different themes, it was constructed backwards. So it's very interesting. He constructed the finale first because it has this integral counterpoint, this huge fugue. and he took those thematic materials and then built the movement out of it. So that was a really interesting analysis. Next to him, you have Maynard Solomon, who wrote these psychoanalytic books about Mozart and Beethoven from a more psychoanalytic lens. Those are really infamous books. Some people really detest them, but at the same time, they were very influential at the time as a different view of Mozart and Beethoven. So, I still thought they were worth owning. Next to that, you have the next section of the Daniel Hart's book on Mozart, Haydn, and the classical style. Well, this is continuing on with Mozart and Haydn, and then early Beethoven, as you can tell. Great analysis of all the works, perhaps a little short, but that's all these books are. Mozart's Grace is such a good book. You can see I stuck something in it to return to it at some point. It's about the quality of grace in Mozart's music. Because if you have to describe his music in one word, what could it be but grace, right? But what does that exactly mean? It really looks into it, and how does he express it musically, right? It's a beautiful book, short study. But if I had to recommend one book out of all of these, it might be that, really.
That's kind of surprising, because it's a Princeton University Press, and I don't think we've seen one of those yet. It's been mostly Yale, I think, in terms
Yeah,
of university presses.
yeah. I really wonder how that happens. How perhaps he worked for Princeton or something.
Oxford and Cambridge, we've seen a lot of those.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, the Swafford biography of Mozart. He is perhaps the most popular music biographer working today. So I've actually read his biographies of Beethoven, of Mozart, and of Brahms. The Brahms one I think is the best one, but the one on Mozart is no slouch. It's quite interesting. He's very good at telling the story, and he's actually a composer. That's his main occupation. So he has a composer's view of these works. He has his own favorites, but the only thing is, this book is nearly 1,000 pages, just like the one on Beethoven, and I think they're too short, which is crazy to say, but they wrote so much music that you could not possibly cover enough of it in a huge book, even if it's 1,000 pages. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. You still leave it feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That's how much these people wrote, and that's how endlessly interesting their works are.
Do you have a sense of, like, if you listen to these CDs of their complete works back to back, like how many hours or days would it take for some of these major composers?
Yeah, you can sort of extrapolate from CD times, right? I forgot how many CDs the complete Mozart is. Wait, complete Mozart edition. It was 180 CDs. So a CD, it was made to be the length of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. That fits on there. So it's about, 80 minutes per CD, and then 180 CDs. Oh, well, you can do the math.
Yeah, I'll
I
do the
certainly
math on
can.
that.
Yeah. So that's and Bach, the complete Bach edition had even more CDs. The Deutsche Grammer von Bach special edition. It's wow. Just imagine. Of course, some of it are alternative versions or that sort of thing, but still, almost all of them are needed just to get purely the works out. And so much of it is brilliant, is absolutely genius, including most of the later operas.
Looks like 240 hours, so that'd be 10 days.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you have anything on how, or maybe just a biography or some other kind of work on what explains how prolific some of these, were they recycling stuff? Were there anything like that they were doing, or was it just unexplainable genius or something else?
It's Well, Handel also wrote a lot. He did recycle, and he recycled not only from himself but from other people. I mean, there's a study of plagiarism in his works, which at the time, to be fair, you wouldn't call plagiarism at all, right? 'Cause there was no copyright and so on. So some of them there was some of that. And there was also at the time they could do it a little bit more than composers today because they were working within sort of more formulaic parameters. And in fact, one of the most popular opinions out there, I know this also from my friend who works in a book CD store. He says so many people come up to me and say, "Ach, Mozart, he's so overrated." I think because his music is mellifluent and gallant and beautiful, you kind of get this sense of it can't be all that good, right? It's too nice almost. But there's perhaps also to some earlier students who are starting in their journey of discovering music that it is a little bit formulaic at points. So they were working within certain parameters,
Hmm.
and that helped. But it's certainly also inexplicable genius. And apparently, Mozart was writing music in between playing billiards or other games which he enjoyed doing. Another lovely fact about him is that apparently he said that his great genius was actually for dancing, which of course we cannot actually check. But he did think he was a great dancer.
Well, that's actually really interesting because, I mean, you could think about, I've studied dance and um, the connection between dance and music. And uh,
Oh,
it seems to me that there is something about, I mean, even the sort of court music that was designed to be danced to, we listen to that and we don't necessarily, we just sit in the chair. We don't dance to that music today, but it was designed to be danced to. I don't know if you have any thoughts on, and I'm blanking on what that is even called, but um, do you have any thoughts on that?
yeah, I dance to classical music in the privacy of my own living room. I will tell you that because it really it gets a kind of spirit into me. In a concert hall, I think a lot of people struggle with the idea that we just sit down and sit quietly and don't move. At the same time, it's sort of the best way to have everybody enjoy purely the music. But I sort of wiggle my feet or my toes up and down all the time, so I still kind of get. I kind of have to, I need this sort of outlet. But of course, you don't see it because they're in shoes.
I guess a minuet would be an example. That's what
Yeah,
came to mind initially.
yeah. And there's also that famous remark. Somebody characterized Beethoven's Seventh Symphony as having this being the spirit of dance, right? The, a lot of it does feel like it should be danced to, but and musicians when they play, they bob their head up and down. You can see them moving to the rhythm more than the audience. Well, I follow ballet classes personally, so I do dance to classical music in a class setting as well. Also have hip hop dance classes. I love music generally, but also to dance to, and I think that's such a big part of it. And even when I'm listening quietly, often my soul is dancing, as it were.
And I guess there's the, maybe I'll come back to it. I'm blanking on something right now, but anything else here you'd like to point out?
Yeah, Mozartiana is a lovely little collection, and the Dutch essay collection, Mozart and de Andere, Maarten het Hart. It's a long essay on Mozart and then an essays on some other composers. You will find soon. I really love essay collections. I think the essay form is just the form for our time, with shortened attention spans, with this sense that we don't have enough time. Everything is fragmented in a way. And what is better for that than just pulling out an essay that is short and fragmented and incomplete and just an attempt to get something on paper? I
The
love it.
the word I was blanking on, or I'd had sort of a collision between composer, conductor, and choreographer.
Hmm.
And there is a sense in which a conductor is sort of dancing in a limited way to the music
Yeah.
and providing that as a something that's in the corner of your eye as a musician in the orchestra. you're sort of, in some sense, watching that dance, and that's keeping everybody on the same timing.
Yeah. That's such an interesting idea, and in a way, it's true. He's the only figure that can really move in every way he wants. And I always loved looking at different conductors and the technique they have and why they have developed that technique, their way of doing it. Especially among the older conductors, there are some really strange ones. Furtwängler, for instance, looks a little bit like a puppet on strings. He goes a little bit, I mean, I have no idea what he's doing, but apparently that was almost sort of some people interpret that as an act of resistance to the Nazi regime. So you can interpret in all kinds of ways. Another classic conductor, Fritz Reiner, had this huge, very long baton, barely moved, just moved his hands very slowly. And then you have the very expressive conductors like Bernstein, famously. And there's that famous performance of the Second Symphony where it just goes crazy. And that was in that Maestro movie. Some people find that too excessive. Other people love it because he gives himself up to the music. You know, other people think he's showboating, all kinds of different ideas about this. I always love seeing different ones. I went to a concert with a Venezuelan conductor whose name I'm blanking on right now recently, and uh he was sweating so much in between movements that he had this little he was had to quite long breaks he had to take just to pull the sweat of his forehead, the damp sweat. Lovely performance as well of the 10th Symphony of Dmitri Shostakovich. Yeah, I love conductors and what they do. It's such a strange job, isn't it? And lots of people don't understand it. You have that famous Seinfeld comedy bit that's at the start of an episode, like, "Do you really need this guy waving the little wand?" you know, but it's actually a very important job, of course, and a lot of it happens in rehearsals.
Why is it that they even, why are they so important? Like, is it is it a lot of kind of showboating or sort of showy, you know, unnecessary, like, what is your take on all that?
Well, there are conductorless orchestras, although they're smaller orchestras, chamber orchestras. A famous one is the Orpheus Chamber Orchestra, and I have their complete works, their complete recordings, that is, on Deutsche Grammophon in a box set on top. So that exists. Um, But in large symphony orchestra, if they were all just sitting down and purely playing the notes, there wouldn't be somebody has to press, and this music begs to be interpreted. Somebody has to lead and lead this interpretation. And that's for that reason a very important figure. The fact is that most of that happens in rehearsals, not so much during the actual performance, where it's more a metric beating of time and giving basic indications of when somebody has to come in. So that's sort of lost on some people. But yeah, you need this chief force to pull the performance together. Although I would say personally that I almost look as much at the orchestra that is playing as at the conductor who is conducting. You know, if it's the Concertgebouw Orchestra, I know they're putting on a great performance. I barely care who's in front of them, to be honest. But yeah, he is apparently a very important chief creative force, and you'll hear it if you compare performances, right? Which is a favorite pastime of classical music fans, having your favorite work and listening to like 20 or 40, you know, favorite performances, and hearing all the little differences or sometimes major difference, and they go from tempo and tempi of the music to just well, I guess you call it the shaping of phrases, which always feels a little bit weird to say, but if you understand what it means, you get this sense of, yeah, things need their shape, when to do climaxes, and in what way. It's all very, there's so much happening, and somebody, some chief force needs to pull all that together. This is also how a conductor, I suppose, well, an old friend, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's somebody else I met through this circle of people. And he explained this as well to me, that you need this chief creative force to pull a performance together.
Could you say a little bit more about how you got into ballet and how that links with particular composers?
Well, I loved classical music, so getting into ballet was really no joke, but it was an easy decision. But There is actually another reason I do ballet, and for to see that, you have to go to that white bookshelf.
Okay.
I have this white bookshelf, and on it is a DVD. Yeah, there at the bottom, you see two DVDs. Lil Buck, Real Swan, and Memphis Magic. These are DVDs about a dance style called Memphis Jukin, which is in one documentary is subtitled The Urban Ballet. Memphis Jukin, The Urban Ballet. Full documentary is on YouTube. Very interesting documentary, I think. Um, and Lil Buck is one of the great dancers of that dance style. I think everybody knows about popping, they know locking, they know b-boying, breakdancing. They don't so much know these other uh, dance styles from the African diaspora in the US, and Memphis Jukin is one of them. I saw it on YouTube at some point, some 10 years ago, and it was just the greatest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I just could not understand that people moved in this way. It was so fascinating. So what happened was they stand on pointoy on their sneakers. They stand on the points of their sneakers, which is sort of ballet inspired, obviously. And Lil Buck even had some kind of ballet training as well. So I thought, yeah, this is I got to do some ballet, man. That's why I actually went to do ballet, and you can see he signed the DVD. I'm one of those rare people who got to meet their great hero. One of the reasons I'm a dancer today. I got to meet him. He was great to me. He signed these two DVDs, and he gave a workshop, Memphis Jukin, where he starts in the basics. He really tells us to bounce. You know, it's all bouncing, bounce therapy, they call it in Memphis. And I still watch their videos often. I think the style isn't as great as it used to be practiced today, but it might always return. It was better a year or 10 ago. But dance battles are like some of my favorite things to watch. It's the greatest sport to me because somebody who's way worse can win, despite being actually a worse dancer. Because in the moment, you can just feel that energy, and it's very improvisational, right? In dance battles, they have no idea what they're going to do. It's pure improvisation. Fascinating art style, and accidentally brought me to ballet as well, which I love and find beautiful. Of course, as classical music fans, we listen to ballet as well, ballet music. Sometimes that's fine. Other times, you go to performances. But I'm going to my first ballet performance. I've genuinely have never seen one before very recently. So I'm going to my first one in May.
And which one is that?
It's Giselle. The ballet repertoire is very small as it's played these days. So, but Giselle is one of the major ones, and I'm going to see it locally in my city. Ah, yes, the Beethoven shelf. Well, you can see it's very sadly I'm missing the first volume of these letters to Beethoven. They didn't have the first volume, and it's so expensive to get by itself. So I will get that someday, but not right now.
Is this a
Uh,
folio society or because you had one for
Mozart,
Mozart?
and I believe this is also by Folio Society. This is Feyer's biography of Beethoven. Again, a very influential, one of the earliest biographies, and very influential.
Hmm.
But it's more about the life than the music, and in some ways wrong with our understanding today, but still an entertaining read. There's the book The Ninth by Harvey Sachs, which is about the Ninth Symphony. Obviously, a beautiful, mind-blowing work. One of my favorites when I was young. Um cannot believe there was this great composer whose masterwork, one of his, was this humanistic work about universal brotherhood among mankind, right? Setting this Schiller poem, which he had been thinking about for almost all his life. You learn in these biographies. He very early on found that Schiller poem, thought to set it to music, but he waited very long to do it. Basically, nearly completely deaf at the time. But what a masterpiece. I still listen to it a lot. Next to it is Why Beethoven by Norman Lebrecht. He, another controversial figure because he has sort of a tabloid classical music website, and he writes some very opinionated books. But his love for Beethoven is clear, and in this book he talks about major Beethoven pieces and his favorite recordings of them. So I listened to his recommendations and listened to some of his recordings, the recordings he recommended, and they were indeed very fine. He has interviews in that book as well with some musicians and other interpreters. That's very nice. So that book I can recommend. Then we have Kayer's Beethoven biography. Strangely enough, I think he's Flemish. I think that was written in Dutch. For some reason, I have the English translation, but so be it. He talks about Beethoven's sexual life for a little bit. Norman Lebrecht, I don't know, I keep returning to this composer's sexual life. Sorry for that. But I mean, these biographers find it an interesting topic. Norman Lebrecht says it's quite likely that Beethoven died a virgin, whereas Kayers talks about some of the people who he potentially slept with. So there's a bit of a disagreement there. You've got the other Swafford biography, this one on Beethoven. I think that was the one he wrote after Brahms, and his first one was on Charles Ives, by the way, the American composer. Anguish and Triumph. It's a bit of a classic portrait of Beethoven as the great anguished artist, right? Some people take issue with that. You can see that book, Beethoven's Lives by Lewis Lockwood, which is actually a discussion of the various differing biographies of Beethoven and what he thinks of those and which ones have value or don't. Yeah, it's not this one, but the one further on. There's another Lewis Lockwood book, Beethoven's Lives. Yeah, that one. That's just a short book that is about the various different Beethoven biographies and the way we tell his life story, how that has changed over time. But Lewis Lockwood, the leading American Beethoven scholar, he wrote that other biography of Beethoven I haven't gotten to yet, but he wrote his own as well. And we see the Solomon book, again, the psychoanalyst.
Does that psychoanalysis stuff overlap with that interest in the artist's sexuality or
Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot about their sexuality
okay.
in there. Uh, and for some reason, people love to conjecture about that, especially when you have composers like Handel who stayed alone all his life. So you get this conjecture: was he possibly gay? Was Schubert gay? Was Tchaikovsky gay? In that sense, it was almost certainly the case. By the way, um, I don't know. People love to conjecture on that. That's what I'm saying. It's an austere topic, classical music, but wait a second, it really isn't at all. And none of these biographies are just pure fun to read, right?
Mm.
They're very interesting characters, very fun to read about. And the biographers, they have the same dirty minds we all do. Another different kind of book that I really like is Beethoven: A Life in Nine Pieces. This is a modern kind of book. I see it a lot nowadays. You'll see in the future also that I have books like a biography in however many pages, or however many poems, for instance, a biography, yeah, or Byron: A Life in this many letters. So what they do is they take one piece by Beethoven in this case, and then it's part biography, part analysis of those key pieces. And the reason that's nice is because then you get some more extended analysis of single works instead of the brief analyses of other works. Because again, even in Swafford's 1,000-page biography of Beethoven, there is so much missing. There's so many works where I wish there was more extensive analysis, for instance. Edmund Morris is a historian. He wrote a small biography of Beethoven from a slightly different perspective, so that might be interesting to read. And we have for people who want more of a historian's eye, I believe he is in any case. There's also that book Beethoven: Variations of a Life, uh, again about the topic of the ways we tell Beethoven's story. We are molding it a certain way, the classic heroic challenge. Just this, it's even at the time this portrait was already forming. The stormy musician. Maybe that isn't actually right at all. Who knows? So it's interesting to think about. That book on the Eroica Symphony, very great book. If any symphony deserves a full-length book analysis, it's the Eroica Symphony, of course. What a wonderful work. Revolutionary. You know what this friend of mine said to me once? That Beethoven's music was revolutionary and you could hear it, even if though it's dated now. It's new and will forever stay new, right? And the Eroica has that sense. You can hear that it is revolutionary, even if it isn't anymore. Now, Lewis Lockwood also wrote on Beethoven symphony, so that's an ex-library book I got there. And then we've got the Schubert section. Oh man, I love Schubert. Well, I like all these composers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have all these books on them. But he famously wrote a lot of songs, lieder, and a lot of these books are just analysis of lieders or lieder cycles. And there you can really go crazy on the analysis of text as well as music. Although, interestingly enough, composers tended to take sort of second, third rate poets and set their lyrics to music, sort of enhancing the text with music instead of already having a perfect text that doesn't really need setting to music. Although Schubert also set Goethe's poems, and that was my introduction to Goethe, who you can will tell be able to tell later. I have a
Mm.
huge section on, yeah. Yeah, so two books on Winterreise. Recently, I read that companion to Schubert's Schwanengesang because I had the pleasure of hearing many songs from it live with Anne-Sophie von Otter. Definitely wanted to be there. And I got a bookmark in there. I returned to some earlier analysis of some of the songs after I heard them. So that's another way. I have these books ready, and then I can read them when I go to a concert or when I decide to really dig into a particular work. That Schubert Handbuch is a German work that has analysis of all his works. And then we turn to two major modern biographies, Brian Newbold and Lorraine Byrne Bodley. Brian Newbold finished some of Schubert's unfinished symphonies, so he's quite an important musicologist in that way. Whereas the Bodley Schubert is really a fairly new biography, who and she is very occupied with having a new perspective on Schubert, perhaps even a little bit too much. But at least it's a different kind of book. She really emphasizes Schubert's relationship with Salieri, who we all know from the Amadeus movie. Salieri taught Schubert, and she keeps returning in that book to the influence of Salieri and his Italian heritage on Schubert's works.
Can you say a few words about what it means to be a musicologist?
Well, they are basically people trained in the academic musical analysis of works, but they're interesting in that they're almost, if you dedicate your life to music, you're generally going to be a music performer as well. So there were actually musicologists who later became performers or who are also performers at the moment. And this can be in amateur ensembles, but some of them also just play semi-professionally, right? Or even fully professionally. And in fact, some books, like Christopher Hawkwood, who is known as a performer, but he wrote a biography of Handel that I have, and this happens more often as well.
Mm.
Um, One thing that has to happen is you have all the scores of music, and you need to edit them, right? You need because there isn't always one version. I mean, there are multiple versions, so they're doing very important work in getting that out there. H.C. Robbins Landon, the famous Haydn musicologist, he got us the first version, mostly his work of Haydn symphonies. He edited them. He got us the playable versions. That's sort of work that needs to happen, you know.
Mm.
There's a lot to dig into historically, and then there's also, yeah, you can analyze music and further our understanding of the artist in relation to the age, in relation to himself and his music.
I mean, like, mm, what would be the analogy in the world of literature, for example?
Well, it would be a literary scholar if the scholar was also himself a novelist or writer of some kind, right? Because they usually are players themselves too, sometimes even composers, of course. They're generally practicing as well. But yeah, the closest analog would just be a literary scholar, someone who writes about pieces of literature, writes analyses and
Mhm.
sort of thing. Yeah, you've got a bunch of Schubert, the complete song texts with in German with English translations. Again, I do need those English translations next to them. And then some books about the songs. Here you have the song companion, which just has brief analyses or on every single one of the songs. This book by Dietrich Fischer Dieskau. Now he is a singer, So he actually wrote a book on Schubert songs, which he was quite well known for singing. So this is one of those cases where an active performer later turns to writing books, or in this case, while still performing. And Jane Glover is another example, used to be apparently a professional musician. Now, Schubert's Vienna and Schubert and his Vienna are interesting books because Vienna at the time, I mean, we sometimes, there is this hilarious quote in one of them about Schubert sitting at the piano and crying and hugging his compadres at the time, his male friends. And if you read it nowadays, it's like the kind of friendship these people had would read very homosexual coded to us these days. But they were just unapologetically sensitive and sweet to each other, and sharing physical contact in a way that just is unimaginable to us now. So that's why I found those books interesting to learn about that. Schubert's music was mostly played in private circles, especially his leader. They had Schubertiads, they called them, where they played his music. All you needed was a pianist and a singer, right? And then a bunch of people could sit there and watch. And a lot of those were composers themselves. Hummel was apparently once in attendance and cried to the Schubert song. So that's part of his circle as well. Yeah, they're very interesting books. And by the way, those red books, the Schubert by Reed, those are from a certain series. You can see I have more of those. Uh, the Great Musicians or something like that, the Great Composers series. And those are written in a certain way where there's first a part of the life and then a chapter on the music that was composed during that section of the life. Those are always great books to read, as is this one indeed. But again, Schubert composed so much that, as you can tell, it's quite a thin book, and really too thin. I could use a way longer ones.
I
And
just
the la-
put into AI. I know there was a term or terms for that type of friendship you were talking about with Schubert. Um, and it says romantic friendship or um, male sentimental friendship. And something else that came up is a Boston marriage, which is a similar phenomenon, but typically used for women living together in long term partnerships.
yeah, if you wanted, I've got the quote right here because I make quite extensive notes and save them in
Yeah.
my computer. So here it is. Uh, So here's a part of it. I remained standing there between them, gave friend Karl my right hand, and put my left around our beloved Ferdinand, who sat arm in arm with Kenner. He drew me closer with his right arm, and as the tones thus spoke directly into the soul, I felt the gentle, fervent press of their hands, and I had to look back and forth into their faces and their beloved eyes. They sat so still, pleasantly moved by the music, but yet so peaceful and cheerful, and I gazed at them so, thinking, "Oh, you good souls, you are indeed happy in your innocence. Music makes you gentler, but not sad, not upset. What your heart desires, you grasp in the hand of a friend, and you know no other wishes, you whom the melody gives only love to your waves." They so openly expressed affection, says this biographer, because this is in a letter by one Anton von Ottenwald. Yeah, intimate friendships of that era, they are very intimate. And in some ways it's strange to us, but I enjoy this alternative vision of uh, being a man, right? Because why wouldn't we be more like this? I think a lot of men struggle today with not being able to express their emotions, not feeling this the kind of close, at least emotionally tight friendship. Well, they certainly felt it at the time, and music was one of the great catalysts. Yeah, that last book is on Ignaz Moscheles, I believe. Again, another more obscure composer. I always love having there's another book by him by an author called Mark Kroll, but it's too expensive for me at the moment. I'll get it someday. Another one of these pivotal figures who wrote some lovely music that nobody is listening to anymore. But highly recommend his piano concertos. They're on Hyperion. Very great works.
When you're taking notes on the computer, do you use a particular software?
No, what I do, my method is as follows. I have the book. I mark on the side parts I like. Then I go to the start of the book. I write the page down. And then when I finish the book, I go to these particular pages and I just turn them all into, I copy them into a Word document. And then I also, so it's just Word, but then I also copy, print the Word files and I put those in a folder and I can read them. You know, I had it right here. Here you've got my huge folder with all my notes from very many books. I
Wow.
look front is music, but this is from years, right? Many years of gathering. I mean, they're barely sorted, but I just love going through them. And then I also still have all the Word files on my computer, so I can find what I want.
What are the tabs that you have in that binder?
Yeah, they're very loose, but they're sort of organizational principles that I vaguely remember. I know before the first tab is music, so there's the ones on music and music history. After the second one is, I think, some plays, some Shaw, and then I have some of the Victorians. There's one for the Romantics. I think there's a special one for William Hazlitt, my favorite writer, but I didn't actually write it down, so it has become quite a mess, to be honest.
Anything you want to point out here?
Yeah, there's a great biography on Hummel, who is quite an interesting figure because he was Mozart's student and he lived with Mozart even for a while. And yet his music, and yet he was more of a contemporary of Beethoven, and he was so intimidated by Beethoven's example that had almost stunted his growth. And he stayed sternly in the camp of a more classical style. So he was a romantic era composer. But it's almost what would have happened if music didn't go the direction of Beethoven. And his works are so lovely. They're so nice. They're so. I listened to them quite a lot, honestly. And this book is really fairly interesting. Um, in part because Hummel was an interesting, fun figure. He would travel the world playing the piano, and he would play his own works, which happened a lot at the time, traveling virtuosi. Composers were also players, and they would play their own works. Of course, Mozart played his own piano concertos, his own piano sonatas. Beethoven did the same, but Hummel really was a traveling, for almost all of his career, a traveling pianist. And he would apparently take themes from the audience to improvise on.
Wow.
So that's really cool. You really have to believe in your skill if you do that. He took over another link. You know, for some reason, so many of these composers are always linked because he actually took over Haydn's post on Haydn's recommendation, apparently. So for the Esterházy estate. But then he was astonishingly ungrateful to these people. There's this letter by Hummel where um, he says, apparently, I can't quite make out in a book if it's a letter actually to the Esterházy or whether it's to somebody else about Esterházy. But he says, in response to his music being praised, says, "Oh, I don't care about his praises. I don't care about what you have to say about my music because you have a terrible ear. You don't know what you're talking about." I mean, just astonishingly ungrateful, as Mark Kroll says in the book as well. But a fun read in that way. Next to it, you have a Rossini biography. I haven't dug much into opera yet, to be honest, and you can see that in my collection. Not that many opera composers represented yet. It's also because opera is very expensive to attend, and small repertoire, uh, not too many opportunities to see a lot of it. Even if I did have all the cash to do it, but I definitely want to study them. I have some on Blu-ray and DVD, so that's one way to do it. You can, of course, also just listen and read along with the text. Next to that is Maligned Master, the real story of Salieri. So the real story, because we all know the fake story that is in Amadeus, the movie, and play before that by Peter Shaver. Excellent play and film, of course. And there's actually a recent television show. Not many people have heard of it, but a recent new version of Amadeus television miniseries. But that depicts Salieri as well, somebody who's very jealous of Mozart and who eventually murders him. A myth that was started by himself, actually, because he was towards the end of his life in a sort of mental hospital, and he did, in fact, at one point say that he poisoned Mozart, apparently. So that's where that rumor started. Of course, in a moment of clarity, he said, "Of course, I haven't done that," and of course, he hadn't. And really, he is quite an interesting opera composer. As I read along, and listened to some of his work, some of his operas, and they're really quite good, and they're in the lineage of Gluck, if you know him. Quite another. He was quite a forward-thinking musician, and according to this book, the author says that he was really the first of the great Italian opera composers to be so forward-thinking. So his position in musical history is really unfairly maligned, and that's why the book is called Maligned Master. Now we've got the musical life of Joseph Martin Krauss. These are just letters by another underrated composer who was a contemporary of Mozart. Luckily, we have the Contemporaries of Mozart series, CD series, which was a Chando series of great symphonies, mostly by contemporaries of Mozart. They did some Krauss symphonies, I believe. The rest is on Naxos, another great label. And well, he saw a lot of musical life in Europe. So these letters are quite a joy to read if you're interested in that. I don't have a lot of letters. I generally don't find them too interesting. I'd rather in biographies read the most interesting passages and leave the complete letters to the scholars. But this is one of those cases where they're quite interesting. And then there's the huge Berlioz section. Well, what an interesting figure that was. He made his money as a music critic, but he was, of course, one of the great composers. He wrote these massive works. I recently, for the first time, heard him live. That was a joyous experience. And and his life is also interesting, for instance, in the way that he decided to find his wife, because he was in love with an actress. And then what do you do to flirt with her? Well, you write a symphony in which depicts somebody getting high on opium in agony and turning sick. And then you play that, and then she wasn't actually at the premiere, but she was at the revised version later, and it worked. She was so impressed by the work and by Berlioz's feelings for her that they eventually married. But his musical language is interesting. It's really the French masters have their own sound, and it's usually not as bombastic, to put it very simply. Well, Berlioz was incredibly bombastic. I mean, he loved big orchestras, big orchestral effects. So that's a great book, The Musical Language of Berlioz. But he did some fascinating things. So I read this extended analysis of one of his songs that always intrigued me. Yeah. And he wrote as well a memoir. That's what this book is, A Life of Love and Music. That's just the title they gave it. I think it's just his memoirs, his musical memoirs, Folio Society edition. That's a fun read for sure. He was kind of mad, crazy, but a very fun figure to read about. Two books only on Mendelssohn. Well, there could definitely be more. Another, a bit of a maligned master, very crucial in multiple ways. One of them was he really rediscovered Bach, right? He started these concerts where they would play old music. I mean, this was the time finally when people would play older music. At the start of the 19th century, about 70% of the works they played, if it wasn't 80, I don't even remember the exact statistics, was all new music, sorry. And towards 1870, it was all old music. So that happened in these couple of decades. Suddenly, we went to a system where the old classics, where most of what was played, and today it's even more lopsided, of course. Most concerts are music from 19th and 18th century. You're lucky to get some mid 20th century, let alone contemporary works, which are included, but usually as an appetizer, as brief works, overtures, or brief orchestral works. Um, and a lot of that is thanks to Mendelssohn, who saw the genius of Bach. And he was also an astonishing child prodigy. who wrote amazing works. His octet, of course, is a work from his youth when he was only 16, which is unbelievable considering what a masterpiece it is. Um, but he was full of self-doubt. He kept revising his works. I have to say, his violin concerto is one of my most listened to works. I just love it like almost nothing else. So for that alone, I really am grateful to him. And this is the book to get on him, apparently. You can see it's quite expensive, so all I could get was an X library, but it's not too obvious. Larry Todd, Mendelssohn, A Life in Music. After that, we have some Schumann works, also Clara Schumann. Schumann, another composer with a fascinating life, very interesting to read about, because he famously turned mad and was institutionalized after a suicide attempt by drowning. Um, but he wrote such great music for piano. I like his symphonies a lot as well. And he had that great relationship, one of the great artistic relationships ever. Clara Schumann, or Clara Wieck originally, and Robert Schumann. Uh, they were deeply in love. Schumann was older. He had to push for it a little bit with the father, but they got together and they really inspired each other. Clara mostly as performer, although she also composed some not at all bad works, very nice to listen to. And Schumann mostly as composer eventually, because he had to give up his dreams of becoming a great pianist. And he also earned some money as music critic. Okay. This has a small book called Chopin, The Man and His Music by a music critic called James Gibbons Honecker. Now, when I was young, he quickly became one of my favorite writers, which is insane because nobody knows this man. The way I discovered him was through H.L. Mencken, because H.L. Mencken was sort of a mentee of James Gibbons Honecker. James Gibbons Honecker was a critic. They called him the critic of the seven arts because he did almost every art. He was influential as a critic of painting, as a critic of literature, but especially of music. And he wrote this book, which is still a classic and has never been out of print, despite the fact that almost every fact in it is wrong. But purely as an appreciator of music, I mean, there's nobody like him. Today, we would term his kind of prose purple prose. It's a bit too much for some people. I remember him talking about leaves rustling rhythms to the heartbeats of lovers and etc. That sort of prose. But I just think it's gorgeous and he is so he has such a enthusiasm and is so filled with love for this music. So that's a great book to read. The Alan Walker one I only got recently, so haven't read the more big biography. Yeah, you get the books of Franz Liszt. Well, I only have volume one of that Alan Walker set, so I'm not going to read until I have finally found volume two and the third volume. I um I want them in hardcover, of course, for some reason. I could have just gotten them in paperback, I suppose, but I only found the first one ever, so that's where I'm stuck now. But yeah, it's a three volume biography. But those other works by Liszt in his country, those are also quite interesting. I mean, another fascinating figure. Aren't all these composers such weird and interesting people? I mean, this is someone who was the first great virtuoso. He was as famous as the Beatles. People supposedly fainted at his concerts. At the same time, he invented sort of the symphonic poem. He wrote these dazzling works for piano. Eventually, became what do you call it? He became went to a nunnery, and
Monastery.
yeah, a monastery indeed. And he wrote religious works mostly, which is what a different from his work before that. What a figure! So I look forward to reading that Alan Walker biography, one part of which won some prize, perhaps a Pulitzer Prize or some other prize for biography, but not until I have all parts. So this section has to grow. As does the Wagner section. Yeah, I haven't listened to much Wagner. I haven't had the opportunity to listen to it live. I've heard a condensed orchestral version of The Ring live, and he is undoubtedly a great, if controversial, composer. Controversial more because he was such a terrible man, obviously an anti-Semite, but he had that friendship with Nietzsche as well, and he had this idea of the Gesamtkunstwerk where everything would come together, music, dance, text, poetry, theater. It just had it all, and wrote these massive operas. Yeah, that I haven't experienced much, unfortunately. I really feel you have to see them live for them to really hit you. But I'm gonna dig into him. And you know what? I think it's far from. I'm still fairly young. At least I'd hope people would say that at 29. I still have decades, I'd hope so, to discover these composers. So in this case, it's actually very nice to have some of the great composers sitting back, ready to be discovered and explored. I love that idea that I can still fall in love with something new instead of having already seen everything. Oh yeah, and here starts the massive Tchaikovsky section. All of these, as in literally every single one, save for one, were donated to me by a single person. He's this person who passed away, and then his friend gave these books to me. So I'm very grateful for him for that. I do happen to love Tchaikovsky's music, so that's okay, but no, I haven't gotten to many of these yet. There is the yeah. Well, his ballets are beautiful. Of course, I listen to those all the time. How can you not? This book, the Alexander Poznansky book, was apparently written because he was so angry at the David Brown books that follow it. Yeah, there's a 4-volume David Brown biography, and this man Poznansky, Russian musicologist, was quite angry at Brown. Apparently, David Brown perpetuates the myth that Tchaikovsky passed away, that his death was suicide, um, because he drank water that was infected by cholera. And there's this sense that perhaps he did this deliberately and that it was suicide, but that's almost certainly not the case. There's also the case of Tchaikovsky's sexuality. He almost certainly was gay, but he was married rather unsuccessfully, and he also had this older woman with whom he had a very strange relationship, sort of his muse, or at least a patron. So I'm sure these are books are filled with interesting information. I just haven't read them yet. Yeah, the only one of these Tchaikovsky books I got myself was very recently as a gift, the Simon Morrison book, Tchaikovsky's Empire, which is a brand new biography of Tchaikovsky. But I might as well get to those others first. But yeah, I yeah, that's his music for dance in Dutch. Tchaikovsky in America. Other, I mean, it just keeps going. This
Wow.
man really loved Tchaikovsky. He really did. So these are not mine. I wouldn't have even known there are this many books on Tchaikovsky. But yeah, he
So this guy who gave you all these books, what was his profession?
I think he was just well, so I haven't personally met him. He passed away and then his friend gave them to me. Um, I think he was an amateur enthusiast. I think he was somebody who was quite wealthy, but he just happened to meet a lot of, but I don't know. I only met his friends once too. It was sort of through connections that this
Mm.
happened. But I'm very grateful for the gifts of these kinds of people, these donations. I would have never built this library without it. Brahms. Oh, I love Brahms. That was one of my first loves. I was steered to him by H.L. Mencken, who called the opening melody of the Opus 8 piano trio one of the loveliest melodies in all of music. And I agree, and I still love that work. I have a lot of versions of it. And the Swafford biography of Brahms is very famous. It's the biggest one, and it's one that really dug into him and his life and his background. Brahms, another composer who stayed alone. He almost married a couple of times, then not quite. There was, of course, the sort of affair with Clara Schumann. Maybe that could have turned into something, but then that didn't. And then he had a few other options, but it never quite materialized. And here, Schwafford's psychoanalysis is that Brahms was sort of traumatized by his early experiences playing in what apparently was a kind of brothel. He also did not have a great father. He was a musician, but sort of used and abused his son for money. So these early experiences made him into a strange and a bit of a reserved man. But what wonderful feeling music he wrote. People always talk about how much of a classicist he is. His first symphony it took 21 years to compose. It was really very much in the shadow of Beethoven. People called it Beethoven's 10th symphony, etc., etc. But I'm most interested in that beautiful, mellifluous, deeply felt chamber music, like his first string sextet, for instance, or the clarinet works for chamber, by which time he was done composing, he said, but then he was sort of drawn out of retirement by a clarinet player. Uh, wow, just astounding works that I listen to a lot.
Got a fair amount of Mahler here.
Yeah, Mahler, one of my great loves. When I went to high school, I would go home and I would rush home and then I would put on a Mahler CD and listen to an entire symphony, and I would just I, I would not be able to move afterward. So engaged would I be by his music. I would just sit there in quiet for like 10 more minutes, just taking it all in. These massive symphonies that express the world, as he said it himself. Uh, I mean, I had to know more about this man who wrote these works. So that's why I got at one point most of this. I haven't read them yet. Henry Louis de Lagrange, the French musicologist, he wrote a 4-volume biography of Mahler. But as you can see, what I do have 4 volumes, but it's not quite correct because the first one was retranslated in a more expanded version after he died by a student of his, published by a different publisher. And it's just insanely expensive. It's one of those, academic book prices. So until I get that, I can't really start reading these, which might be too detailed. I mean, this is wow. This must contain everything that is known about this man, just about. But he is fascinating. So I don't mind. It's perhaps better to start with a shorter analysis, like the Konstantin Floros Gustav Mahler, the Symphonies book. Now we have some composer I only have a single book on. Amy Beach is a composer we hear more and more nowadays. She was the first woman, apparently, to write a symphony that was actually performed fully by a professional orchestra. It's the Gaelic Symphony, and I was listening to it today because it's a really good work. So it was nice to explore her music while reading this book. She wrote some great works for piano. Her piano concerto is quite interesting as well. And of course, there's this movement to try and play some women composers because there are so few. I mean, women just were not expected to compose at the time. And we have to be fair. Some of the men in their lives were not exactly supportive. Gustav Mahler didn't want his wife composing. Mendelssohn, to his credit, did support his sister Fanny Mendelssohn in composing. Unfortunately, there just weren't that many opportunities, so most of her work remains for small forces, right? But here, Amy Beach wrote full on a symphony, the Gaelic Symphony. That's a wonderful work. Love her name as well. She married into that Beach name. I don't remember her original name, but still. And passionate she surely was. Max Bruch, most people only know his first violin concerto, but he wrote other great works. That's not as great, but still, just another neglected composer. And then we have Richard Strauss. Well, uh, controversial figure again because of some Nazi involvement, but he usually stayed to the sidelines of that. Also controversial in the sense that some people think he squandered his extraordinary compositional talents because he was in writing for these large orchestral works with beautiful orchestration. Some people just think there were almost egotistic outpourings, and he sort of wasted his genius, his early genius, which you can really see in Salome, the famous opera, which is one of the defining works of musical modernism, many would say. Uh, But I think still an interesting figure that I still haven't explored enough. I haven't even heard all of his, far from all of his works. I should have listened to all of Debussy's work. In my CDs, you can see I got the Debussy edition. I got that when I was a high schooler. I listened to all of those. And I just recently bought a brand new biography of him because this Stephen Walsh biography wasn't enough. I wanted more, right? Yeah, there it is, Debussy edition. I remember it very fondly because it was the first time I ever listened to an opera. Was Debussy's opera is in this edition, and that's where I listened to it. And then I listened to all his works. I listened to his piano works with incredible frequency, which are these beautiful impressionistic works. Um, and he is quite a fascinating figure to read about. I remember Stephen Walsh writing in his biography that on the morning of his wedding, he had to give a piano lesson because otherwise he couldn't afford the breakfast for his wedding. I mean, you know what you're marrying then, right? You know you're marrying a true bohemian at that point. Next to that, we've got Elgar. I just heard the Enigma variations this week live for the first time. A British composer who's mostly an autodidact. I mean, that's rare, right? Composers usually they have at least some kind of formal training, but apparently Elgar had almost nothing
Well,
taught himself. This so one of a kind figure. I've heard his cello concerto live as well, which isn't played too much here in the Netherlands, but the Brits they love Elgar. Um, this little book on Sibelius is a really good book. Um, I haven't read any other on Sibelius, but it gives quite a good overview. Sibelius was an alcoholic for much of his life and really struggled with that. He quit here and there and then continued again. And he's also interesting for ceasing to compose after a certain age. He got quite old, but he just gave up composing. Uh, Artist block could also be that he just had enough money at that point and didn't feel the need to compose anymore. That he was really for the remainder of his life before that the start of it he was pushed to compose because he needed to out of financial necessity. So who knows what the driving force could be. Maybe we would have far less Mozart if he didn't need money. And Mozart's famously sent these begging letters asking people for money. Not that he lived poorly in poverty, he lived a middle class life. That's why upper middle class, that's why he needed that money. If he lived cheaply he could have. But yeah, quite a lot of these composers were drawn as well purely by the need for money.
do you have a sense that there's certain composers that have a reputation, kind of like some of Dickens or some of these other authors who were paid by the word, and so they were, or even sort of published originally in periodicals, sort of week after week, where there was incentive for them to really drag things out. Um, are there any composers that have a similar type of reputation?
Yeah, in the famous book, The Classical Style, Charles Rosen says that Mozart wrote some works just for the were as pot boilers, right? That he just wrote some cheap pot boilers. In fact, some of his works are called divertimenti, which says it in the title. They were diversions, and some of them are very interesting listening. Some of them, a bit formulaic and generic, and really just to as background music, which they were intended to be. To be fair, so he is definitely one example. Some of these composers had to write so much. This one example is the complete opposite, and his biographer mentions that Brahms. This was somebody who wrote whatever he wanted to at every period in his life. I mean, he basically never wrote on commission. He just said out, I feel like I'm going to write a symphony, and then he did, which is why his is of such generally high quality, I believe. But there's definitely some lazy works written on commission by some composers, especially those that wrote that much, and then they could reuse material. I mean, some even Bach, some of his church cantatas reuse from other places. There's some quite hilarious examples of that where he reuses an occasional cantata. So this was for a specific. Let's say, for instance, there is one that was actually for a prince's birthday or something like that. And then he later turned it into a church cantata. So the text goes from "We praise thee, great prince" to "We praise thee, O Lord." And that's quite humorous to find out that maybe he wasn't that there was no sacred cows there.
Mhm.
I love that book, Arnold Schoenberg's Journey. Alan Shawn, great book. Schoenberg, controversial composer, of course, one of the most controversial. But I've always just really liked him. And one reason is he started my love of Byron
Oh,
through
wow.
setting to music Byron's Ode to Napoleon. And that work, it's an expression of his anger against the Third Reich, against the German regime at the time. Apparently, he heard it on the radio, that poem, and he set it to music in this incredibly sardonic and sarcastic way. And I always thought that's what poetry is really supposed to sound like. Whenever people normally read poetry, it's very solemn, very, I'm reading poetry. So Byron's Ode to Napoleon, they'd read like, "'Tis done, but yesterday a king, and armed with kings to strive, and now thou art a nameless thing, so abject, yet alive." But here in Schoenberg's Ode to Napoleon, it sounds like, "'Tis done, but yesterday a king, and etc., and armed with kings to strive, and now," it's very extreme and almost too melodramatic for us to really be able to bear. But I think like that's in that poem, this kind of this sardonic and power, the anger, the emotion. I feel like this is what poetry should really sound like, not these solemn readings that people normally do. And when I was a student, I would perform Byron's Ode to Napoleon, which I memorized in its entirety, and I would perform it in this kind of way that Schoenberg wrote it. Obviously, I couldn't read sheet music, so I don't have it quite down precisely, but something approximating it, I would do. And so, at least for that, I'm forever grateful to Schoenberg. But I also rather like his piano concerto, his violin concerto, and his philosophies of music are fascinating. He thought that tonal music, where you have a clear tonal center, at least, was done for. So, there's this sort of the home where works would keep returning to. If a work was in C major, it would start with a theme in C major, it would return to C major throughout the development, and then by the end, it would have the great C major happy chords uh, to finish the work off. And Schoenberg, he turned to that, what they call atonal music, which might be a wrong term. Certainly, he himself didn't like it, because it's not really atonal. It's just that there isn't that clear a tonal center, even though there is still a bit of a tonal center in some of his work. So even that is not entirely true. Um, but that was his philosophy. And he made serialist music, 12-tone music, quite interesting to read about. Yeah, Stravinsky. Well, one thing everybody has to hear live is the Rite of Spring, Le Sacre. I mean, that's wow, it will blow you away. I know listeners of any kinds of other extreme music like metal, nothing will ever get as extreme as the Rite of Spring. I cannot believe it was composed in what is it, 1913? It's an astonishing work. It's perhaps overshadows Stravinsky's other works a little bit, but he wrote so much interesting work throughout his career. Uh, and he was always on the forefront of new inventions in music. He was a neoclassicist for a long time. Uh, at the start of his career, you had the Rite of Spring. Then eventually he started writing in following Schoenberg, serialist music. Uh, Forever innovating, forever writing fascinating music, so much of which is great to listen to. There is a book on one of my favorites, Alfred Schnittke, who was this Ukrainian Russian composer, I believe he was that combination. But and his music, they call it polystylistic, as in a fusion of multiple styles. Now he was a Soviet and Russian. They call it polystylistic because it fuses multiple styles. Most of it really sounds like horror movie music. It sounds incredibly dark and dreary. So if you're ever in a bad mood, perhaps not the time to put him on. But he did his own thing, and it was full of humor as well. He was apparently had manic episodes, not the happiest of men. and you can hear that in his music. But I love his Concerto Grosso number one. So what great news that there is a book about just that Concerto Grosso number one. Then you've got two books on Nielsen, great composer. Love that Symphony number five. But I especially love Vaughan Williams, British composer who is one of my most listened to composers. The Brits love him, barely played in this country. Whenever he is, I try to be there. I had the pleasure of hearing the Fifth Symphony live, um, as well as the Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis. What I find fascinating about Vaughan Williams in reading that biography by Saylor, Eric Saylor, I believe it um, is that he was a very, very late bloomer. He studied orchestration under Ravel, the French composer, and actually Ravel was much younger. And by this time, he was in his 30s. He still hadn't written his first symphony. He was still refining that. But he got there and eventually wrote nine symphonies, wrote until his death. All of those symphonies are fascinating. All of them are very different. And yeah, it was a cool book to read. You have to love a music with a book with a title like Messiaen's Language of Mystical Love. But Messiaen was a bit of a mystic, lovely music. He actually had that synesthesia, right? Apparently, he heard he saw colors with music, and he also transcribed bird songs. So that's all throughout his music. And again, in my box set, you can see I have a complete edition not only of Debussy but also of his music, which I listen to with great pleasure. Although much of it is rather difficult, I would love to hear some of it live, especially that famous Turanga Lila symphony. Turanga Lila, by the way, that's where Turanga Lila from Futurama was named after. Now that I say it. It's always a fun fact. I just bought some more books on Shostakovich. This is one example where I think, Polish or German book has only been translated into Dutch. I don't think English people have this Christoph Meyer Shostakovich book. This is a composer who lived during the Soviet regime and was greatly hurt by it. His music was deemed inappropriate, so he had to write happier music like his Fifth Symphony, but then the final movement famously was sort of sardonic. It was sort of a fake fanfare, fake happiness. And in his great string quartets, he could express private misery, as he did beautifully in his Eighth String Quartet, which was one of my favorite work as a teenager. You just imagine some emo teenager listening to Shostakovich's Eighth String Quartet. I did that a lot. I've heard it live at least 3 times because I just love it so much. Love is a strange word for music that's so deeply sad and dark, but
I guess
yeah.
I never really thought of an emo as listening to primarily classical music.
Well, nothing is more. Well, I wasn't actually emo, but I was emotional, and well, nothing is more emotional than that Shostakovich's string quartet. I mean, it's just dripping with anger and misery. It was famously almost a sort of a musical suicide note, potentially. But luckily, he lived for many more years and composed, in fact, 7 more string quartets after he did 15 and 15 symphonies as well. And I've got a live on Enescu, who for some reason was called Enesco here. I've got another book on him coming, because this is another example where somebody is a great, great composer who has been somewhat neglected. I think he was Romanian, right?
Hmm.
Toroba. I was very happy to find this book in clearance. He composed a lot for guitar. Um, Classical guitar is somewhat neglected by a lot of other composers. I mean, there's not that much repertoire, so they rely often on Villa-Lobos, who a great composer who there isn't a great English language biography on, but also Boccherini, who adapted some of his string quintets to be guitar quintets, but he just wrote straight up a lot. Janacek, lovely book on a great composer. It's a somewhat dubious love affairs, but they appear in his music as well. He wrote intimate letters to somebody, uh, to this woman, and then he wrote a string quartet called Intimate Letters, which sort of express his feelings for her. But I mean, rhythmically, it's so fascinating and inspired by the folk music of his native Czechoslovakia. Great, great composer. As are all of these. I mean, I wouldn't have books on them if I didn't love them.
How do you discover books?
A lot of them just browsing through bookstores. That's why I always go, because you never know what you encounter in the music section. I mean, when I go to bookstores, I check the English literature section and I check the music section for sure. I had no idea there was this book on Toroba, um, but it was right there for sale at Waterstones in their clearance section. So I'm very happy to have found it. And from that same clearance section is, in fact, that book on Prokofiev's piano sonatas. Another great, very recent find, so I haven't dug into it yet. The Janacek book was a gift, but my friend found it for me at a book market. Book market's another something I love to attend. I think the Netherlands in Deventer has the biggest book market in all of Europe. I make sure to attend that. A lot of my books come from there. And I'm a regular at a bunch of used bookstores. My favorite one in the Netherlands is called the Book Exchange. It's in Amsterdam, English books only, and I've bought so many books there. More literature than music, but some music for sure. For now, I still remember where I got the music of Arthur Honegger. I got at a used bookstore as well, the used section.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen a Cork University Press book.
Yeah, he is a more less well-known composer. I haven't dug through all of the book yet, although what I do with a lot of these books, when I first get them, I'm so enthusiastic that I read just a bit. I read at least the introduction, which is usually sort of an essay on itself, on the composer and his times, and then I get going in them in complete later, intending to listen to all the music along with it. So I'll definitely do that, but I think it's a rather difficult book. Yeah, we've got American composer Aaron Copland. I've read his memoirs there. Uh, Very interesting. He was a man who was in character quite unlike most composers. He was incredibly reserved. And in this biography, Leonard Bernstein tells the story about how Copland discovered that his father had died. He was there reading the newspaper, and normally, says Bernstein, he would chuckle at something. But apparently, he read the obituary section, found out that his father died, and was very quiet. And Bernstein said, something up, Aaron? And Copeland said, no, nothing, just a little tired. And then he left. And then Bernstein found out that was the very moment he apparently discovered that his father had died. I mean, that kind of reserve is almost unknown to us. But to men of a certain generation, it came natural, I think, just the way he grew up. And Aaron Copland was someone else who it's very weird to read these memoirs of him because he was gay, and you don't hear about that at all in his memoirs. His partner of many years is characterized as an intimate friend. But in this biography, you actually do, of course, hear about his homosexuality and how it is possibly expressed in some of his music, like the clarinet concerto, which is full of this deep yearning and a beautiful work, one of my favorite works for clarinet. He also wrote what they call populist music, sort of a derogatory term, perhaps, but he wrote for the people in years in which they needed it. And that is some of the most easy to listen to music there is. And some of the first I discovered. Appalachian or Appalachian Spring by Aaron Copland was one of my favorite works when I started out. Well, it's still one of my favorite works. It's a beautiful ballet score. Funnily enough, you learn that people always say that it really expresses the Appalachian Mountains. Well, apparently Aaron Copland had no idea it was going to be called Appalachian Spring, so that was not his inspiration at all. But you do kind of hear them. I agree. And so I was impressed by this Pollack biography. So I also got his biography of Mark Blitzstein. Haven't read yet. It's sort of a composer who also did more work in the pop field. There is another Waterstone's clearance find, a biography of Benjamin Britten, the great British composer for the second half of the 20th century. Especially his opera Peter Grimes is a repertoire mainstay these days. Oh, here though, these books on Gerald Finzi. Finzi composes this beautiful pastoral music, and he did settings of Milton's sonnets, but also of one of my favorite works of poetry, Wordsworth Odes, intimations of immortality from recollection of early childhood. He set that to music beautifully. So I listen to that quite a lot. And of course, I read the poem. I mean, one of the great poems ever written, in my view. That's nice about British composers, that they set music to set poetry to music that we can actually understand and hear. I don't need the translation with it. We've got this analysis of the music of Elliot Carter, which is way above my pay grade. I cannot understand it. He was what they call an ultra modernist, wrote extremely difficult music. But what's fascinating is that he wrote much of it after he turned 90. I mean, this is somebody who kept working all his life. I think he turned 100 eventually. And next to that is The Heart of a Woman, which is a biography of Florence Price, an African American woman whose music is being rediscovered. Very much so in recent years. And for good reason, it's really beautiful. It's a wonderful work. It's rather a conservative idiom, but beautiful nevertheless for what it is. Really, it includes spiritual music, right? Spiritualist music, and well, quite a lovely book about her. Of course, she faced a lot of difficulties in her life. People didn't want her music performed because an African American woman writing that, was out of line. Paul Hindemith, biography on him. I encountered Hindemith in Aaron Copland's memoirs, writing at Tanglewood. I mean, he's one of those great composers. He turned from Germany, fled Germany, and then taught in America. And he was a very hard teacher. He wrote incredibly fast. He's one of the few 20th century composers who wrote music that fast. And how did he do it? Well, somebody wanted to know the secret, so he studied under him. And apparently, Hindemith thought that all Americans were not good enough in the fundamentals of music theory, right? In the fundamentals of composing. He was really a force of nature, and his music is very interesting, rhythmically driven, abstract, powerful. Love to listen to it. And that ends the composer section, I believe. Now we get some more general books. Like that book, The Twisted Muse, which is about music in Nazi Germany and everybody's involvement in it. I have these box sets of Furtwängler, who was when I was a teenager, he was my big hero conductor, right? But he was a controversial figure because he conducted in Nazi Germany. He was Hitler's favorite conductor. He did refuse to shake Hitler's hand at one point, but they still made a picture there. That cost him an opportunity to conduct in America at a post there. So eventually he was stuck. He was denazified, as they called it, but of course, to some people, it is not quite enough. And a number of other major German musicians were involved with the Nazi party, like Herbert von Karajan, the conductor, also Karl Böhm, the conductor. So they show up in the Twisted Muse, and this offer is quite harsh on all of them. Well, for good reason, of course. We do listen to all of their recordings. So apparently, this is one case where people can separate art from artist quite effectively. Although Furtwänger's live recordings from the Nazi period, those feel a little bit strange to listen to. And in fact, I don't actually listen to him that much anymore, his recordings. I've moved to better sounding recordings, so fewer historical ones. That next book is on German Baroque music, but it's deliberately avoiding Bach. It doesn't talk about Bach much. It talks about all his contemporaries, contemporary German Baroque composers who don't get that much attention. And there are so many of them. You have no idea. In the title, it mentions Heinrich Schütz, great composer, of course, but there are so many others who I've never even heard of, who have maybe had one or two CDs recorded, right? So much music to discover. I mean, imagine we're talking about hundreds of years of music, and the list of composers, even on my biography shelf, counts, 2 dozen maybe. I mean, there's so many more. Next to that, you have that volume that I use a lot. It's called Cyclopedic Survey of Chamber Music. This goes through a lot of chamber music, and it just has short sections on each work. So this is one of those volumes you pull off the shelf for analysis of one specific work. And the book next to that, Chamber Music by Hans Keller, I believe, is also one of those books. Specifically, it deals with fewer works in more detail, but those books are nice to have. As is the Classical Music Lover's Companion to Orchestral Music, that describes a lot of orchestral works in detail, in fairly short essays or analyses. So this is just something, if I have a favorite work or if I am going to attend a concert of a certain work, I listen to it in preparation and I just grab these books off the shelf to hear a little bit, to already have some analysis in the back of my head.
So when it says chamber music here, what does that include and exclude?
Well, it's called chamber music because it used to be played in the chambers, in the privacy of people's homes. Nowadays, they have small concert halls for it. Um, the most famous form is the string quartet, but it goes up to the octet, which is basically two string quartets, right? Or at least eight instruments. You have the string quintet, the piano trio, is another famous form. Sonatas could be for solo instrument, could also be for instrument with accompaniment. Usually we call it a violin sonata, but it's a sonata for violin and piano, or keyboard at least. Flute sonata, but it's a sonata for flute and keyboard. So these small groups of instruments, I don't, there's not a precise dictionary definition, but I would say up to about eight or so musicians would be chamber music. But those are some of the most common forms.
And is there an analogous work for orchestral music?
No, not by Cobbett.
Okay.
But there are some books, mostly, and those are on the shelf below, which do handle orchestral music or symphonies or that sort of thing. Yeah, the symphony and the concerto by Michael Steinberg, those are specifically about concertos. And those books next to it, I really would like the entire series. It's called The Symphonic Repertoire. They're very academic books about the symphony as form as it developed, and I only have the two first volumes. The first volume is interesting because it's about neglected symphonists from the 18th century. So these would include people like Boccherini and Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, but also even lesser known figures, people like Stamitz, Carl and Johann Stamitz. Um, and even before that, the Italians who were ahead of them. And then the second volume of the symphonic repertoire is about our major symphonists from the late era, Haydn. And there's analysis of every Haydn symphony. So I was working my way through those, every Mozart symphony, every Beethoven symphony. They're a bit difficult for me to follow, but I manage just about.
So it's like a encyclopedic article about each major work.
Yeah, there's an analysis of every major work, and it also follows the development of the symphonic form. I don't know quite how many volumes there are of the symphonic repertoire, but it continues with the 19th century in several volumes, then the 20th century, and that also in several volumes divided over countries or continents. And in total, it tries to trace the development of the symphony up till today. It was all started by one man called A. Peter Brown. He passed away, so some of those volumes, like the first one, were finished by students of his. But they're great works for people interested in the symphony form, which is almost the most famous classical music form next to opera, perhaps. And there are a lot of wrong ideas about it. They talk about that in the Symphonic Repertoire Volume 1. I said Haydn is the father of the symphony. People always try to trace it to one father or one founding figure, but there really isn't, apparently. It just developed over time and not from one single form. They used to say it was from the opera sinfonia, but actually concurrently, several different forms. There was also the related form of the Sinfonia Concertante, which has solo instruments, but is also sort of symphonic in scale. Um, so it's these distinctions are quite important. It's nice to have some of the common myths bashed because myths really abound in writing about classical music. The companion to 20th century music is like a dictionary companion. This, if I don't know a certain composer, I can pull that out. Next to it is a German book on chamber music. So that's also a guide to chamber music. And
Did you have any thoughts on these two?
the concerto and the symphony, yeah,
Yeah.
they're program notes by Michael Steinberg. Apparently, they started out as program notes, which he wrote for a certain symphony. I think those are some of the best of those kind of books, with basically brief program notes. I really recommend them. There's also a third volume that covers choral music, or perhaps vocal music in general. I haven't gotten my hands on that yet. I do want it because I quite enjoy some of these write-ups. Um, I remember one especially on one of my favorite works, the Third Symphony of Antonin Goretzky, which became really strangely became a hit, uh, despite being really deeply depressing modern classical music. But it became sort of a minor hit, sold a lot of copies, and he wonders in his mini essay who exactly is listening to an hour-long, slow, symphonic, depressing work. It's literally called the Symphony of Sorrowful Songs, to give you an idea. So for this to become a classical bestseller was quite puzzling, especially as it became a bestseller quite some years after it was originally composed. But it was a great recording by David Zinman with Dawn Upshaw as soprano. And yeah, I love the work. I listen to it a lot, even though I maybe shouldn't as much because it's so deeply sad. Yeah, the German work on chamber music. And next to that is the Musician's Guide to Symphonic Music. Why the Musician's Guide? Because these were the prefaces attached to print to the scores, apparently. They're just reproductions of the prefaces to the musical scores. So this is another one you pull out if you want to read about a specific work. I mean, this way, if I really love a work, like say a symphony by Bruckner, I have like five different books at least that have brief program notes on it. So I can learn quite a lot from just those books alone. Because there's another one next to it called The Everyman's Guide to Orchestral Music and the Columbia Notes to Masterworks, which also does quite a lot. Here's yet another one called The Concert Companion. There are so many of these books. They're really relics of a pre-internet age, aren't it? You know, a guide to great orchestral music, another listener's guide to chamber music. They're relics of a pre-internet era because nowadays people would turn to the internet to find this kind of basic information about orchestral works. Yeah, the Columbia books, these were originally liner notes to Columbia albums. But not everything is on the internet. Very little is, in fact. These notes are, in many cases, far more detailed. Wikipedia is no replacement at all, especially because they have to be objective, whereas in these, people can give opinion. And Guide to Chamber Music is again about chamber music, talking about music. Again, this kind of book, this time just about some works that this author happens to like. So yeah, they're basically program notes books. Here we find Stephen Walsh, the biographer of Stravinsky and Debussy, writing about music in the Romantic age. Interesting book that also goes into the philosophy of the time and how Romanticism inspired that. They were all inspired by a number of obscure German romantics like Novalis, this author that nobody reads anymore, but you'll find him if you well, you can read the essays of Thomas Carlyle to read about him because he loved those German romantics. But they also inspired, of course, these German composers. But this is one case where the music is far more famous than the literature that surrounded it. But it's an excellent book, and he handles a lot of different composers. I also quite like The Indispensable Composers by Anthony Tomasini. Um, he wrote, I think it's a very personal guide. I love to read these books that are sort of guides, introductory guides to classical music, because they're such fun, breezy reads. And this is one of the best I've read. He was a critic for the New York Times, I believe. Um, and there he wrote his list of great composers. He left out a lot, so people were quite angry with the amount he chose. I think that maybe there's only 10. I don't remember quite how many, but he lists his favorites, and it's deeply personal. I especially remember him saying that to him it was, he is a gay man, and to him it was without a doubt true that Schubert was gay because he could hear it in the music. Not literally possible, but in a way, he felt it. So that's a lovely piece on Schubert that he wrote there. So if you want a nice introduction to classical music, that kind of book could be great. And then 10 masterpieces of music. This is a great kind of book where, again, you only talk about a few pieces. And you can see my bookmark there is in the chapter about the first chapter, which is about Mozart's 17th piano concerto. What is interesting is that he chose not the biggest works by these composers, but somewhat lesser known works. And in this case, the 17th piano concerto is not the one everybody thinks of. That would be perhaps the 23rd or the one in minor, in a minor key. No, it's the 17th, which is also a great work and really deserves a chapter devoted to it. Um, so I love these kind of books that are just a description of a couple of works. We saw it before in Beethoven and Nine in Life in I think 10 pieces. Yeah, you've got a couple more. You can see they go under the couch. Um, Opera librettos to read along with operas. Um, this book, I really, the next book, Divas and Scholars, is apparently one of the great books on Italian opera. I really look forward to getting into that. I just found it at the Book Exchange, that bookstore in Amsterdam, very recently. And next to that is Surprised by Beauty, which is a guide. Its philosophical underpinnings are a little bit strange because there's two authors, but the main author, that man Riley, he was quite a conservative Christian person, and he believes that dissonant music is not an expression of God. You know, it's moving away from God. That is the philosophical underpinning. But over whatever you think of that, they're basically essays on composers who composed in the 20th century music that's very mellifluous and beautiful and tonal in most cases. So he loves Sibelius, for instance, but also a number of far less well-known composers, including British ones like Gerald Finzi and Vaughan Williams, but also Richard Arnell, who I had never heard of. So it's a great way to discover composers, these kinds of books. Um, and next to that, you have music criticism by Tim Page. Well, he was the New York Times critic for a while, and he found the job rather unglamorous. A lot of deadlines, a lot of pieces written in airplanes, you know. But he was quite an interesting and good music critic. He now is a music critic somewhere else. And there's some nice pieces, although they are journalism, and journalism ages very fast, you know. It's a review of a concert that we can possibly attend. So it has limited use in that way. But there are some nice pieces like Bernstein's Last Hurrah at Tanglewood, that sort of thing. He lived while Bernstein was still alive, so that's nice. Well, I've got a bunch of these encyclopedias of music. I never bought any of those myself, but they just appear on my shelves magically. Uh, from donations or whatever. Next to this, Adorno's essays on music. Fyodor Adorno was this Marxist theorist who was also a composer and a lover of music. He wrote a book on Gustav Mahler as well. And as a teenager, I actually read this book cover to cover. I find it hard to believe myself now, but I did. Very technical. He famously just despised pop music. You know, he thought it was the worst thing to ever happen to people. Um, in general, he was very against popular culture. But interestingly enough, from more of a left wing perspective, which is not the perspective you usually expect, he thought it was fake and inauthentic. But he also had some beautiful thoughts about him. I will also remember that he said that the culture industry contains the antidote to its own lie, which is to say, his example there was young kids who fell in love, um, and they would, by copying what people did in the movies, by kissing each other and hugging and so on, but by copying that, they would accidentally find the real thing, which is to say, the culture industry contains the antidote to its own lie. Always loved that thought. He wrote a very dense, almost incomprehensible prose style, um, apparently deliberately to stave off superficial reading. So you really need to pay attention when reading him. Well, he's a famous music theorist. And then next to that are just some uh, more textbook like books on various eras, which I haven't dug into yet. And you can see there's more below behind the couch, but most of those I just haven't gotten to yet, or they're more dictionary type things that I don't need to pull out as often.
Adorno was associated with the Frankfurt School,
Yeah.
and just reading from AI here, some of his best known works are Dialectic of Enlightenment, Minima Moralia, Negative Dialectics, and Aesthetic Theory. I'm more familiar with those works. I always wondered what somebody with a music background thought of what I thought of as just forays into music, but it sounds like he was a really serious about the music.
Oh, serious is the word. Serious is absolutely the word. He was a very serious man, very serious commenter on music and on anything. And yeah, that book, Dialectic of Enlightenment, that is his famous work. I think as a philosophy student, you should encounter it. I considered reading it myself at one point, but I'm not really into hard philosophy of that kind. Yeah, well, that was the music section. Although there are some other scattered music books here and there. Um, and then next to it is the poetry. Well, poetry is very musical by nature, so I thought it deserved a place next to music. Start with 14th century verse and prose in English. Next to it, the Divine Comedy. While in high school, I read the Inferno, but it's very long ago. And then I lent out the book to another girl, a girl in high school who also just read the Inferno. I think this is when the Dan Brown Inferno novel was coming out, so that inspired her. So it has seen some use, as you can see, but I haven't dug into it again since as an adult. Now, when I taught English, high school English, I taught some Chaucer. I did the prologue to the general tale. This is just part of the program. I had no choice. Prologue to the general tale, prologue to the whole thing, and I think the Miller's Tale and the Knight's Tale. So those I'm deeply familiar with. The rest not so much. I got a lot of these Chaucer books at the time, including one that is just a short introduction that I read, just out of pure, to prepare myself for teaching it. And this huge biography on Chaucer, the Turner one, had just come out. People have said it's one of the great literary biographies of our time. I wouldn't know. I've only skimmed it for now, in my role as teacher. Peter Ackroyd is a famous biographer. He wrote a brief book on Chaucer that seemed interesting for that reason to have. I'm not as familiar. It's crazy to have this many books on somebody and not be as familiar with him, but I really need to sit down and again read the entirety of the Canterbury Tales. One of my great regrets as students is that I didn't follow a class on Chaucer that I could have followed. Um, but oh well, it wasn't meant to be. But I can still discover him in my own time. He is one of the great English poets, of course, and so lively and so alive and fun. People always think the same thing as with music, something austere about old poetry. But Chaucer was a merry man, and his work is very fun.
About Chaucer, the love poet.
Yeah, that is specifically about his experiences, his writing about love in the Canterbury Tales. We wouldn't. It's an interesting title because we don't normally associate Chaucer with that, but this author does. He says, Chaucer wrote about love in many ways. Now, Milton was one of my first great loves. When my English was improving, I tried to read John Milton's Paradise Lost, and I couldn't. It was too difficult for me. But I returned to it a year later. I've read it a couple of times since, and I've read the entire thing aloud with a group of people. Because at the University of Amsterdam, they used to, and hopefully still have, what is called the Miltonathon, where you read the entirety of Paradise Lost out loud. Now, you can just drop in and drop out whenever you want, but I once visited the entire thing with only a brief break for some food. So I read quite a lot of it myself, and also I had other people read a lot of it. Milton, as poet, is he is perhaps a little bit stern and austere, and he's also so perfectly formed. There are passages in Shakespeare, people are sometimes surprised by this, that are very messy. You know, in Macbeth, there's Bellona's bridegroom leapt in proof, confronted her with self-comparisons. And you're like, that doesn't quite scan Shakespeare. You know, that the rhythm is really off. You will never find that in Milton. You know, every line is perfectly formed and shaped. Um, his blank verse is unmatched. Almost nobody can write great blank verse, but Milton could do it. And it's beautiful and it's memorable. The character of Satan in Paradise Lost is surely one of the great characters in literature. Everybody knows the famous William Blake comment that Milton was a true poet and so on the devil's side without knowing it. But indeed, Satan is such an engaging character in Paradise Lost. And it's filled with memorable lines. You know, a mind is a place of its own, can itself make a heaven out of a hell out of heaven, or a heaven out of hell. Yeah. What's less well known is there John Milton's prose. He wrote quite a bit of prose. It's mostly about vaguely political or religious subjects that don't really interest us as much, but he was really a great prose writer. He wrote some beautiful prose. Um, so I read that volume as well. At least I believe most of it. It's very many years ago. And there's the Barbara Lewalski Life of John Milton. I really need to get a new biography of John Milton. This is my only one, and I did read that. But it's a very serious work, but an excellent work of scholarship. Milton, of course, became blind. Um, so who knows how that affected his poetry. And he was involved in a lot of political affairs of the time, directly or indirectly. So interesting for historians. Then you get the Edmund Spenser. Well, this is another favorite of mine. You can see I have the entire Fairy Queen in 6 books. My first master's thesis was written about Edmund Spenser's Fairy Queen. It was specifically about sexuality in books 3 and 4. Um, it was called something like Beastly Lust, Duality, and Bodily Eroticism in book 3 and 4 of The Fairy Queen. That's why I have that book on Spenser and the Motives of Metaphor. That's why I have that book Wanton Eyes and Chaste Desires. The Fairy Queen, I am quite puzzled by why not more people read it. I mean, in part, I know it's because it's difficult. It's old, very quite old poetry, and Spenser used deliberately archaic words or even invented archaic words or archaic spellings. It really does take some time to acclimatize yourself to it. But in this era where it, fantasy literature is so big, so famous, why wouldn't we read the major verse epic that is all fantasy? Yeah, The Fairy Queen. And my thesis was about sexuality and metaphor. I basically argued, well, Spenser, a lot of scholars in Spenser recognize sexual elements, but they all talk about how it's ambiguous or how it's quite unclear or how it's hidden or how there are only vague whispers and murmurings about it. And I said, if it's so ambiguous, why do all these different critics discover it? And I said, it's not really ambiguous at all. It is really right there. All you need to do is look at the metaphors and what those metaphors imply. If you sort of follow the discursive world that those metaphors summon, you can get quite far in discovering that. So yeah, I was worked on it quite hard, but I really need to reread The Fairy Queen. It's been very long. I love his shorter poems as well. Those first got me interested when I was a high schooler because he wrote the Epitaphemalion, which, and attached to that were a bunch of love sonnets called the Amoretti. And this is a beautiful work of poetry that the wife of composer Vaughan Williams described as one of the few completely happy poems in the English language. A lot of literature is sad and depressed, but this is just a happy work, a gift for their wedding day. and then beautiful love sonnets to accompany it. So Ralph von Williams set it to music for her. That's how he met his future wife. She requested, he said, Spencer's love poetry to music. Well, he did. Not quite a great work. It's too hard to set to music, but it's a lovely story for sure. And it's great to read, especially if you just want something happy.
We're going to get to Goethe soon.
Yeah. Well, you've got some other poets, Robert Herrick, John Skelton, John Donne, of course, and this great biography of him. You know, yeah, I feel people and John Dryden. A lot of poets, not many poets are read very often anymore. Not many people dig into older English poetry. Who reads John Dryden these days, right? Whereas his age, he was so influential literary from a literary perspective in his age that they called his age the age of Dryden. That's how major a figure he was, and now nobody cares about him anymore. Well, he's a wonderful poet. He has his shortcomings, but he wrote some wonderful works. I believe the phrase "blaze of glory" originated with him. Um, a lot of what happened in 18th century poetry, it becoming artificial and being stuck with cliches, people blame that on Dryden, but that's just how influential he was. And the interesting thing about Dryden is that he was also a great prose writer. He wrote beautiful prose, an essay on poetry, for instance. Um, according to many people, he's one of the great stylists of his era. I even have a book which is not on the shelves yet. It's somewhere under the table on Dryden as critic.
I just looked up his what is the age of Dryden, and the AI is saying 1660 to 1700, which overlaps with the Restoration period,
Yeah.
beginning with the restoration of Charles II to the English throne in 1660 and ending around Dryden's death in 1700.
Mm.
I also looked up that quote because I thought it was a great quote, the William Blake about John Milton's Paradise
Yeah.
Lost. The reason Milton wrote in fetters when he wrote of angels and God, and at liberty when of devils and hell, is because he was a true poet and of the devil's party without knowing it.
Yeah. It's a great line.
I had to read that one a few times to like fully get everything that's in there.
Yeah. I read that small biography of John Dryden by David Hopkins. There's the study of his poetry and Mark Van Doren, linked to the famous Van Doren family, of course, who later there was a scandal involving them, right? One of the Van Dorens got fed the answers to a quiz show. Um, of course, it was a family of intellectuals, so it was quite believable that he would know all of that. But yeah, he didn't. He was just fed the answers. But that was, I think, the elder Van Doorn writing more a study of his poetry. All right. James Thompson, another very underrated poet. And Alexander Pope. Well, I love a big, meaty biography like this Maynard Mack book on Alexander Pope, who was a very interesting figure, I think. Very dominant in his age, became very rich off of his poetry. Um, but the 18th century is very weird and distant to us. Their poetry, as I said, was sort of artificial and mannered. You couldn't directly express your feelings. So what happened afterwards, the Romantic era, when they did directly express these feelings, and for that reason, um, it's rather difficult to get into 18th century poetry for a lot of people. But you kind of have to see beyond it and understand that context to really start to enjoy it. Alexander Pope was a great wordsmith. He got us a lot of excellent phrases. I believe "Damned with Faint Praise" is his, but also "Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind," the famous movie. Well, that's named after a line in Alexander Pope. He was just extraordinary with words. He had such natural felicity with them, and with rhyme, and it's just wonderful talent. There's a nice bit in this biography where Alexander Pope had to write his own sketch of his life, and he basically starts at his childhood, and then he jumps to when he was done being a student. This is how they saw biography at the time. Like, there was just not this focus on childhood and youth that we have now. The boy was really supposed to be a man in small miniature form. Toys at the time apparently were really just a preparation for adult life. And you can tell they just didn't really care about that. It's also always funny in biographies to read about the medical procedures of the time. I say procedures, but they really did the most stupid things. In one book on the Pope bookshelf, they recommend putting human feces in your eyes to cure something related to the eyes. So I wouldn't trust medical dictionaries of the time. Here we see poems of Samuel Johnson. Johnson, of course, has my own shelf in a different section, so we will turn to him eventually. Not a great poet, but I always did love his titles. The Vanity of Human Wishes is such a nice title for a poem. Thomas Gray, written by another Mac, I think Robert Mac, not the same as the Pope biography. Thomas Gray is a literary one-hit wonder. Everybody knows one poem by him, and it's the elegy written in a country churchyard. But he wrote quite a lot more, many of which are interesting. And it's also cool to look at his life now with hindsight as an advantage. He was almost certainly depressed. He almost certainly had some kind of manic depression. But at the time, the term they used for it was, of course, melancholy. Um, this is another person who is quite probably also gay. If you read some descriptions of the time, how he walked with other boys and so on, and they held hands and they frolicked into the forest, you really think, I don't normally like prodding into people's personal life in this way, but I mean, you kind of have a point here, right? It puts a very different perspective on this author than the one you would traditionally have in criticism of the time. And next to that, we have William. It's spelled Cowper, but pronounced Cooper. This poet will be familiar to readers of Jane Austen because Jane Austen, her favorite moral author, said, I think her brother or sister, were Samuel Johnson and William Cooper. And Cooper appears quite a lot in her novels. He's mentioned quite a bit. So clearly loved her work. His most famous poem is called The Task, and it's a poem about a sofa. At least it starts off about it, because the task was he was challenged to write an epic poem about a sofa, and he actually did it. And it's a great work. Has a
And you've got a
famous,
great Jane Austen collection we'll see a little bit later.
yeah, definitely. So I had to know more about this, about Cooper. Yeah, here we get the great Goethe section. Goethe, as a literary figure, people are often a bit confused by him. What the thing is, he wrote in so many different forms. He wrote plays, he wrote scientific tracts, he wrote novels, he wrote poetry. Conversations of his were saved. And sort of it's this cumulative effect of all of these works that got him his reputation as what Matthew Arnold said, our great modern man. But if you dig into specific works, you might be a bit disappointed. For his novels, right? Perhaps not quite the masterpiece as you would expect, but what he was great at, undoubtedly, was lyric poetry. The only problem is, I hate to be like this, but it really helps to know German, or at least German enough, like I do, to have a translation ready and then understand the original poem. Because what he did with the German language was just astounding. It sounds so beautiful and lyrical and pretty in his words, in his writing. So his lyrical poems, there you have the West East Divan. That's his last great collection of poetry, the West Östlicher Divan. And this is a lovely edition where the notes to the poems are in the same rhythm and meter as the poems themselves, because the editor is himself a poet. And Goethe, he wrote from the beginning to his life to the end. He kept writing, and he had what he called a renewed puberty. um, He was all forever in love with somebody else. One of his great poems is written when he was, I think, in his 80s, and he was in love with some 17-year-old. I mean, there's some discussion as to how real this actually was, but in any case, it did get us a great poem, his elegy, and those lyric poems, they're just beautiful. They've been set to music by composers, most famously by Schubert, and that's how I really got into Goethe. I loved his poems as a young man. And so I got some of these massive biographies. But what I really want to do is read all of Goethe's novels and then a bunch of the plays. I've read some, like Egmont and Faust, of course, but really read them all. And
What about this
then,
one, A Life and Ideas?
that's brand new. I just got it for my birthday. It was January 15th. It's a brand new book. My sister gave it to me. I guess she knows what I like. And quite curious. Goethe, well, I still have to learn all about this, but Goethe was a man of ideas as well. He really lived, a lot of ideas were going on in the era. He sort of accidentally was a big part of Romanticism with the sorrows of young Werther. But then he was himself kind of embarrassed by that book later and turned against it and became more of a classicist. He wrote that Italian journey, but he was in conversation with the major philosophers and even scientists of his time. So this is a huge book. It's probably quite austere and difficult, but I'm sure it will be very rewarding. So very soon I should do my year of Goethe, read his major books, all of them,
Mm.
and get
Have you
through
ever
that
done that
book.
before? Done a year of dedicated to a particular author?
Well, because I have all those book clubs, I'm sort of forced to do a lot of book club reading. But I did once read all the novels of Saul Bellow in a year or two. Saul Bellow is not on my shelves anymore because I'm not fond of him at all anymore. I grew quite irritated going through his collected works,
Wow.
and am now disillusioned with him, as I am with a number of his contemporaries, like Philip Roth, who I read quite a lot of John Updike. I'm just not as fan of these authors anymore, so I removed them from my shelves. But I did do it then, and I actually intended this year to be my Samuel Johnson year. So yeah, yeah, William Blake, who we heard from before, also a great poet. I just got a biography of him called Eternity's Sunrise, I believe. But that's on an extra shelf, overflow shelf for now. We've got the poetic works of Robert Burns, who I'm not too familiar with, well, except for reading poems, but I haven't read a biography, I mean. But those are beautiful ballads and so on. And he was, well, they sometimes called him, a peasant poet. He was from a poor background in any case, as problematic as that term may be. And got into quite a lot of trouble, alcoholism, etc. Walter Scott's poetical works. Walter Scott nowadays, if read, it's for his novels, but he was well known as a poet in his time too. Made a lot of money, famously went bankrupt as well. Um, but he was the major author at the time of, say, Jane Austen. In fact, he did Jane Austen a major service by writing a positive review of her work. Nowadays, of course, Jane Austen towers over him in terms of reputation.
Why
And
did
then
you
we
say famously went bankrupt?
Yeah, it's just a famous story about Walter Scott. I think something happened in a flood or something. Yeah, let's see. He faced a massive financial collapse, becoming liable for roughly 126,000, so it would be about 12 million today, after his publishers and printers failed. Yeah,
Well,
it's just a famous story about him turning bankrupt. It keeps turning up in these biographies of romantic poets. That's why I know the story, which I like. Here you've got Wordsworth. Well, you can see I have his collected poems on the shelf below. I just recently read Radical Wordsworth by Jonathan Bate, in which he says that the most radical thing that Wordsworth did was perhaps the greatest act of literary chutzpah in history. He wrote a long poem, epic poem about himself and his own childhood. Now, if you compare that to Alexander Pope, who doesn't care even remotely about his or anybody else's childhood, just a couple of decades later, we have Wordsworth doing this incredibly revolutionary thing, and writing about his own childhood and centering that childhood. And we are really still the children of Romanticism because that's still how we view the world and life, right? Through this lens of childhood being so important and being wonderful and magical. Where is it now, the glory and the dream, asks Wordsworth in the ode Intimations of Immortality from Recollection of Early Childhood. Well, at least that poem concludes happily, and he says that we can regain some of it as adults. Let's hope so. Another radical aspect about Wordsworth is his radical politics when he was young. He was a radical in politics, as well as his friend Coleridge, but both Coleridge and Wordsworth turned conservative. Now, my favorite writer, William Hazlitt, befriended them when young, but he remained a radical in politics. And so their friendship broke and they became quite aggressive towards each other in print. Mostly Hazlitt, in his portraits of Mr. Wordsworth and Mr. Coleridge from the spirit of the age, could be quite mean towards them. But that was for the reason that they betrayed their early politics.
Is there a sense of why that happened?
Yeah, why did it happen? You know what? I didn't really get that out of this book, and I wonder. It's well, one major event was, of course, Napoleon. William Hazlitt remained a fervent, almost hero worshipping fan of Napoleon. But Byron, in that ode to Napoleon, that was all about his anger towards Napoleon for having betrayed, as it were, these everybody. They basically wanted a sort of French Revolution happening in England as well. But then they saw that this very revolutionary crowned himself Kaiser and everything like that. He crowned himself emperor. And so it was sort of after personal power. So the disillusionment with Napoleon was one major aspect of it, and Hazlitt couldn't go along with that. He stayed a hero worshipper to the end.
Hmm. I've got your Wordsworth set here.
Yeah, beautiful set that a used bookstore had lying around. No price in it. I asked for a price. He said he needed time to come up with it. He eventually did come up with a very good price. It was about €100, which is a fine price for this sort of set.
These must be part of something larger, right? With these
Yeah,
numbers.
yeah, exactly. I don't know precisely what. It's also isn't all poetical works because the last 3 volumes are a sort of biography, which seems to be an old one that I haven't dug
Hmm.
into. I also don't necessarily recommend reading all of Wordsworth's works. This is a poet who is perhaps better in selection, but if you're a full fan like me, it's kind of inescapable. But the best ones, like the Prelude and the Immortality Ode and some of the famous lyrical poems, are just some of the best ever written.
This looks like it must be at least 100 years old, right?
Yeah, I think around that time. I should check right here anyway. No, it doesn't seem to have today. Date or printing.
Sometimes with stuff that old, they don't have
No, exactly.
a lot of info.
Edinburgh University Press.
Looks like
Um,
large.
yeah, the complete poems of Keats and Shelley. Well, I have Keats in another edition, but this is the edition of Shelley that I use. Prose and Table Talk of Coleridge. Coleridge is one of those interesting figures who is almost as well known for what he said, what kind of talker he was, as well as his presence in the age, a figure in the age, as for what he actually produced, which is not that many poems. I have his complete ones, and some prose, which is a fairly miscellaneous character and not really for the general reader to get through in its entirety. But here you have a few books on Wordsworth and Coleridge. Um, they were great friends for a while and then broke off their friendship. And while they were friends, they wrote their best poetry. So that's one for the power of friendship, I guess.
Mhm.
Their first volume was the Lyrical Ballads, and that contained poems by both of them. But they drifted apart, unfortunately.
Do you know what the cause was of that?
Yeah, well, there are a number of things going on at the same time. A lot of Wordsworth biographers chiefly blame Coleridge, who was addicted to opium and in a rather strange state, and also felt love for somebody in the Wordsworth circle, but that didn't really pan out and wasn't always expressed greatly. He had a wife who things didn't quite go right with, so it became quite messy, the whole thing. And Coleridge's life in general, after a certain point, became a huge mess. Hard to control. Of course, he had these terrible opium dreams, which he wrote about in his great poem, The Pains of Sleep. Um, yeah, he became rather unhinged and did not quite deliver on his promise, whereas Wordsworth just kept writing. But Wordsworth's greatest poem, perhaps greatest, The Prelude, was initially apparently written for Coleridge. Uh, and we have John Keats, the great English romantic poet, perhaps the greatest of them all, even though he died at 25. I mean, Schubert died at 31 and Mozart at 35, but that sounds old compared to 25. He had a full decade on Keats. It's absolutely insane what this man managed to do at his young age.
There's an interesting little story here with Dartmouth, New England. That was
Mhm.
University Press of New England,
Yeah.
which started in 1970 and was headquartered at Dartmouth. Just reading from AI here, it was a consortium including Dartmouth, Brandeis, Tufts, University of New Hampshire, Northeastern, and others, and came to an end in 2018 with just Dartmouth and Brandeis left. And Dartmouth now goes through University of Chicago Press, Chicago Distribution Center for their marketing, sales, and distribution. So just a little history of
Oh,
university presses and sort of Dartmouth being in the Ivy League, but um, some other sort of nearby schools as well.
quite interesting. Well, I guess that'll become an antique.
Yeah. And I was briefly at Tufts, so there's a little bit
Ah,
of connection there.
oh, great. Well, here we have a bunch of famous biographies of John Keats. The newer one by Andrew Motion, the even newer one by Nicholas Rowe, the famous Walter Jackson Bate one. Yeah, the huge biographies for somebody who lived only 25 years. Like, look how thick these are. 25 years only. But of course, the poetry, there's so much to read into that. So it's quite enough to fill a book on. He was in the medical profession, or at least studied to be. So there's this. I know of an interesting book that is about specifically his connection to the medical profession. How that is returned in his poetry.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, we get here to these books by Richard Holmes. Now, Richard Holmes is the eminent biographer, literary biographer of our times, according to many. If, like me, you are slightly addicted to literary biographies, you probably know him. I remember as a teenager starting on Coleridge Early Visions in a paperback version that I still have somewhere. I later bought this hardback and just being blown away by how readable and fun and interesting it was. I mean, you have no idea. He had these very short chapters or sections, and I jumped from here to there. And it was just written in such an engaging way. So now I really want to get all his books. I recently got his most recent book just out on young Tennyson, The Boundless Deep, Young Tennyson, Science and the Crisis of Belief. So I was happy that he came out with a new one. Yeah, if you want to read any literary biography, one of his will not disappoint you, I think. And the Coleridge one is, I think, particularly great. Coleridge, as I said, a lot of early promise kind of squandered in not doing a lot of work and being addicted to opium. If he had died at that point where Early Visions ends, he would probably be a more well-known figure, which is crazy to say, but he sort of ruined his reputation a little bit in the second half of his life and didn't produce anymore. So we now know that there is no squandered promise, but he lived long and just didn't write anymore. But his greatest poems, like the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, Christabel, And those are quite extraordinary works. Also, suspension of disbelief, the famous phrase is from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Uh, Lovely ballad.
Do you have you developed a theory about whether the biographies of these great artists are connected to the quality of their work? Like, do you think a lot of them, if they didn't have an interesting life, they wouldn't have been able to say anything interesting or express anything revolutionary?
I don't have an overarching theory, but the life returns in so many cases, quite directly in the poetry. I just talked about The Pains of Sleep by Coleridge. Well, that's very directly about his opium nightmares. And Wordsworth, of course, he depicts his local landscape, where he lived and in the Lake District. That influenced him greatly. So there are certainly ways in which the life can be very directly linked to the products of their genius. Can their genius, or is that something that stands alone? And would they have been a genius regardless of life circumstances? I tend to think that the life is in some ways a shaping influence on them. I do think their biography matters and shaped them, and that they really wouldn't possibly not have turned out to be the creative geniuses they otherwise would be. Things happened somewhere along the line, because there are so many people who perhaps are even smarter and more intellectually acute than these, but they never turn out to become these great artists. No, things happen in their life, I think.
I
But
guess part of it is also the volatility, the ups and downs. Does that then make them particularly sensitive to expressing that in narrative or in a symphony or something like that?
yeah, well,
Mhm.
i- perhaps a lot of great art is created in this state of volatility. At least exciting things have to happen. Maybe that's why Sibelius stopped composing. His life was finally solid. He had quit drinking. He didn't need the money anymore. No, you need these volatile circumstances. They perhaps are the food of inspiration. Yeah, I think you might be quite right with that. Interestingly enough, that book, The Politics of Paradise, is written by the politician Michael Foot, who I believe was at one point Prime Minister of England, a very hated one, apparently. Can you imagine a politician these days writing a book on Byron's poetry? It's insane. No, you really can't. It was a different time when politicians were learned it in a different way.
What
Yeah.
about Churchill?
Oh yeah, another massive example, of course. Yeah. I, People you could look up to in a way that I cannot think of any contemporary politicians you can look up to in that way who were the complete picture.
Did Boris Johnson write anything serious? I mean, he was like the head, I think he was editor in chief of some paper.
Let's see. I can check the.
But I mean, he had a very elite education, and um, you wouldn't necessarily think that with his haircut.
Apparently, this write Johnson's Life of London. Is that about Samuel Johnson?
There's actually, well, he wrote the Churchill Factor.
Oh,
That was a popular biography. Dream of there's a great video of Boris Johnson actually reciting.
uh-huh.
He must have gone on for 2 or 3 minutes reciting, I think, something in the original Greek, and it was just sort of seems like a masterful performance, and everybody's jaw was just on the floor because it
Wow.
was like a random interview he did, and he just kept on going. And his point was like, there's something about reciting that poetry that just brings a certain amount of confidence or a certain amount of uplift. Made me think of Churchill again.
Yeah. I did not know this. It's
Yeah, it's
quite
sort of a
interesting to know.
random. I got in my YouTube feed randomly, probably 5, 6 years ago, and it's sort of changed how I viewed him, but makes sense within the kind of classical education he got.
Yeah. Well, so there are still examples of this, especially in England, then, where there is this perhaps a bit more respect for higher culture still.
Hmm.
Byron, he is just an interesting biographical subject. That's why I have all these biographies. You'll never grow tired of him. Here is one of those examples of a life in certain pieces, in this case, a life in 10 letters. Byron was quite a fun letter writer, so that makes these biographies nice as well. They can quote copiously from his letters. Um, and his life was a big mess. I mean, he had sex with everybody. He went all over the world. He famously died in Greece, fighting a war. It's just wow. There was rumors of incest with his sister. I mean, wow, this man lived. And I sometimes wonder, reading his biographies, where did he find the time to sit down and write these poems? Because he wrote quite a bit, and much of it really good. Although sloppy occasionally, he could be a very sloppy writer. Certainly, some lines where he's again very much unlike Milton in that sense. He's not all perfectly formed and shaped, but fun figure to read about. So if you do want another biographical subject to dig into for a literary biography, Byron is highly recommended.
I found the I'll put it in the resources spreadsheet, but
Oh yeah.
the Boris Johnson video is he was speaking with Annabelle Crabb, Crabb, at the Melbourne Writers Festival, and the clip is 3 minutes 39 seconds long, and he's reciting the Iliad in Greek. I guess he memorized the first few minutes of it at least. First 100 lines, says here. Says he claimed he could recite the first 100 lines of the Iliad in ancient Greek. So yeah.
That's crazy. Well, conspicuously absent from my shelves, all the ancient Greeks and the Latin poets. Here you have Coleridge's complete poems. You can see it's not a huge volume. Next to that, women romantic poets. There was one particularly good one, Charlotte Smith. Uh, I rather enjoy her sonnets. There's a book on them that I would rather like to buy, but I thought it was nice to have this anthology. They're sort of neglected in favor of their male counterparts. So
Would you like to say a few words about why those books are conspicuously absent? I don't think I saw the Bible either there, but I'm sure you're somewhat familiar with them just from getting your English degree.
yeah, I don't even know why they're conspicuously absent. I just always focused on English literature, and later music came into the picture, and then I've rarely ventured outside. I know them a little bit from translations, like Alexander Pope's translations. Dryden translated quite a bit, so that's interesting. That's my experience with them. I've just never gotten to read them directly. I just maybe have a feeling that they might not be totally my thing, but I really have no idea why I have this prejudice.
Hmm.
And perhaps I need to get over it. Perhaps there's something else to discover, just like the world of opera in more detail in times to come. So why not? I still have many decades to live. But so, yeah, I never had a particularly reason. I just wasn't drawn to them yet. Yeah, here's part of John Clare, but there's more on the shelf below it. John Clare, at one point, the forgotten romantic poem, another person they called a peasant poet, and his poems are these gorgeous poems on nature, um, on natural beauty, on his love for a certain Mary, and they're very they're everything but artificial. They're very direct from the heart. When I was a teacher, I wrote my second master's thesis, and I used a poem by Joan Clare among some other works. And I remember one student saying that she felt it was so beautiful that she almost had to cry. And I can totally understand that. Joan Clare's poetry is so deeply felt. So he's really the great rediscovered romantic poet. A lot of attention going to him recently. There's a huge Jonathan Bate biography that I read, but that isn't among my books. because my copy was too damaged by water, so it doesn't look good. But I did read it. I hope for another biography. I think he really deserves it, or more studies. There's
Makes me
quite a
think of the Dutch Golden Age and just sort of all the famous paintings that, and I seem to remember something about like the two schools of Impressionism and how there was sort of the landscapes that were more popular um, in Dutch art. So made me think of that as you were talking about the poetry. There's maybe some parallels there.
Yeah, and the golden age might in general be a good term for the early 19th century in English literature, because Romanticism, and especially if you take into consideration that Jane Austen was a near contemporary of them, if you include her as well, I mean, it was an amazing treasure trove. There's this anthology called Romanticism, an anthology, and just it's definitely my favorite period in literature. You can see with all these poets, but I also love the essayists and other writers from that moment in time. Just an extraordinary, an embarrassment of riches, and then even people to rediscover like John Clare.
There's some more John Clare.
Yeah, exactly. Some nice chapbooks, Arbor editions. Those are. Uh, just Shepherd's Calendar, and then Poems of the Middle Period. Well, it's too expensive to get the full Oxford edition of all his poetry, but somebody was very kind enough and sold me specifically this one for a very good price. I don't quite remember what, but and then some essays on John Clare. Yeah, Poems of the Middle Period. Well, that's sort of the most important volume, I'd figure. We move on to Walter Savage Landor, somebody now forgotten who at the time was so big that somebody compared him to Shakespeare for having a double crown in both poetry and prose, because he wrote poems. And as you can see, he was also a critic. He wrote critical things, but he also wrote these imaginary conversations between statesmen and men of letters, so literary figures, really popular at the time. Well, he was always sort of really popular. What am I saying? He was always sort of a niche author, but today he's basically forgotten. And for some reason, I dig into some of these authors, and I'm just completely interested by why they've disappeared, and then I'm just astounded by how interesting their work is. So I wrote a bit on him, an essay when I was an English student. So I got that book back then, Landor's Poetry by Robert Pinsky. His short poems are really good. He was really great at writing incredibly short poems. Epitaphs, for instance, which could be only 2 lines. There's one by him that goes, on love, on grief, on every human thing. Time sprinkles leafy's water with his wing. Wow, I mean, that's just perfection in 2 lines there. So if you want to read him, I really recommend the shorter poems of Walter Savage Landor, that volume there. I don't think you'll be disappointed. I mean, they're very classical, rounded poems. They're not effusions like the Romantic poets, but they're beautiful. We've got some Tennyson, including In Memoriam. Of course, the famous line from there is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Um, his image is a little bit dusty these days. The Victorian poets are a lot less popular than their Romantic counterparts from a couple of decades before. So I hope this new Richard Holmes biography updates him a little bit. But he wrote some nice poems, as did Robert Browning and Gerald Manley Hopkins, also great poems.
Are you familiar with this set that this one is part of? Oxford.
The world's classics, yeah. No, I'm not too familiar with them. I feel like I've had some others by them.
Yeah, I'll have to look more into that one.
Another Folio Society, Browning's dramatic monologues. Yeah, they were Browning's specialty. He wrote these dramatic monologues for single, so they're poems, but from the perspective of a particular character in a particular situation. Um, Not very popular anymore these days, but I think he was quite a fantastic poet. And his is one of the great love stories of the ages. He fell in love with Elizabeth Barrett Browning while they were talking through letters, and they eloped together to Italy. And there he was a devoted husband. And in some ways, she was also a poet, and at the time, actually the more famous of the two, which is unimaginable nowadays. Well, Robert Browning himself has kind of faded a little bit, but Elizabeth Barrett Browning has faded even more, which is quite sad. I rather like some of her work.
So I just looked up a little bit of history on that yellow volume.
Uh-huh.
World's Classics was the older name for what later became Oxford World's Classics. It began in 1901 with the London publisher Grant Richards, then was bought by Oxford University Press around 1905, 1906, after Richards' business ran into financial trouble. Designed to be cheap, compact, respectable library of canonical works. So it kind of reminded me of the Loeb Classical Library, which actually has a similar history in that it didn't start out with Harvard. Um, Harvard acquired it, I think, around 1930 when Loeb passed away, and um,
Oh.
it was sort of, I think, donated to Harvard. So um, kind of interesting parallel there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you just always have to find a good edition of these poems, and I happen to chance upon this one. At some point, I want to complete for most of these people, but sometimes there's multiple volumes would take up too much space. But yeah, I had no idea the world's classics. Yeah, it makes sense. Here you have a book about the marriage of Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning. Yeah, I just like I said, one of the great love stories in literary history, or the history of the arts. Beautiful relationship they had. And it's sad that one part of it is too much neglected these days. So there's two biographies of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, who, as I said, was kind of more popular than Robert Browning in those days. Her famous poem is Aurora Lee, which is a poem in verse about, sorry, a novel in verse um, about a woman poet. So that you'd think people would be very willing to dig into that these days, but not so much. And she also wrote the famous sonnets from the Portuguese, which were kind of they were very erotic in a way, and insofar as the poetic language of the time allowed it. And so they were kept a secret for a while and only published later. They're great love poems, which I also love. The Two-Way Mirror by Fiona Sampson is a recent biography of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Might be so that's perhaps the best to read if you are interested in her work. But yeah, let's totally check it out. As you should, Christina Rossetti, who was also another woman poet of the Victorian era. In her case, her brother was also a poet, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, but I don't have his poems. I could perhaps at some point if I encounter them, but hers are they are very religious. So if you're into that, that might be interesting. If you're not, it's particularly like me, they're still very worth reading. They can be deeply sad. Most of them are sort of mournful and solemn in character, very different from Elizabeth Barrett Browning's poetry, but an interesting poet nevertheless. And she also wrote love poems. I have that volumes of love poems by her. Yeah. There's a biography of Christina Rossetti, followed by Matthew Arnold. Now, he has a larger section in the prose section, but I really love Matthew Arnold. He started out in life as a poet, and he wrote these rather dreary, depressing poems. The most famous ones of which is Dover Beach, which is a beautiful poem. Just his most perfect work for sure. But he wrote a lot of other great ones. I especially want to shout out Switzerland, which is a cycle of love poems about a woman he met on vacation, presumably in Switzerland, and who he eventually broke up with. And then he reflects back on it years later. Very interesting work where lovers break apart without really anybody doing anything horrifically wrong. It is very typically Matthew Arnold. And I think there are lines in that poem where he says, "This heart I know to be long loved was never made, for something in its depths doth glow, too hard, too restless, too untamed." I remember thinking, oh, when I was a teenager, I thought this is so true of me. You know, yeah, I'm too restless a spirit to find long love. But yeah, great influence on me when I was young. And I love his essays too, and they have a very different tone. They're deft and ironic, and he sort of has this patrician tone, and there's a certain humor. It seems like a completely different person from the poetry. It's absolutely insane. It's like you get two writers in one. There's a biography of Arnold called "The Gift Imprisoned," which is just about the poetical life of Matthew Arnold. So it stops when he ceased writing poetry, which is quite sad. He stopped doing that. I wish he had continued, but the poems we have are, I think, great. Not a first-rate poet, but not everybody has to be. I love his work.
I thought it'd be fun to just read a few lines of Dover Beach.
Go ahead.
I pulled it up here. The sea is calm tonight. The tide is full. The moon lies fair. Upon the straits, on the French coast, the light gleams and is gone. The cliffs of England stand, glimmering and vast, out in the tranquil bay. Come to the window, sweet is the night air. Only from the long line of spray where the sea meets the moon-blanched land, listen, you hear the grating roar of pebbles which the waves draw back and fling at their return up the high strand, begin and cease, and then again begin, with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in.
Yeah.
Goes on from there, but
The
that's on the
eternal,
Poetry Foundation
yeah,
website.
the eternal note of sadness comes in, and that was all throughout his poetry. It's beautiful. I mean, it hits you like a truck, to me at least. It does when that comes in, the eternal note of sadness. Suddenly you realize this is not about the beauty of the, he builds this melancholy scene, and you feel, the eternal sadness at the heart of man. It's a beautiful poem.
Yeah, I'll
Well,
be interested. I don't know how many other, um, literary critics you're a particular fan of, or but I'd love to get more into that as we go.
yeah, you'll find them in my essay section.
Okay.
Swinburne, he was great at rhythm and meter and the technical parts of poetry, also at rhyme. That was really his strength. But to some, they are sort of superficial and glossy. But you see, I have this old Penguin edition of his poems and ballads because there does not appear to be a new Penguin edition of them. There's apparently an offer they dropped when they upgraded to the newer covers. So yeah, they don't find him worthy anymore, but I do. He's another great, somewhat neglected poet. That Portrait of a Poet by Philip Henderson is a funny biography. This man was absolutely crazy. At some point, we encounter him on the beach in a tent with a monkey, who might have been his sexual partner, and well, it's full of crazy stories like that. Heinrich Heine. Well, I don't actually have his poetry, strangely enough, but I do have a biography. Of course, set to music beautifully by Schubert. And he was somebody who, well, we don't even really know when he was born, apparently. He was forever lying about everything. This was a person who created his own myth, a vivacious figure for sure. So this is an entertaining biography, although I read it very long ago. And next to it is an introduction to French poetry, I believe. Well, this is one of those dual language editions, which help me. I can grasp enough of French that if I know and see an English translation, I can turn to the French and understand everything. When I was in America, I wanted some true American books to take home with me, and I chose Longfellow's poems. Longfellow, the fireside poet. Have not read them much yet, but apparently important figure in American literature, a little bit neglected today, perhaps, but excited to discover him, a true American. And then here you have some anthologies, some other poets, Thomas Hardy, A. Housman, anthologies. It's a bit of miscellaneous stuff that I put at the bottom. Richard Wilbur is he should be a little bit further along because he died not that long ago. I mean we're talking years at this point, but I still remember him dying. He was a modern poet, thus. I read all his works, these conversations, all his poems, and his 2 volumes of criticism or essays for an essay I wrote about him for the University of Amsterdam's English language paper because I was really fond of him. So I wrote it after he passed away. He wrote in traditional forms with rhyme and meter, and that was, of course, incredibly controversial to do in the 21st century. But he kept defending himself, saying that when the poet pours new things into old bottles, the bottles become new as well. Well, a beautiful thought, and I think he wrote some of the most pretty poems of the 20th and 21st century. Definitely a poet worth reading.
And of course, that's a biblical reference to the old wine in new bottles,
Yeah, exactly.
or old new wine in old wineskins.
Another modern poet I rather liked. Here you have one of the rare Dutch poets I have, J.C. Bloem. I always liked his poem on November, which ends in English translation. It would be always November, always raining, always this lonely heart, always. Very depressing poetry he wrote, but beautiful. I don't think an English language volume of translations is available, sadly. But you can at least find his poem November in English translation online. Somebody did it on some kind of blog. And Sir Geoffrey Hill is another great modern poet I rather liked. He wrote, so I got this homage to Geoffrey Hill, literary magazine edition of Agenda, when he passed away, because I was such a fan. I wanted to read more of him or about him. I hope some books, major books and studies of him are to come. His poetry is difficult. It is really difficult, but he defended that staunchly. He said, accessible is a word that befits public toilets, but not art. Because, and he was right, we are difficult to each other. We are difficult to ourselves. Why would we expect our art to be less than us? Well, I have to give that to him. And at the same time, he also said that people think he is a sort of dry as dust intellectual, but really he was kind of a solemn fantasist. He said, standing on the bench and getting on one leg. And you see that too. There's something playful in his works also. One of his poetry collections he said was like rap. Uh, wrote some lovely poems. That little book is The Night of Poetry, the 40, what was it? Second, I guess. This is a Dutch event where in a major concert hall, a bunch of Dutch poets read from their work all throughout the night. Well, it lasted until about 3 o'clock when I was there, but it started at I think 7. So it's a very long event. And yeah, I was happy to be there for once. Great place for lovers of poetry to discover Dutch poets. Fortunately, my poetry shelf is so full, but this is a nice anthology, poetry with an edge. Always nice to have some of those. It's modern poets, but they all have an edge. This is not cute poetry, so that's good. Lives of the poets. Well, Samuel Johnson famously wrote his Lives of the Poets and I have those too. But this is a modern one by Michael Schmidt, who really did the same thing for novelists. Astonishingly learned person who can write with comparative ease about all these poets. Great volume to discover poets, right? To see who he praises and who he pulls out in some poems he mentions. I've
There are
only dipped.
excerpts in there.
Yeah, he quotes lines, not really full poets, but he quotes some lines here and there. And nowadays you can find everything easily anyway, so if something you like. And then there's some books of poetry interpretation. Another nice book is that Ian Hamilton Against Oblivion. It's Select Modern Poets. So it's essays on select modern poets. Again, these kind of books are such a great way to get to know authors. And there is one of my favorite poets, Edwin Arlington Robinson. It's a great biography of him, and next to him, I just got a new study of him because I wanted to read more. Another poet who struggles to find a place in the canon. And I think it in part has to do with the fact that he also wrote in traditional forms at a time when modernism was starting up, right? People were expecting different things, at least in hindsight, because he sold quite well occasionally in his time. Yeah, he had a really sad life. For one thing, he was really in love with somebody who eventually married his brother, but then his brother died horrifically, also of alcoholism, etc. And almost everybody in his family, honestly, died quite in quite unfortunate circumstances. Never married, very miserable. But what precision in language, what beauty. One of his poems is really famous. It's called Richard Cory, and it's often apologized. And I kind of like teaching it to high schoolers because it was so simple. It's just about the famous Richard Cory, who everybody admires. And then the end of the poem, and they talk about everybody looks at him and admires him and they want to be him. And then at the end of the poem, he goes home and shoots a bullet through his head. A very simple idea of you look at this person and you think he has everything, but you don't know what's going on with him. And well, he has many more wonderful poems as well, often about these kind of dark subjects or portraits of people. Another great poem by him is about a man called Eben Flood, who is an old drunkard, and he is not allowed into anybody's home anymore. But he thinks back to the past. He wanders the streets. He thinks back to the past when everything was different. Really sad poem as well. And here we have the last poetry shelf, starting with Emily Dickinson, who I wrote about at high school. I quite loved discovering her poetry that way. So now I have this life of her. Composers, they can't really be secrets. They need people to perform their work. But writers, they can just write secretly and nobody knows about them. And that's kind of what happened with Emily Dickinson. We discovered her work later, um, mostly after she died. And it is great. It's astounding, very original use of punctuation, famously. All those dashes. Who knows what to make of them, but one of the great poets, I have no doubt.
Um, during my tour of Harvard University Press, we talked about 3 different Emily Dickinson books, including the letters of Emily Dickinson.
Mhm.
So I recommend people interested in and I think we gave away that title as well. So anybody, and that's 2024, I believe that was edited or published, the letters of Emily Dickinson. So um, fans of Dickinson might want to check out that video on my channel.
I recently got this 2-volume biography for a great price. Saw it lying around, had to get it because I was really fond of Yeats. When I was in high school, I went to Ireland briefly with school, and I bought there that volume of love poems by William Butler Yeats. And exactly the sort of thing that a high schooler needs. And then I loved some of his other poems as well. The poem September 1914. I memorized it in its entirety at some point as well. I've forgotten a lot now, but the one that is about romantic Ireland's dead and gone. It's with O'Leary in the grave. That's the returning refrain there. Was it for this that all that blood was shed? For this Edward Fitzgerald died, and Robert Emmet and Wolfe Tone, all that delirium of the brave, but let them be, they're dead and gone. They're with O'Leary in the grave. It's such a beautiful poem. And then you expand outwards and read more and more. Sailing to Byzantium, oh God, so many great poems. I hear in his life it's quite a mess. He was once involved in a magic duel of some kind. He had some superstitions, but I'll find out eventually. And then T.S. Eliot, the great poet critic. Well, so this is two sides of I like both poets and critics a lot. And T.S. Eliot, you had those selected essays of him. Well, obviously, I read The Wasteland as an English student. You almost have to. And what a poem. I mean, it just hits you like nothing else. But he was also a great critic. wrote influential essays on the art of criticism, an essay on Dryden, by the way, that's really good if you want to discover him. And this is a very recent biography of him in 2 volumes by Robert Crawford. I found the first volume at a book market, and then I found the second volume online to complete it. Quite happy and look forward to digging into those. In the meantime, I had Peter Ackroyd, who is a famous biographer. We already saw his Chaucer biography. He did quite a lot of other famous one of Shakespeare, one of Dickens, you know. That Robert Frost book, at least the blue one, I already had the collected poems in the Library of American edition, but I picked up while I was in America from Barnes and Noble. I picked up the selected poems with illustrations. I thought another quintessential American. I rather like his work. I mean, it's beautiful and lyrical, and yeah, I'm excited to dig into this illustrated edition from my recent trip to the U.S. And finally, I believe we end with W.H. Auden. Um, I was introduced to him by another poet, actually. I started this friendship with a poet named D.M. Black over email when I was a teenager. I emailed him because he had done some translations of Goethe, and I really wanted those. And he sent me volumes of his poetry, which I still have somewhere. And he recommended me other poets like Richard Wilbur and also like W.H. Auden. And what a great recommendation I was. I got that paperback of Auden's selected poems, and I just loved them. And nowadays, what I quote most is his letter to Lord Byron, in which he talks also about Jane Austen. And he says, "You cannot shock her more than she shocks me. Compared to her, Joyce is innocent as grass." And I think I always quote it because people need to hear that. I think people underrate Jane Austen, who will certainly come too soon. Think she is there's something innocent about her, or superficial. Well, there isn't at all. She was a profound literary artist, and she does shock in many ways, including when she talks about money, which she does very directly. She even names sums, specific sums. Yeah, all her characters, you know exactly how much they make, which is still kind of, it would be almost shocking to do today. It was certainly back then. And Auden saw it. He wrote in that poem about how it was shocking to see this spinster of the English middle class describe the amorous effects of brass and the economic underpinnings of society. But that's just one of many great Auden poems. And I'm excited as well to dig into those early, later Auden, which is purely studies of the poetry. Those are not biographical volumes. Those are really very austere, serious studies of the poetry.
That's a great word, oikonomic.
Yeah.
That's the root of where economics comes from. So this is, you said your library room?
Yeah. This was originally, it was just this, and the music was sort of in the middle, but it has outgrown clearly the library.
And what's the story with the bear?
Yeah, well, I had an ex, and we rather liked stuffed animals, and she turned 25 at that time. I was around that age too, and I gifted her the giant bear. I picked him up in a stuffed animal store in Amsterdam. The lady did an attempt to wrap him, actually succeeded. So I had this huge wrap bear. I had to take him in the metro, then take him on the train, then walk home with him to my house in the city where I lived. But she found he was way too big. We lived in a rather small place, a studio apartment, but I knew we were moving to this larger place. So I said, I'll just put him in front of the library, in front of the bookshelves, because we need room there anyway to grab books, so he won't be in the way. Well, unfortunately, she was quite angry with me for getting her that giant bear. She thought he was too big, but she was kind enough to leave him to me then as she left. So now he's my big bear pal, and I gave him a book to read, which he seems to be really relishing.
Which book is it?
It's the saddest music ever written, and it's a book about Barber's Adagio for strings. Famous work, which you will hear in a lot of movies and TV. It's a bit overplayed almost, but it is deeply sad, beautifully written. I don't have another book on Samuel Barber, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. This is my music section. Sorry, movie section. And you can see my interest displayed quite clearly. My chief loves are, well, the Japanese film, but especially Ozu, and Bollywood and Hong Kong movies. So I have a bunch of books on those two subjects, or those three subjects. Uh, Hong Kong action cinema. If you love action cinema, as so many people do, I have no idea why you wouldn't familiarize yourself with these amazing Hong Kong action films like John Woo's Hard Boiled, The Killer, Bullet in the Head, but also the kung fu films of Lau Kar Leung and Chang Che and Jackie Chan. Amazing artists, all of them, doing something really unique and special. It's all about movement. They're more like dance movies, kung fu movies, you know? That's why I like them. Dance movies tend to have so little dance in them. Whereas kung fu movies are just wall to wall fights with amazing choreography, displaying talents of a kind that we will never see again. People raised in the Peking opera tradition. I just love these kind of movies. And I know I'm not alone. I'm alone in my private circle, but certainly online, you can find other major fans of kung fu movies.
There's a Brazilian dance slash martial art called Copiera, which I'm probably not pronouncing correctly, but it's spelled Capoeira. Described on Wikipedia as an Afro-Brazilian martial art and game that includes elements of dance, acrobatics, music, and spirituality. And I think there's some parallels there. But I was
Yeah,
in my study of dance, I got interested in just, you know, different types of choreographed movement or synchronized movement. And there is an interesting uh, parallel between dance and martial arts because they both have a concept of moves and um, and there's an element of with martial arts it's more adversarial, whereas with dance it's more um, cooperative. But even there are interesting linkages. So um, yeah, that just came to mind as you were talking about um, the dance element
absolutely.
of these movies.
I definitely think that link is there. And capoeira, or however you pronounce it, I've seen a show of it in which it was involved live. It was quite something to behold, a great dance show. Um, and of course, in many ways, these kung fu movies they did really well on VHS. In also especially this kind of African diaspora, where these hip hop dance styles started. So in some ways, they were influenced by these kung fu movies. Some moves you see return, like the kip up. Right, that's something that's very typical in kung fu movies to see. Yeah, just they're sort of my, you could call them my guilty pleasure, but I'm not even remotely feeling guilty about them. I think they're amazing feats of human uh, technical and ability, and I just love watching them. As well as Bollywood movies, that's something really strange that I got into. When I lived in Amsterdam, I lived near a cinema that played some Bollywood movies, but some recent ones, which are not that great. The industry is not in a great state, but I eventually started digging into the older ones, and they were just exactly what I needed. You know, these hours long melodramas, filled with the power of love, filled with enjoyable song and dance numbers. They were just completely my thing. So I have got a number of books on that, and I like reading about it. And I think it's sad that they don't really get the attention they deserve in the Western world. I would say it's even, people are interested in cinema from other countries who would be familiar with someone like Yasujiro Ozu because he is an art house darling and my favorite director, by the way. They would not be familiar with the Bollywood movie canon, which is so unfortunate. There's so many great films in there. There's a great fertile period in the 90s and 2000s where I think they made some of the best romantic comedies ever made, for sure, and a bunch of other really interesting movies. And then the classic Indian cinema can also be really great. Um, so it is nice to dig into that through some of these histories of Bollywood.
What makes them so definitively the best romantic comedies?
Yeah, it's a controversial choice for some. I think what I like about them is that they're so long. They really take their time. Hollywood romantic comedies are so short, but love needs a grand canvas, I think. And they're just also, to me, music and dance are so strongly linked to love. And they really get their due in these Bollywood movies. I personally am not. If you look up now a list of the greatest romantic comedies, you're going to find at the top usually When Harry Met Sally. I could name like 10 Bollywood rom-coms with Shah Rukh Khan alone that I personally prefer to that. I really don't love that movie. By the way, that book, Desperately Seeking Shah Rukh, that's a great book. That was one of my favorite books I read a year or two ago that year. So it's about Shah Rukh Khan, the king of Bollywood, the current king at least, is of course Amitabh Bachchan, who is an even bigger star. But it's about India's lonely young women and the search for intimacy and independence, framed through their love of the movies of this actor, Shah Rukh Khan. Shah Rukh Khan, a major star, and he defined love for this generation of women. He really did. But what the book does is show that through different generations and socioeconomic positions of women. It just interviews and presents the life of certain women, all from different positions, different generations. And it talks about how they were inspired by Shah Rukh Khan's movies to believe in love, to believe in a better life. It's really interesting and inspiring, and to see this connection and to see the sort of thing that Shah Rukh Khan can mean to people. And I rather like his movies myself, and sometimes I'd even meet Indian people who look down on them, which I think is as a melodramatic or corny, and of course, well, they are both of those things, but they're in a lovely way, and I really like them. And I'm glad to have many more Bollywood classics to discover in books like In a Cold of Their Own, Bollywood Beyond Box Office, which talks about cult movies, so movies that did poorly at the box office but have now become cult movies. And then you have some histories. That's a book on Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge by Anupama Chopra, one of the most famous of all of Shah Rukh Khan's movies.
What about this Routledge film guidebooks series?
Yeah, this is the only one I have from that series, I believe. And I wonder if I've actually read this one. I've read a lot of the other ones, um, but I left one or two of them up to read later. I feel the printing was very poor in this one. Like, it was hard to read. Always unfortunate when that happens. So that's why I perhaps laid it aside for a while. But yeah, the classic Bollywood directors like Guru Dutt, especially. I mean, they deserve, and Raj Kapoor. These are people who I think deserve good Blu-ray releases, good new film scans, wider distribution. And it's really unfortunate they don't have it, but they are sort of an acquired taste. I will admit that. Now you see Noriko Smiling and Tokyo Story. That's the script of Tokyo Story translated to English. I love the movies of Ozu. Definitely my favorite director. Very quiet, silent dramas. He was very late in moving to sound movies. He didn't really need sound. He was very late in turning to color because his black and white compositions were so beautiful. They're extremely slow. They have very few shots. He holds shots for very long, but they're such wonderful movies. And you might be a bit confused by all the movies on books on car crashes, including this book, Car Crash Culture. Well, there was a time when I was 18, 19, when I was completely obsessed with the movie and book Crash. Crash, a novel by J.G. Ballard, and then adapted into a movie by David Cronenberg, the director. Well, this is by far the most disturbing book I have ever read. It's about human beings and their relationship to technology in a broad sense, as exemplified by a bunch of people who become obsessed and sexually aroused by crashed cars. I don't know how he ever came up with it, but it is such a deeply disturbing work that has a lot to say about humanity, our depth drive, our relationship to technology. And so I was interested to read more about it. Car Crash Culture is a series of essays about our relationships to car crashes, mostly about celebrity deaths as related to car crashes. A number of major celebrities died in car crashes, and what that did. Our culture was involved in that. There's film criticism by Vernon Young. He was a really highbrow film critic, very serious critic, and in a who watched these obscure Italian movies, for instance, in a time when he had to actually travel to Italy to actually be able to see these movies, and then of course be able to understand Italian. I'm glad things have gotten a little bit easier for us. He was a great, now neglected critic. I'm happy to have those volumes. Still books about John Ford. Well, one of the great American directors. I love his movies, especially his westerns. I really loved westerns when I was young. You could also see that book on European westerns, which were my introduction. It makes sense as a European, but I love John Ford's American westerns as well. And this book is really interesting, Searching for John Ford. It really is a quest to find him because he is so hidden behind all kinds of masks. He really wants to fit in with the big tough guys like John Wayne, who was himself a bit of a coward, according to many, because he didn't actually join to fight in the Second World War. But in a way, he was a deeply sensitive artist who continuously hid that. Um, but one of the great artists to ever work with a camera, for sure. And now, by the same author, I got this book on Frank Capra, which I've not read yet, but for my birthday, I got this film set of Frank Capra films, a bunch of them in 4K, others on Blu-ray. So I'm excited to dig into his filmography. A favorite Japanese director of mine is Takashi Miike, well known to purveyors of slog cinema. He made these B movies initially, in which it feels like anything can happen, but he was, in a way, a deeply serious artist. And this Dutch author, who now lives in Japan, Tom Mess, takes Miike very seriously as an artist, which is always nice. In Agitator, he goes through all his movies up to a certain point. Famous ones would include Dead or Alive, Dead or Alive 2, and there's a third one as well. Ichi the Killer, 13 Assassins. You know, he had this Audition, of course, cannot be forgotten, the famous horror movie. He made horror movies. He made some horrific pictures, also some very slow and serious movies. Um, he is someone worth checking out in full, despite the fact that he directed over 100 movies. I've certainly seen about 40 of them. And I think by and large, they're all very good, or at least interesting. Young Thugs, Innocence, Young Thugs, Nostalgia, right? These are very quiet pictures that he made, also exist. I think he's one of those directors liable to be underrated because people only see the superficial aspects. And then two gifts I got, classic movies and a pictorial history of crime films, which I've not dug into much. I don't know that much about crime movies.
So we have
Yeah,
some photos on the your film collection.
yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing, but I've never seen an Ingmar Bergman film. But I found this on sale, and I was like, man, of course I'm going to watch Ingmar Bergman films at some point. So I just got it. It barely cost anything. Um, so once I get to his movies, I will definitely dig into this. Another book on John Ford, another book on Hong Kong cinema. Box Office Poison is a fun book that filters movies through the lens of it describes some films that made very little money that did horrible at the box office, and it talks about why they were flops. And it's just one of those fun, breezy reads you can get through really fast.
We've seen a number of books by this publisher, which is Faber and Faber, a major British literary publisher, for anybody interested about that.
John Simon. I read this full volume on film, literally cover to cover. Um, I don't. John Simon was, if you remember the movie Birdman, there is a picture of a movie critic. She's a woman, but I believe, but she says to Michael Keaton, "I'm going to ruin your career," and so on. I'm going to write a negative review, and it's many people thought it was sort of a ridiculous caricature of critics. But if there's anybody who would be a little bit like that, it would be John Simon, who was a feared critic. He was incredibly mean. There's no other word for it. He would attack women, especially actresses, about their based on their appearance, and he said that was his right because their appearance was part of their image, right? But I also kind of liked his criticism, which is the other edge of it. I wrote an article once called "The Redemption of John Simon," in which I tried to redeem him a little, but it's hard to do. He was mean and severe, but it is kind of entertaining to read his extreme takedowns of people. I remember him saying of an actor called John Standing, notwithstanding his name, he doesn't even know how to stand. Well, these kind of lines were all throughout his criticism. He did love many things as well, including Ingmar Bergman movies, and he guided me to some excellent films, like You Can Count on Me. I encountered that film in John Simon on film. So that's always, sometimes people ask me where I discover things. Well, there's always a chain. And well, this is one example. You get this volume of film criticism and you look at what films he recommends.
Makes me think of Simon Cowell.
Yeah, it's a little bit like it. There you have another volume by him, Acid Test. Well, that's a good title for his first volume of criticism. He wrote theater criticism as well. Yeah. A Bollywood State of Mind is a nice recent film that is sort of a personal journey through Bollywood movies. King of Bollywood is the better of the two Shah Rukh Khan biographies I have there. And then you have Armand White. Well, here's another very controversial critic. I bought his book out of a certain sheer fascination with him. He always has the strangest opinions, but I somehow thought he might be an interesting writer. But then I read the reviews of films I've already seen. I don't really like to read reviews of films that I haven't seen. Well, here you've got my miscellaneous shelf. I put some things here I didn't know where else to put, including some art books, none of which I bought, all of which were in some way donated to me. So some Raphael, Indomania, African American arts, art books, they're fun to flip through if you don't know what to do with yourself for a moment in time at home. Rembrandt, a biography of Edward Lear. There's a photo book about kids on the street. Oh, there you see that book, We Love Books. That's a photo book that I am in, a young version of me some 10 years ago.
Could you grab that and show us?
Ah, sure. I have to find myself.
So, how did you get involved in this project?
It was again through that friend from the bookstore. He
Okay.
somehow got involved. He has a huge collection. I mean, way bigger than mine. Uh, it's his entire house, his collection. So this is how it started. I mean, this was almost all of it at the time. This was at my parents' house where I still lived back then.
Wow. What's the book you're holding?
It's William Hazlitt's The Spirit of the Age.
Could you
Well,
say a
makes
few words about that?
oh yeah, we'll get to Hazlitt for
Oh, we
sure.
will.
But this,
Okay.
yeah, The Spirit of the Age is a collection of portraits of contemporaries. And so it has his portraits of Coleridge and Wordsworth, but a number of other intellectuals mostly of the time. And he sort of tends to paint a portrait of the age through the people in it. And it has some of his best essays, some of his best pen portraits, perhaps some of the best pen portraits of artists ever written, especially those of Coleridge and Wordsworth and Godwin are great. Uh, it's a fantastic book, and at the time, apparently my favorite Hazlitt essay collection. Today, I would perhaps choose Table Talk or The Playing Speaker above it, but that's what I preferred at the time.
Can you show the cover of the book?
This book?
Yeah. So it's each person, there's just one photo of them.
Yeah, but some of them has spreads like this man.
Wow.
Yeah, some wonderful collections. Yeah, and some of my friends are in it, so that's nice. Yeah, I have no idea. Somebody gifted me that collector's guide to Chinese dress accessories, probably because I like Hong Kong movies so much. And here you see the start of one of my weirdest section, my section on hair, as in, human hair. I find it an interesting subject because it's kind of part of people and at the same time separate. I mean, of course, I don't really care much about it, but my personally or my hair, but women usually had sort of a strange and intimate relationship to their hair. And for some reason, I got some books about it, including photo books like Daring Do's, which is about really weird haircuts, I believe. I don't even know what that book Hair Wars is about anymore, but
It's kind of funny when you look at the drawings of Mozart and Bach, and they've got the big wigs on, and you sort of think about what would they look like today if they were just sort of another kind of pop star.
yeah, there is a well, maybe they would have gotten hair transplants, but there is a somebody showed me once at an introduction when I went to a series of the at the Concertgebouw where they play essential works, and he did an introduction and showed a photo of what Bach would look like without the wig. Well, it was rather shocking. You're so used to seeing him with the wig, but yeah, it certainly gave them something. So yeah, there's another interesting fact about the hair that we used to wear wigs, and in Jane Austen, at that time, men actually wore wigs, like in Sense and Sensibility, but they decided for the film not to put wigs on them, which I get. I mean, you wanted Hugh Grant's natural hair, but yeah, that's a deliberate historical inaccuracy.
Wow, interesting.
It's got my literature section in starting at the start, I guess, the oldest, Sir Thomas Malory's Tales of King Arthur, of course, adapted into the excellent movie Excalibur that I have. I read some of this for college, and not much more. There's a book of Francois Rabelais, the great French writer. I remember first learning about him in high school French class. Always interested in his work. Never read them, but I did read this book about him for some reason.
Who's that author?
It seems to be Eldridge, but I'm not quite. Well, I've not. Lawrence Stern, one of the few authors who is still. He wrote so long ago, but he's so modern and so funny still. Absolutely insane. I need to read his other novel, The Sentimental Journey, as well. But what a legend! One of the few works of literature I can really point to as funny, which I can't do with a lot. Austen's novels would be another example. We have Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels. Well, a lot better than the movie with Jack Black, for sure. Also quite fun, but in a more cynical vein. So I'm curious to get to these biographies of Jonathan Swift, but he's somebody with disappointed hopes mostly, right? That's what I hear. Well, I became a huge Jane Austen fan actually fairly recently, and I just devoured books by and about her.
How did that
Uh,
happen?
Yeah, how did it happen? I once read Pride and Prejudice for a book club when I was a student, but that was my only experience. Then for another book club, I recommended Persuasion because we wanted short books, but it didn't happen then yet. But then when I got to Emma, which again I recommended for a book club, so it was my own choice, but I wasn't actually a huge fan of her yet. I just had the feeling that I wanted to read her works and I was interested, and Emma just really got me. And so I read her other works. I reread Pride and Prejudice. Um, I like them all, and I started devouring secondary literature about her, and now I'm a huge fan of her.
Well, I recently published just a couple weeks ago what I think is the largest Jane Austen personal library out there. I haven't been able to find a larger one, so I recommend people check that out. But you've got quite a collection yourself, so um,
Yeah, I saw that one. It was amazing.
some interesting secondary literature there. Some good sets.
Yeah. That Jane Austen, the world of her novels, comes highly recommended. I always, when I read for a book club, I've read so many. Jane Austen. It's so strange. Most of these book clubs they don't read classic literature, but Jane Austen is an exception. She really uh, appeals to a very broad spectrum of the population. In fact, I can buy her novels at my local train station, which doesn't have that many books. And that's quite strange for an author who is writing in the early 19th century, but that's how universal her appeal is. There's really something amazing about her work. It's so accessible, but also so deep. I mean, I don't want people to think that for that reason she is a superficial writer. Perhaps it has something to do with the Bridgertonification of her work, and it can sustain that kind of reading, by the way. I think that's the power of her work as well, that there are so many possibilities. But there's an essay by Mikita Brodman where she says that to her, Jane Austen is very sad, in fact. Um, because these women are stuck in this very small, very claustrophobic world. And if they don't pick the right person, I mean, they are screwed for life. And who knows what their husband will do to her? So there's that element as well. And it can sustain all these readings because these novels are full of things. In that book, The Hidden Jane Austen, the author argues, in fact, that Jane Austen's novels were basically meant to be reread because they are so full of all kind of they're so precise, not a word is wasted. And some novels get better on rereading, like Emma, which is filled with these hidden clues, right, that you are very eager to discover on rereading, basically give the entire novel away if only you had looked at them, but of course you hadn't. um, in some way she sacrifices even first time readability for rereadability, at least Wiltshire in The Hidden Jane Austen thinks so, which is crazy to think about. I like that Paula Byrne book, the Real Jane Austen: A Life in Small Things is the complete title. That's quite a nice biography, as well as the Claire Tomalin Jane Austen Alive. That is the classic biography. Now, there's quite a difference in how they handle their subjects. You can tell biographers are getting a little bit more loose with their subject because Jane Austen almost married somebody, right? She said yes, and then overnight in bed, apparently changed her mind. And Claire Tomalin says, Tomalin, I don't know. She says that she thought about her books. And she wants to be an author, and this would only be in the way of that, of course, because then you have the wifely duties. Paula Byrne just outright says that she might have been in bed disgusted by the thought of having sex with this man who was quite ugly. I was like, all right, wow. It's certainly a different perspective. Yeah, modern biographers love to get into things like that. We don't know that much about Jane Austen's life. It really isn't all that interesting a read. But it's nice to know these little small facts to get a little bit of information about her. Yeah, more Austen. Pick that up in America, Wild for Austen. I read Jane Austen, The Secret Radical, one of the few more disappointing books here, because they seem these interpretations of her. Some of them seem a little bit far fetched to me. An attempt to squeeze radical politics into Austen's works that aren't really there. But what happened was there is a classic book called Jane Austen and the War of Ideas, where the author concludes famously that Jane Austen was on the conservative side of many questions when it came to politics and ideas. And there's always people eager to prove her wrong. Hence the book Jane Austen and the Enlightenment, and hence a book like Jane Austen, The Secret Radical. Well, a lot of her things in her novel were radical. In other ways, she perhaps was not. She was a devout, pious Christian, right? That much is clear. She loved the solemn essays of Samuel Johnson, the solemn poetry of Cooper, who we saw earlier.
Kind of reminds me of the interpretations of Shakespeare, where part of his sort of mystique is that you can read whatever you want into him.
Yeah, Shakespeare is very lucky in that we have so little of his biography, and Jane Austen is a similar cipher, really. They're lucky to that extent. We also don't know as much that they did wrong, although there is wrong, as it were. Although there is a famous letter by Jane Austen in which she talks about how somebody miscarried, and she makes a joke about how she must have seen her husband, and it must have given her a fright. It's kind of a cruel joke, perhaps unexpected of Jane Austen fans, but of course that edge is very much there in her novels as well.
I think we
Uh,
actually discussed that briefly in not that specific example, but in the Jane Austen tour, that there were some, wasn't it the sister or something that after she passed, the letters got collected, but some of them were destroyed because they
yeah,
were like too, there was sort of a dark side to Jane Austen that we will never see because the evidence of in the letters was destroyed.
yeah. Sister destroyed the letters. That's true. We will have no idea what's in them, but we have to do it with the essays that are left. Well, critical essays on Jane Austen is always nice. This is again one of those volumes where you have multiple essays. You can just pick the one that you want. Jane Austen and the Romantic Poets, of course, a great volume for somebody like me who loves the Romantic Poets as well as Jane Austen. Jane Austen's Bookshelf is also a nice volume. Yeah, it's an academic book, but if you love the Romantic Poets, well worth a read. It's about the potential influence of the Romantic poets on Austen. Definitely Byron was a big one. Jane Austen Bookshelf is about women authors who influenced Jane Austen. Frances Burney would be a big one, but there are many other ones, Maria Edgeworth, etc. And then there are lots of Jane Austen and books, like Jane Austen and philosophy, but also Jane Austen and food. Well, she is one of the most written about authors these days, certainly must be. Oh, and here you again discover this author I talked about before, Marvin Mudrick. Well, he is a great literary critic. I talked about at the very start of this video about Mudrick transcriptions of his classes, and this is one of his great book of Jane Austen criticism. And I love it. He's just a great writer, a great critic. One that comes highly recommended, as does A Truth Universally Acknowledged. 33 Reasons Why We Can't Stop Reading Jane Austen. It's just a selection of essays on Austen. It has modern ones, it has old ones. Old critics are represented, your Kingsley Amis, your Lionel Trilling, but there are more modern essays as well. A great read.
And that's a reference to one or probably her most famous um, phrase in all of her books. And just looking it up here, opening line of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. It
Yeah.
is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. Published
Yeah,
in
what
1813.
what a classic line.
One of the axioms of Austen's theory of relationships, maybe. What about this genius of Jane Austen?
Yeah, that's apparently I haven't got into that. That's by Paula Bryn, the same author of that other book we discussed earlier. I believe it has something to do about play settings of her work, but it was given a more generic title, "The Genius of Jane Austen," which she undoubtedly is. More critical essays, more essays. There you have that famous book, Jane Austen and the War of Ideas.
Yeah.
Some beautiful shorter books here, like A Fine Brush on Ivory. That was Jane Austen's own phrase about her work in one letter, that she worked on this tiny canvas with a fine brush on ivory. Um, this is what matters in Jane Austen is definitely one of by John Mullan is one of the great pieces of literary criticism I've ever read. It discusses various topics. It's perhaps out of all these books the ones I would recommend the most. You need to have read all of Jane Austen's novels, well, the six big ones, right? Not the other work isn't necessary, the incomplete and the shorter and the juvenilia. But what matters in Jane Austen, absolutely essential reading for Jane Austen fans, I think. Covers various topics like why do people call each other names they do, and there you can see what precision she has on every subject because it really matters who calls each other by first names, who calls each other Mr. and Mrs., etc. And he handles I think 20 topics in this way, all of which are really interesting. Well, we've got Jane Eyre, read as a high schooler, not since. But I need to read her other work, which I already got a copy of Villette. Yeah, the Bronte sisters. I'm most familiar with Wuthering Heights because it's the only book I read most recently, and also the book I've read twice or three times. I forgot now. Um, So I read those biographies of Emily Bronte, A Life in 20 Poems, and that other biography of her. And then also that study of her, I got quite far. As you can see, The Art of Emily Bronte. I reread for a book club, Wuthering Heights. And it's just still, and I also dug into her poetry, which I'm less excited about than some people, but still have some interesting poems. But I decided to put them here with her novels. You can see sometimes it's a choice where to put somebody, right? Do I separate the poetry and the novels, or do I just put everything together? Well, I decided in this case to mostly put everything together and then select where I think somebody best fits. So Goethe to me is chiefly a poet. That was where he excelled to me, so I put him with the poetry. And Emily Bronte, well, she will be remembered for Wuthering Heights more than the poems, I thought. We've got Little Women there, followed by George Eliot. All these women novelists, and it really wasn't really deliberate. It just in the novel form, women have dominated almost from the start, or not dominated, but at least been on equal footing with men. And George Eliot, great example. I read as a kid those copies of Silas, well, as a kid, as a high school, those copies of Silas Marner, The Mill on the Floss, those essays of hers, Theophrast as such. And that's her last book, and quite interesting, Theophrast as such. You don't hear that much about it. It's a collection of essays which is sort of a novel in which reveals the character of the essayists as those essays go on. Very odd book, really modern for its time, and I wonder why it's not getting more attention. Yeah, recently got that second biography by Ina Taylor. Interesting biographical subject. Now, Charles Dickens, I taught a little bit. I taught The Christmas Carol, but I actually haven't read that much otherwise. These books have just flown into my hands somehow. Um, because Dickens novels are everywhere, so I don't think I've ever paid for any of these. They've just been handed over to me.
I just realized I don't think we.
No, because you moved on to Jane Austen and more Jane Austen. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's this thinner, I guess,
Yeah.
vertical.
Yeah.
Um, so should we do that separately?
Yeah, we can do that now. It doesn't matter.
Um, so we can circle back to that narrow shelf after we
Yeah.
get to the bottom. Okay.
So here we have another famous French author, of course, connected romantically to Chopin. So there's an extra reason for me to be interested. But George Sand, or George Sand, as the English would say, that one of them is dual language, Dutch and French. So I hope to dig into it and read her that way. But a fascinating woman, a really interesting biographical subject, which is why I have all these biographies of her. Sometimes and a new one is coming out. I recently saw you can pre-order it now, and I really get it. She wrote a lot. I wonder if all of it is worth reading. But as a biographical subject, she certainly is fascinating. As is the woman next to her, Colette, who I wrote. That's the first book of her I read, Cherie, and it's about. It's a very thin book, like I think most of hers are. But it's about an aging courtesan and her relationship to a much younger man, and they try and make it work. But of course, he gets married or is about to get married, and they think about getting together and what would the future actually entail. And in the end, it sort of peters out. Well, sorry to spoil it, but it's kind of inevitable from the start anyway. That's kind of the whole point of the novel, or novella. And but it's such a great work, and this is somebody who's so underread these days. I don't know why. I really want to dig into her work more, and of course, read a biography of her, as I always do. Now, I dug into these books on Alice and Lewis Carroll when, for a book club, I had to read a modern adaptation of Alice in Wonderland. There's, of course, a famous one on Netflix, Alice in Borderland, which is also well, it's based on a manga, but that's based on Alice in Wonderland as well. Hugely influential in general in popular culture. I watched some of the adaptations as well at that point. The famous big Tim Burton one, which isn't great, but there's a number of other interesting ones. And the story of Alice is a book biography, so a biography of a book. And in this case, the book would be Alice in Wonderland and its sequel. Bit of a dry read in places, but Alice in Wonderland itself is everything but a dry read. I got those diaries of Lewis Carroll from somebody who was really interested in Lewis Carroll, apparently. I got that biography from her as well. I think she was downsizing. They are quite difficult to read because Lewis Carroll was almost certainly a pedophile. There's not really a way around saying that. There are passages in those diaries that are really weird to read. He liked to photograph children naked, which is a little strange to us. Apparently, at that time, quite common. So there are people who defend his practice of doing that. But then in his diaries, you can read that he imagines how titillating basically a young girl is and how he would love to photograph her. And you can just feel that there's sexual arousal going on there. But at least he apparently never did anything with it. Yeah, that's nice. But yeah, certainly I found it necessary to distance myself from these books a little bit and return to them at a later point. There's the famous annotated Alice. People still often use that edition. Those are the ones I read. Yeah, nobody really cares about Lewis Carroll's work besides Alice in Wonderland. It apparently isn't all that great. But Alice in Wonderland is, of course, timeless, so memorable. After that, we have Oscar Wilde. Well, I followed a class on Oscar Wilde, and he has recently been on my mind because I met a woman from Pakistan who has become a dear friend, and her favorite author. That Richard Ellman biography is one of the classic literary biographies. He wrote a famous biography of Joyce as well, but this Oscar Wilde one is also very nice. Great read. And I read, well, from that annotated Oscar Wilde, I guess I must have read at some point a lot of the plays, the comic plays, especially Importance of Being Earnest. I must have read for that class as well. His novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray. I read some of that other biography as well. I wrote an essay that was a review of a play. So I really dug into Oscar Wilde. He didn't write all that much, as you can see. Of course, I have somewhere the poems, including the Ballad of Reading Jill. Yeah, it's amazing how modern and fun those plays of his are.
Yeah.
They're still so funny. Crazy.
There's a great film adaptation of The Importance of Being Earnest. It's got, just want to see who the cast is on it because it's a great.
Yeah, I believe my review for the class was about that version.
Colin Firth,
Yeah, yeah.
Rupert Everett, Frances O'Connor, Reese Witherspoon. She's great. So yeah, just I always recommend that film as a good way to get into Oscar Wilde's work.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a brief section on George Meredith. Well, I tried to read The Egoist, and I have to tell you, this is one of the most difficult novels I've ever tried to parse. The language is incredibly difficult. It's probably why he's a little bit forgotten today, because his work is just that difficult. So I have to give it a second attempt to get through The Egoist. But he was, for his time, quite a well-known novelist and poet who wrote some interesting things. So Moby Dick, I eventually got through with a book club that did it in portions, in parts. So thank you to that book club for getting me through Moby Dick, which I rather liked, but haven't loved yet. It's really something I have to reread at some point. And then there's a small Mark Twain section. In those essays, the best work is undoubtedly this essay he wrote when I believe his daughter died. And he sort of wrote down his thoughts as he went and returned to it now and again. He really wrote some great essays, which nobody really remembers him for. But that work is deeply moving, deeply disturbing.
What could you say a little bit more about? Because I'm kind of interested in that aspect of him and just kind of how we remember him for his popular works versus the role that he played in the culture that when he was alive.
Well, he had this image of a clown. He was basically a sort of stand-up comedian, apparently, right? He went the rounds and doing that sort of thing. But there was a really dark side to him that came out in his later works. I don't precisely remember all of the names, but I know H.L. Mencken would always talk about this, how the real Mark Twain was hidden from view in favor of this clown who played to the public. But in that essay on it's on the death of your daughter, of course, you will show your darker side. And he certainly also shows it in some of these later volumes. Let's see if I can find the title. Uh, well, I can't find a good list of his works, but I know there is
I
a
can pull
later.
it up while we're going. So
Yeah, I remember there is this. the H.L. Mencken really championed one of the later works in particular, which was apparently quite cynical in nature, more of a philosophic work, perhaps in dialogue form. Henry James. Well, before I met with Jane Austen, I would always say that The Portrait of a Lady was my favorite novel. Um, there's something, but I'm tackling him slowly. I already gathered a lot of these books about him, but I've really only read the earlier novels, To a Portrait of a Lady, including the Europeans, the American, Washington Square, which is also a tiny masterpiece. And then eventually I'll get to more of these. But I mean, he is just the perfect artist. What an artist. The precision, the profundity. And the Portrait of a Lady has this long section that almost seems to prefigure stream of consciousness writing, where the titular Isabel Archer, the lady, is I believe her name, starts to dig inside and realize that she might have made a wrong marriage. Sorry for the spoiler, but it's about halfway through the book. Um, and it's a wonderful moment. Yeah, there's that book there, Portrait of a Novel, which is a portrait of, again, a book biography, in this case about the portrait of a lady. So that's always a nice read. Leon Edel wrote that Henry James biography, but it was originally in 5 volumes. This is a truncated version. But I hope to get the 5 volume edition at one point. I really think he's interesting enough for it. He also wrote some great literary criticism, as you can see there, in 2 volumes. I don't have the other volume yet. I really need to get it. Um, but I read quite a lot of that and discovered some authors that way. So again, another always a great way to discover authors. Yeah. I mean, he's just a consummate literary artist, right? He's the old master. Uh, Yeah, some early novels. One of those brown ones is The Portrait of a Lady, and the other ones remain unread, but I will get through his work eventually. He's one of those authors I just know I will read. Yeah, The Golden Ball, The Spoils of Poynton, who's where I will get through all the works eventually. So I've just already got at them as I seen. And here I got some of his travel writings. I haven't gone into those yet either. I want they sound travel writing has never quite interested me, but if anybody can write interesting travel writing, it's Henry James. So I found those 2 volumes in a used bookstore and had to get them.
Bostonians.
Yeah. Daisy Miller, what Maisie Neal, the American. I mean, what a list of masterpieces, yeah, boggles the mind. Here's a
Conrad.
Yeah, brief Joseph Conrad section. Well, as I said, one of the first literary work I suppose I really read. No, it's not true because as a kid I read some Edgar Allan Poe. I've read his complete short stories. I have them somewhere, but I removed him from the shelf by now. Um, but Joseph Conrad was the first who started my love for literature. Heart of Darkness, now of course a controversial work, um, as are some of other Joseph Conrad's novels. But I really look forward to digging into more of them. Lord Jim is a great work, very modern, and that it's all about. You don't see the big event, the shipwreck. You just see what follows, which is your Lord Jim questioning himself. Uh, Very interesting work. Those secondary literature I have not gotten to yet, but I just get it whenever I find it in a used bookstore. This is a nice literary anthology on decadence. Literary anthology is a great way to discover authors. A lot of Frenchies in there, no surprise. Now, Virginia Woolf, uh, of course, a great novelist. I've read To the Lighthouse, I've read Mrs. Dalloway, I've read her last work, Between the Acts. This was for college, but also a great essayist. And her 2 big volumes of The Common Reader in 2 volumes has some great essays on some favorite writers, including an absolutely essential essay on William Hazlitt. But also one on Joseph Addison, one on John Ruskin. Now, that's not a common reader, but still, she did write one. Yeah. So I hope to get through all her work eventually and then read these major biographies. You can see when I like an author, I get essays as well because I got My Lost City, which is the essays of Fitzgerald. It has The Crack Up, which I rather liked. Um, and of course, The Great Gatsby is a flaming masterpiece and a nice short novel, perhaps one of the great classics to get into if you want to get into those. Now I've got a lot of Joyce ready for when I am feel ready to dig back into Ulysses, which I started reading as a high schooler and then didn't quite finish. But I did read Dubliner several times. I've read A Portrait of the Artist as a young man. You know, I've done the preparatory work, although I might have to do it again over. But I do want to get through Ulysses. I think I'm just going to leave Finnegan's Wake aside, and then I want to read James Joyce's The Biography by Richard Ellman. We saw his Oscar Wilde, which I did already read. I haven't read this one yet. Now there's actually a book about this biography called Ellman's Joyce. So a book about a biography, because apparently the whole biographical process was interesting enough to warrant that. Sounds like the kind of thing I want to read. Yeah, got the Bloomsday book, got the Reader's Guide. Yeah. Oh, these are two fascinating books on London. Uh, Jack London is perhaps most well known these days for his stories on for his dog stories. One of them even recently adapted into a Harrison Ford movie that apparently wasn't great. But he was really much more than that. He wrote a dystopian novel. He was an alcoholic who wrote John Barleycorn, which is one of the great alcoholic memoirs ever written, one of the great addiction memoirs. Um, and the radical Jack London collects his radical writings because he was also a political radical. He was one point ran for mayor as well. He did everything in his life. I know because I wrote an article when he turned when his death was 100 years ago, then the centenary of his death. So I dug into him then, and I found quite an interesting figure. And John Barleycorn, I would recommend to anybody if you're interested in alcoholism or addiction. Very different Jack London from the one you normally see. I say who we got here. Well, I would talk about John O'Hara, the short story writer who I just, oh my God. I mean, of course, Chekhov is the master of the short story, but John O'Hara is the most addicting of all short story writers because most of his short stories are only, he wrote a lot that are only short sketches, 2 or 3 pages, maybe 4 or 5. But they're so fun, so addicting to read. I mean, he's really is the forgotten American master of the short story. Um, Very messy life. There's that The Art of Burning Bridges, A Life of John O'Hara by Geoffrey Wolfe, which is about a sort of biography, but isn't really complete. It's a very strange book for a very strange man who was quite nasty, also obsessed with getting an honorary degree from Harvard. Eventually, they just said, "We're not giving it to you because you want it too much." But the fact that he wanted it so much says a lot about him. He was very social class was very important to him, and you see that return in his short stories in various ways. That you have to read them quite carefully, despite the fact that they're so short. Uh, there's they're very precise about indicators of class, for instance. And for my second master's thesis, I wrote about John O'Hara's. I used one of his stories. So I used poems by Walter Savage Landor and um John Clare, and then stories by Hemingway. I read Hemingway's complete stories. I don't know where those are. And John O'Hara, I used a story by him that was so fascinating. I think even students liked it. It's about a used car salesman who becomes he was slightly disillusioned with his life, and then in the end he grabs a shotgun. But his wife comes down and says, "Don't, please," and he says, "I won't." And he decides not to kill himself apparently, and it's for students to really figure out why did he get to that point, and the clues are in the story. That's what's so interesting, but they're not spelled out to you. And what the clues are is that a rich woman comes over and talks about how her son deserves a new car, and he can't help but think that it's a little bit unfair that he works very hard too, but he doesn't get a car for it in return. He's also a good boy. And that story that's so good is not in that story selection by the Library of America. I can't believe it. That's how many great short stories he wrote that you can fill a volume of it and still leave that one out.
Made me think of Death of a Salesman, Arthur Miller.
Yeah. Yeah. Our famous one. I rather like the short story form. I think that's also underrated. It's quite nice to read some stories by W. Somerset Maugham, for instance. French short stories, again, a dual language edition. I recently, on the recommendation of somebody online, got all those Richard Yates short stories. I'm curious about that. After that, you have William Trevor collected short stories. Well, those I got very recently, or again from somebody downsizing, or somebody passed away, and I never I always forget which of the two it is. I said before that I discarded, or at least banished from the bookshelves, John Updike, Saul Bellow, Philip Roth, that entire generation. But one of them remains, Bernard Malamud, the great Jewish writer of sadness. I mean, there are even some books here, books that I have read by him that aren't on the shelf. The Natural, his first novel, The Assistant, one of the saddest novels ever written. I mean, in his stories, people are miserable and they become even more miserable, and that's it. You can see I'm quite a ways into them, but they're about almost about the beauty of suffering. And it's hard to explain. You need to be in the right mood to read all these stories of people being deeply sad, but it has never been better depicted.
Can you just
Absolutely.
explain briefly what you originally liked about Updike and the others, and then why you soured on them?
Yeah, it kind of differs. Updike has a beautiful prose style. He was famously by Harold Bloom called a minor writer with a major style, and I think he wrote beautifully and mellifluously. But what he tries to depict ultimately isn't really worth the great prose put into it. And one problem that all of these writers have is that they just cannot write women. In fact, they almost cannot invent any character who isn't themselves. That's definitely the case for Saul Bellow, who repeatedly depicted himself in his novels. And they and every other character is just a malicious portrait of people he knew. There's one novel by Saul Bellow where he depicts his wife at the time very positively. It's called The Dean's December. And then in a later novel, he has divorced her, and there's another portrait of her, but it's no longer loving, but now she is a nasty woman, and he hates her, and she's a terrible person. And that's about as far as his imagination went. And a lot of these guys, they seem to keep using and reusing portraits of people they knew. They do not have the ability to really invent characters. And even in John Updike's novels, or short stories, people work, but you never get the sense that they actually go to work and have a job. And it's because he didn't. They, unlike, say, a Jane Austen or a Shakespeare, a high bar, of course, but I'm saying these are people who could invent characters that were so real and lifelike. And I just don't feel they have that ability. Um, and Saul Bellow, a little bit pretentious to me as well, in the sense that there's a lot of intellectual name dropping, but I don't think the actual conclusions are as profound as I really desired. Lots of times you have these long passages where all these names are dropped, but what they actually say is just not all that much. It's this thin veneer of learning, hiding what is really just rather raunchy books that I think are a little bit empty. And I became disillusioned with him.
I just want to make a brief note. We've seen a number of books with this publisher, and so I wanted to look it up, and it says here it's Muhlenhof, or J.M. Muhlenhof.
Yeah, Dutch publisher. This is a Dutch translation of The Man Without Qualities. When reading German, it kind of makes sense to go to Dutch translations because those are easier they're closer to German, I suppose, than English Dutch.
Mm.
So that's why I couldn't make that decision.
So now we'll go back and cover this narrow section. We already did the top
Yeah,
shelf, and got Susan Sontag there.
yeah, that was a gift from somebody who wanted me to get better at photography. Well, I have not. I make some terrible pictures, but I try. I love this kind of penguin book of something like fight feuds and heartfelt hatreds, not really to read from cover to cover, but to occasionally jump into and read a fun story. As the Oxford Book of Ages, every time I turn older, I look at these quotes they have gathered about a specific age. So I will have to see the ones about turning 30 soon enough.
So is it like every 5 years?
No, there's one for every age.
Oh,
It
wow.
has 31, 32, 33. Yeah, there are quotes about every age. And then you see the continuation of my hair section. Believe it or not, I've actually read most of these books, like that short book on hair by Scott Lowe. There's Bad Hair, which is a photo book that has very bad examples of very bad hairdos. So that's just fun to look into. Me and My Hair, a social history. Kurt Sten, that book on hair, I've definitely read. Yeah, I don't know. I find it a sort of fascinating subject, especially because it's something men are just generally not so occupied with, but to women it matters so much a lot of the time. It's still one of those rare sharp divides that still really exists across gender boundaries. So I was interested to read up on it myself.
It seems like baldness is maybe for men the more, and maybe the beard are
Oh yeah,
the bigger concerns.
yeah. Well, we'll find one of the great bearded authors soon, Thomas Carlyle, who for his time had a very big beard, and a time when it wasn't as common. Well, here you have a section that's mostly about borderline personality disorder. Well, I'll leave it up to people's imagination why I have all these books. But it's certainly, I've read all of them. They're very beautiful in most cases. There is something about this disorder that is, it's, they feel intense emotion and it's simultaneously very beautiful and very there's such highs and lows. So by nature almost they have very interesting inner lives. We read very interesting lives as well. They can feel pain that is unspeakable and almost unthinkable, just incredibly painful. And it's something they have to suffer through to get through those highs, which sometimes are quite elusive and don't appear as much, but they make for beautiful books. I think it's important and I think it's important to read such books, especially given the stigma around this disorder as well.
Does it show up differently for men versus women?
Yeah, well, there is no book by men among these, strangely enough. But the thing is that there are nine um, symptoms, of which you need to have five. So that leads to hundreds of different possible combinations. And there's also varying intensities, um, of course, associated with them. Some are almost completely debilitated by it, and some seem to be fairly functional. Um, Whereas in men and women, it's different. Well, a lot of time, from what I have gathered online, it appears that men are often trained to hide emotions. And so, but them, it seems to more often turn inward and not really express itself. Of course, it can express itself with those as well, but seems to be less the case. Um, so they suffer quietly.
Are you familiar with this theory of autism where it's sort of like a very masculine brain or an overly systematizing brain, and
Mhm.
and there's the theories of there's multiple theories, but they've developed um, to recognize autism in women, and it can show up differently and be harder to recognize in women because it's thought of as sort of a masculine disorder. So
Mhm.
there's almost some interesting parallels from what you're saying with borderline.
Yeah, where borderline is really seen as a women's mental illness, right? In fact, I have, I should say, a fairly large amount of the books written on it, but they're all by women. Women are more often diagnosed. But the question is if there are actually more women with borderline personality disorder. Well, there probably aren't. I mean, the theory is that they just don't get diagnosed as often. Indeed, probably because they hide that they're suffering from these symptoms, or they hide it better,
Mm.
or they don't come out with it. Yeah.
Are
That
there
book did.
any good?
Yeah.
Are there any pieces of literature that you think have a good represent? Are these all books about borderline, but they're not stories? They're not fictional accounts. Um, I guess
No,
I'm curious if there's any, I guess, two categories: fictional accounts that are maybe classic works where there's maybe a borderline character, especially a male borderline character, and then secondarily, are there any interesting first person accounts where you almost get a a first person point of view of a character who has borderline?
I'm sure they've been written, but I'm not too aware of them. Um, but in part, it might there's that biography of personality disorder, and it talks about how in the DSM-5, or in the DSM as it developed, this definition came along and it's kind of stuck. It's a controversial definition anyway, being defined more by behavior than anything else. And how do you define it precisely? They might want to overthrow for the next DSM, in any case, the whole personality disorder section you find out in that biography. But it came about pretty recently. So if there are older novels with such a character, I wouldn't know it. I've not personally really encountered it, but um,
Or even
he,
movies?
yeah, he does talk about in that book about how in the past it used to be hysteric women, right?
Mhm.
That's what they were characterized as. That was the term for it at the time. Uh, well, there is a movie version of that book, Prozac Nation, that perhaps comes a little bit closer. Prozac Nation. She was not diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. It was written by Elizabeth Wurtzel. I think they diagnosed her with atypical depression in that book. Although later bipolar was considered, and some people think it's borderline personality disorder. Well, the jury is very much out on that one. But that could be a good example. There's another movie which is based on a book too, but that might have also been a misdiagnosis. It's the one with Angelina Jolie, Girl Interrupted.
Mm.
But certainly not one about men. I couldn't even find a book. I'm sure it exists, but couldn't even find many books about it. In fact, having right next to it, Refusing to Be a Man, Essays on Sex and Justice by the radical feminist John Stoltenberg is perhaps only appropriate because he talks all about how there are assumptions that a certain gender has to be this way or that way that are based on absolutely nothing, basically.
Mm.
Uh, he calls it, I think, an epistemology without a basis.
Mm.
Yeah, here's some random nonfiction books I couldn't find another place for. Modern Car Crash Culture, a book about Shakespeare, Who Killed Shakespeare, which is about the place of basically the criticism that some people have that modern critical theory and so on killed English literature, but he thinks that isn't really the case at all, and that there's other causes.
Mm.
There's a book, Can't Stop, Won't Stop, on hip hop culture and music. A book is missing here that I lend out to somebody. I think Filter World is the name. I got these books by Joseph Campbell as a gift from somebody for being in a movie he directed and starred in. Never read them, which so often happens with books people give you, right? But I might at some point. I rather like Hemingway didn't say that, which is from the people at Quote Investigate, or maybe it's one person. I don't know. Apparently, it's one person, Garson O'Toole, and it's just about misquotations. It's just articles from. You can find the website online, but it's nice to read one here and there. A lot of quotes get misattributed. Um, and that book about piracy under the black flag, quite interesting, I thought. We have this rather romantic view of pirates, but the reality was really horrific. They were very violent, did horrific things to people. There's some descriptions there that are stomach turning. They should make a more realistic pirate movie at some point, and but it would be close to a horror movie, I think, especially also with all the diseases they suffered out on sea.
Hmm. Scurvy.
Yeah. So more dual language French books.
Do you know what this
Uh,
one is? It's a little bit cut off.
yeah, it's the Oxford Companion to English Literature. I think it's one of those big companion volumes. I have more of those, but most are not on the shelves anymore. I just got pushed off at some point. Those are other books that I got at some point from somebody, who was removing them. Yeah, more dual language French short stories. And here is a book by Gertrude Stein, an author I'm really interested in digging into, especially as recently a new biography of her was published, Gertrude Stein and Afterlife. She was a very, she knew everybody who was anybody, as the famous biography of her has it in the title. Very important in the Paris scene, huge influence on a number of people like Hemingway, who is nowadays conspicuously absent from the shelves, strangely enough. But I don't know where I put his work.
Do
Speak
you put him in
Memory.
the same category as Updike and
No, no, no. I think he's a far better writer. I really think his short stories are great. His book of short stories I gave away to a teacher at some point as a gift, and I never bought a new one, which also means I haven't read them since high school, except for A Clean, Well Lighted Place, which I always think is great. He seems a more ambiguous figure. I think there's something funny about him, all that posturing, Gore Vidal talks about that in his writing on Hemingway. But he was undoubtedly a great literary artist who, in some ways, I really respect. Speak Memory by Nabokov. Well, I haven't read much Vladimir Nabokov, but certainly Lolita and his autobiography. And we'll have to dig into him more. It's nice to pick up a short story collection like Celeste Goes Dancing, which are short stories from a certain country. I forget which, but oh yeah, Argentine short stories. Yeah, so it's always a nice way to discover some authors and good short story. And next to that is Machado de Assis. Um, Great author, Little Red.
it's got a bonnet there, it looks like.
Yeah, he was Brazilian. Uh, and for some, well, he was the great author of Brazil, but for some reason, Little Red. I need to have that copy of Orientalism, of course. Got that from somebody else at some point. And then there's also Occidentalism, the West in the eyes of its enemies. So it's a rather interesting topic. I think we're still very Eurocentric in a way. We always are. Very much see the Western world mostly. This is what we see in our movie taste, right? Or if you think about who is the greatest movie star in the world, it's probably Jackie Chan or Shah Rukh Khan, really. If you go by sheer numbers, at least. But then these Shah Khan, at least, is fairly unknown to a number of people in the West. So that's always fascinated me. Just some things to think about.
What about this Occidentalism book?
Yeah, so that's the West in the eyes of its enemies. It's about how other people who are other nations who are the enemies of the West, how they see us. Uh, so it's sort of a reverse Orientalism. It's Occidentalism, and that's quite funny and interesting as well. Because it's not as if sometimes people seem to think that only the West is really guilty of stereotyping, but of course it happens the other way around as well. So it's a fun book in its way.
Is this Anglo-Saxon poetry good?
It's been so long since I read that, and I didn't have room on the poetry shelf anymore, so I must have put it there. I'm haven't been a huge fan of poetry from that era, but so here's
This
a
is
book
kind
of
of interesting. Smart magazines.
yeah, because I like H.L. Mencken, right? And this discusses the Smart Set, which he ran together with George G. Nathan, who I also have some books by. That's why I got these. I have another book on smart magazines as well for that reason. But reading the whole thing was rather interesting. Magazines were such a huge part of intellectual culture at one point in time. And these smart magazines, they seem to have been read by more of average folks with just an intellectual leaning. Today, kind of unimaginable. The whole print culture is different anyway. I've got a little bit of Christopher Hitchens. I at some point as a teenager, I read his essays. I don't even know where that collection is anymore. But I also got Quotable Hitchens, which has quotes on various subjects. It's nice to dip your toes into. And then this recent book on Christopher Hitchens, which I found in a bookstore and couldn't help myself. There's more John Simon. There's Thomas de Quincey, who we will encounter more in a section later. Here I put some more verse that I didn't have a different place for. Uh, the Confessions of Zeno by Italo Svevo. I haven't read it, but it was highly praised by somebody I know. And so I got it at a book market for very cheap. William Faulkner, I haven't read much, but I had to read something, and I don't remember which novel for a course in modern literature. And then I decided to read that biography of him just to get some grounding. It's by Jay Perini. I also read his biography on Gore Vidal. Quite a good biographer, I think. It was a nice little biography. Faulkner apparently lied about a lot. A very strange, enigmatic figure. And there's that James Baldwin novel, If Beale Street Could Talk, which was the first James Baldwin I read. When the movie came out, I read it for the movie. The remainder is with the James Baldwin section. Finding some Martin Amis books. I read The Zone of Interest when the film came out quite recently. That was completely unnecessary because the film has very little to do with this book. I don't quite know. Uh, this is one of those cases where I wanted to be cool and read the book before the movie, and it was turned out to be completely unnecessary, but I did do it. Time's Arrow is one of the rare novels I read in one go. I actually read it all in one sitting. I have no idea how I ever did it, but it was just that captivating. The head of the University of Amsterdam was completely obsessed with J.M. Coetzee, so we had to read Elizabeth Costello for her. Quite a nice little novel, raises some interesting issues. I haven't read too much else by him, although I read at least one other work, but I forgot which it is. And then Elizabeth Bowen, which my parents brought back from Ireland when they visited. Decline and Fall, the great Evelyn Waugh novel, read in high school, I don't remember. And a Chinese novel, Moment in Peking, a Chinese novel, which I picked up in a bookstore just out of sheer interest in classic Chinese literature. Why not? I thought, I haven't dug into it yet. I'm curious if it will be anything interesting. Here we have my John Ruskin section. There is actually something on Dante Gabriel Rossetti. The reason I have those pre-Raphaelite authors with them is because John Ruskin was connected to their school, the pre-Raphaelite painters. And Dante Gabriel Rossetti was among them, also poet. John Everett Millais is quite funny to put next to John Ruskin because he ran off with John Ruskin's wife, but that's another story. John Ruskin drew wrong himself. If John Ruskin was a Victorian art critic mainly, but eventually he also turned to criticism of society, and it sort of happened organically. He wrote this absolutely beautiful prose, but later, in his later works, he deliberately changed his prose styles to be less ornamental, less purple prose, to reach people more directly because he felt writing beautifully distracted from the message he was trying to convey. And this has always been a fascinating moment to me in literary history because a writer deliberately chose to alter his style. I don't know of many other examples. Thomas Carlyle, in some ways, John Ruskin's example, said that style was like a skin. It's not a coat you could throw off. But for John Ruskin, apparently it was. He is a fascinating figure.
That reminds me of a brief conversation we had in my most recent bookshelf tour with the professor of French literature. And we were talking about Foucault
Mhm.
and how apparently he wrote in a journal somewhere or an interview that he had to write in an elevated style to be liked and respected in French culture. And so if you read some of the newer Foucault material on that's basically notes or transcripts. I think it's notes of his lectures. He's more plain spoken in his lectures, and that's sort of a little tactic you can use in general with intellectuals who are quite difficult in written form. If you can find their lecture notes or when they're speaking instead of writing, you can sometimes get a more easily accessible version of their ideas.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
But it was notable that Foucault actually said explicitly, I had to write in this sort of abstruse style so that I could be taken seriously and fit in with the milieu of French culture.
Oh yeah, that is fascinating. So he also very deliberately put on a certain style. Yeah, so there goes Carlyle's statement that style is like a skin. No, well, I'm very interested in the question of prose style. You'll find that almost all my favorite authors, like John Ruskin, but William Hazlitt certainly too, are great prose stylists, and in fact, lots of these authors are. A lot of these books on John Ruskin I have not yet read because they're also donations. I got a huge donation of books about John Ruskin, and I actually already have many myself. So the collection is now really huge. So all of these, I did read Ruskin as literary critic. I was quite interested in what he would say about had to say about authors. He famously called Wordsworth simply a Westmoreland peasant. And Ruskin's Culture Wars I also read because it's about Force Clavigera, which is below, and which I once gave sort of a lecture about or a talk when I had to choose a topic. Effie in Venice. Well, here's what happened. John Ruskin married Effie Gray. There's a movie about this called Effie Gray. Was, however, not happy in marriage. Apparently not nice to date somebody so devoted to their work and other things. And so she wanted out. She wanted to marry John Everett Millais, the painter who painted Ruskin's portrait quite beautifully. So, but then he ran off with his wife, or they didn't ran off because they still had to divorce, which is quite hard to do in those days. But it could be done if the marriage was not consummated. So, and it wasn't. So she was granted the divorce in a, of course, very famous trial. where Ruskin had to admit that he did not have sex with his wife yet. The famous story is probably not true. Well, almost certainly, but still, that when he first saw her naked, he was disgusted by her pubic hair because he was used to the statues, which of course didn't have that. This is a made up story in all likelihood, but it really still does the rounds. In reality, there could be all kinds of reasons.
Yeah.
Uh, who knows? But in one biography by Tim Hilton, he says that John Ruskin is a pedophile. This was a controversial statement that some other John Ruskin scholars don't agree with, but this could be one possible explanation. He simply wasn't attracted to her. The Stones of Venice has the beautiful on the nature of Gothic, which is Ruskin really starting to branch out from art criticism towards criticism of society. Because in the nature of Gothic, he talks about how the working men who worked on these major Gothic works, they were treated as artists in themselves. And nowadays, men are treated like machines, right? They have to have this careful precision. No, but he says you have to emancipate people and believe in their power as artists. And he's going to make a mistake in the first stone he lays as a human being. But you have brought out all the wonder and glory of human beings as well in doing so. So it's worth it. I think a lot of times people don't know what to do with authors like John Ruskin, who wrote a lot, but all of it is art criticism about artists that you won't know about. So the best path, perhaps, is to go through to selected writings, like that Oxford Classic Selection, and then you can read some full books later. If you want to read a full John Ruskin book, I recommend Sesame and Lilies. Quite accessible. It's about men and women and why they should be reading. Oh yeah, that's right next to the selected writings. I have my copy. I read another one back in the day, but I have that copy now. Quite nice book and short, as you can see. So there you have the Tim Hilton John Ruskin biography. I read the first part, the early years, where he says Ruskin is a pedophile, famously. Here he is in his later years, great sideburns, just like Matthew Arnold. Yeah, here we've got Ruskin's Force Clavigera. I read the first 4 volumes. These I got myself off of eBay at some point, right before a bit of a Ruskin revival. I think I was right on time to get them for a reasonable price because I was just a student at the time. And when I was asked to give a sort of talk or lecture for a series at the University of Amsterdam called Books That Will Save Your Life, I decided to do them about John Ruskin and I chose Force Clavigera. So I read half of these volumes. They're very interesting because they're letters to the workmen and laborers of Britain that are directly aimed at them. So directly aimed at them, in fact, that John Ruskin printed these books himself. He was one of the first to really self publish, and they are about anything that he feels like talking about. By this time, he had adopted his very straight, less mellifluous prose style, and they're really wonderful letters. I don't know if I would recommend the average reader actually read all of it. I mean, I apparently haven't even myself, but some of it would be nice. Selections you can find, and here you have modern painters. Until this last, next to it is his famous political commentary, and then modern painters, in which he set out to prove the genius of Turner, and he did it. He succeeded. He proved the genius of Turner. Mornings in Florence, The Art and Pleasures of England, and the great title A Joy Forever and its price in the market. And John Ruskin in general was great with book titles. One of his books is called Studies of Wayside Flowers. Well, the air was yet pure among the Alps and in the England and Scotland which my father knew. Great titles. Then we move to Thomas Carlyle. He was this fiery uh, historian, chiefly remembered for nowadays as a historian, because he wrote a famous history of the French Revolution, which is that in 3 volumes, that volume there. But he also wrote critical miscellaneous essays. As always, I am more interested in the literary essays, form which I just love. He loved Goethe. He was an early translator of Goethe. He in general is very inspired by German literature, also including some today lesser known writers like Novalis. And he married Jane Welsh Carlyle. Well, um, this was a famously tempestuous marriage, as Carlyle himself learned after she passed away. He read through her personal papers and saw that she was quite tormented in this marriage, that it wasn't as great as he all thought. He called it his pilgrimage through Hades. But their love letters are beautiful, especially because Jane Wells Carlyle was also a really excellent writer of letters, perhaps better in the letter form than Thomas Carlyle himself. And Carlyle had this style that people call Carlylese. It's, well, it's more purple than purple. It's incredibly flowery language, incredibly bombastic as well, almost of biblical proportions, even more so than Moby Dick or something like it. You really have to read it to believe it. But it's another case where it's perhaps hard to recommend one single book, so a selected writings, which does exist from Penguin, might be best. Or just his history of the French Revolution, which is lively and vivacious like nothing else.
Do you have any other collections of love letters in your collection?
No, not of love letters. Love poems, certainly, but not love letters. No. And by the way, the story of the French Revolution is he lent out the first volume to his friend, the manuscript he lent out to his friend John Stuart Mill, the famous philosopher. And apparently, it was likely thrown into the fire by his maid. So it was lost, and he had to rewrite it. Well, it came out extra tempestuous and fiery on the second go around, for sure. You can tell it's really refined too, but just full of passion and energy. I mean, he's somebody to read purely for the expressive power of his prose, which is kind of ludicrous as the same time. But and he's also really interesting as a biographical subject, which is why I have all these biographies of him. There is Froude's Life of Carlyle. Well, he was another historian, and he kind of famously wrote the authorized biography of Carlyle, but he kind of showed all his dirty laundry to the public, which a lot of people disagreed with, including the reality of his tempestuous marriage. And that's why this is such a controversial book, but it's itself a kind of biographical masterpiece, argues the editor of this version of it. And yeah, I just like reading about. So sometimes these people are almost more interesting as biographical subjects than purely as writers, especially as you get some of their great letters and passages quoted in the biographies anyway. The famous example of that is Samuel Johnson, of course, who is most famous as a subject of a biography, but Carlyle might be another one of these. Next to him, we have two biographies of Thomas Babington Macaulay. John Clive wrote about the shaping of the historian, as he called it, so young Macaulay. Macaulay wrote an essay on English literature, sorry, a history of English of England. And that's that other biography, The Tragedy of Power, is quite interesting because it's sort of a negative biography. It's not particularly positive about its subject, not particularly positive at all. And in fact, he claims many awful things for him, including, again, for some reason, these biographies are obsessed with sex. This, again, he imagines a sexual attraction to his younger sisters in Macaulay. He's certainly not, he's the quintessence of British Empire, right? So he's not a very famous figure these days. It's not like anybody's going to sit down and read his history of England, but he had quite an interesting prose style. So I like reading his essays, including a famous essay on John Milton, which kickstarted his career. And it is a beautiful essay, it has some beautiful writing. I'm not sure it's quite as accurate. He said that Milton had a sedate and majestic temper. Nothing could be further from the truth if you read his prose. He was quite vicious in attacking people, but nevertheless, a nice essay, I thought. Then we get the large Matthew Arnold section. This is then biographies, prose. Um, I love his essays and criticism. It has two volumes. This is actually only the first volume, I've read the second one as well. When I was young, I transcribed a lot of them because a lot of them haven't been transcribed yet. And they are just the most pleasant literary essays around. Great introductions to writers, some well known, some less well known. Balanced judgment, this deft, ironic tone. So much fun to read. And Culture and Anarchy is Matthew Arnold's famous, societal critique, where he defines different kinds of streams in society. Well, it's been a while, but it's a famous work, probably a single most famous work if you had to point to a single one. But I would perhaps even more recommend the Essays in Criticism. Walter Pater, yeah, he was another one who wrote this beautiful prose, very mannered, very artificial, in a way, not prose we recommend today because it's very consciously formed. But he was a great prose stylist of a certain kind of prose. And so I wanted his essays on literature and art, and I wanted his famous studies in the history of the Renaissance. And then there is a biographical study of him. Next to Walden, which I also took from America, again, another book. I wanted a typically American book. Well, nothing more American than Walden. Civil Disobedience I read for college, so I'm familiar with. Then we get to a brief Emerson section. That book, Estimating Emerson, is basically a collection of essays on Emerson, which I read almost cover to cover and was very influential for me at the time because it helped me discover many authors I didn't know, especially William H. Gass, who you will now see soon. I have a huge section on. At the time, I didn't know I loved him yet because I hadn't encountered him, but I read his essay on Emerson and I thought it was so brilliant that I wanted to see more of him. He keeps quoting as a sort of refrain in the essay Emerson's line, "In this refulgent summer, it has been a luxury to draw the breath of life." I've always loved that line, just like him. Just the essence of Emerson to me, this sunny. And Emerson went through some awful things, the early death of his wife, right? His first wife, at least. But he, one of the few authors that I leave feeling positive and like there's hope in the world. Goodness is no name and happiness no dream, as Wordsworth put it. And another famous prose stylist wrote some beautiful prose. Yeah, this is my William Hazlitt section. And here we have the centenary edition of his complete works in, I believe, 21 volumes. Neatly enough, it fits exactly on one of these IKEA shelves, so it's absolutely perfect. They're in horrific state. They're from a library. But I saw them and I had to get them. This was sort of a childhood dream to have the complete writings of my favorite author, William Hazlitt, and it could finally be made reality. It didn't even cost all that much, all things considering. Obviously, they're not in great state, and for some reason, one of them is from a different edition in brown, or maybe what should it? Maybe it colored. I don't know. But here we have his complete works. Not actually all of them, because later somebody came out with the new writings of William Hazlitt, which are below it. Um, these are new writings discovered later that are probably by him, but published anonymously. But it has most of it. And then this is a selection of his writings, his major writings, the ones deemed most important, by editor Duncan Wool, who was a scholar of Romanticism and wrote that great biography of William Hazlitt. There you see The Spirit of the Age, which we talked about before, the Duncan Wool biography of Hazlitt, which I read as a teenager, Quarrel of the Age by A.C. Grayling, I also read as a teenager. Hazlitt, what can we say about him? What an extraordinary writer. As a prose stylist, in some ways unmatched. I mean, there are passages by him that I know almost by heart. And I told you about these notes I take. Well, when I read Hazlitt, I don't even have to take notes because I might as well be quoting the entire essay. They are so well written. Um, it's the pure sensual pleasure of prose. I don't think anybody beats him for me. I recently read some of his work for a book club. Well, it was my choice, obviously. I convinced people to read him, and they were also blown away, especially by an essay called On the Spirit of Monarchy, which has amazing writing. He was an anti monarchist. Hazlitt was a failure in almost everything he attempted. He tried to be a painter, he failed. He wants to be a philosopher, didn't sell quite enough. He eventually turned to parliamentary reporting and after that to criticism and essays. And he was particularly great at the personal essay, very underrated form, and also at literary criticism. He gave lectures, but he also wrote books and essay collections which featured criticism. Best
What do
is
you mean by
probably,
personal essay?
yeah, the personal essay. Well, one big example from William Hazlitt would be his essay on going a journey. And it's very simply about the pleasure of going on a walk in nature by yourself. And especially the emphasis in this essay is on by yourself, because he enjoyed walking. He quotes a poet. He says, I want a friend in my retreat to whom I may whisper, solitude is sweet. And he said, no, I do not want that friend. When I walk in nature, I want to do it by myself. That's the sort of nice topic that an essay could be about. And I've always loved the personal essay form. Another example would be On Living to Oneself by William Hazlitt, or On People One Would Like to Have Known, where it's a little bit of literary criticism. One would wish to have seen, because there he discusses authors that people would wish to have met, which for me would almost certainly be William Hazlitt, although it isn't necessary because we already know William Hazlitt so well through his writings. Virginia Woolf said that the veneer of the essay with him was so thin, you feel you can almost see his face in his writing. In that sense, deeply personal. His own stamp was on every single essay of his, whether political, whether criticism, or whether just a nice personal chat about why it's such a so pleasant to go on a journey by yourself. Absolutely my favorite writer from the moment I discovered him. Never had to question it for a minute. He himself would probably disagree because there are far greater authors, he would say, but he is the one I return to with most pleasure most often, just dipping into essays with that magisterial prose style that I will never get enough of.
So if somebody were to start with one essay, what should they start with?
I think Ongoing a Journey is actually a great start. All That Is Worth Remembering, that is a nice collection of essays. There's, and further down is the Tom Paulin book, The Day Star of Liberty. That's from this great Hazlitt passage where he attacks Wordsworth's poem, The Excursion, which indeed isn't quite living up to promise. Yeah.
What about Hazlitt in love?
So the thing with Hazlitt is that he was very awkward in the company of women. And he was also in love with somebody while he was married, eventually got the marriage annulled, which he had to do in Scotland, and asked her to marry him. But she was just playing sort of a coquettish character with him because she worked at a sort of a hotel where he stayed. And he put all that into a sort of novel called The New Pygmalion. So self aware in the sense of Pygmalion, the guy who fell in love with the statue he himself created. But this is one of the most embarrassing books ever written and completely destroyed Hazlitt's reputation. In it, he describes in quite detail the conversations he had with this woman who was clearly leading him on and just entertaining him, in part because he was literally a customer. Um, and just the way he talks to her is beyond embarrassing. So it completely ruined his reputation, for all which already was not in a great state. He was very viciously attacked by people, unfortunately, during his lifetime. But that really sealed the deal. The New Pygmalion. I'm not even sure I would recommend most people read it. I of course had to as a Hazlitt completionist.
What was
And
so
if you
embarrassing about it?
just the way he talks to her, it's just so clear she is not interested, and he is so head over heels in love with her and expresses it in such an awkward way. I you really have to wince a little bit and look away. It's difficult to read.
Hmm.
The Day Star of Liberty, from one of Hazlitt's greatest prose passages. It's a study of his prose style, William Hazlitt's radical style, perhaps the critical study that I most recommend. At the end of the first part of his essays on Wordsworth Excursion, he goes, What though the radiance which was once so bright be now forever taken from our sight, though nothing can bring back the hour of splendor in the grass, of glory in the flower, yet we will never cease, nor be prevented from returning on the wings of imagination to that bright days of our youth, that glad dawn of the day star of liberty, and etc., etc. He just goes on, but that's where the phrase is from, the day star of liberty, typically a Hasletian phrase. Robert Louis Stevenson, who we of course know as the author of many, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, he started his career, he admits in an essay, The Sedulous Ape, imitating the prose style of Hazlitt, and he famously said, "We are mighty fine fellows today, but we cannot write like William Hazlitt." Well, indeed, we cannot.
It's kind of interesting how somebody who's so gifted in their prose would, in their speech, be so awkward.
Yeah, he was just awkward around people in general. Coleridge famously said of him that he was that he was very strange. He called him very strange, brow dropping, shoestring strange. Um, and he has an essay. He has essays about it on the conversation of authors, for instance. Also on the prose style of poets is a nice essay by him. He was very interested in these questions of style. So even his own work is in some ways about him. Well, you can find the section even continues here. He has the very largest section in my entire library next to Mozart. Then we've got Charles Lamb, who was Hazlitt's friend and who wrote a really beautiful a portrait of his friendship with them, or at least a defense of his friendship, because he was asked, aren't you uh, embarrassed about your friendship with this Hazlitt? And he said something along the lines that no, and far from it. I think I shall go to the grave without finding or even expecting to find such another companion. Always really inspired me. I always wanted to know more about Charles Lamb. And finally, recently, a biography came out, a full length biography, Dream Child by Eric G. Wilson. And right he is, because Charles Lamb's life is quite interesting, a little bit sad, unlike somebody like Hazlitt, who decided to make his money in Grub Street, right, in writing for newspapers. He did writing on the side and had a desk job, in part because he needed that stability, because his sister had a spell of madness and was not entirely right in the head. Unfortunately, in one of her episodes, she killed their mother, and he personally took over the care for her, because at the time, otherwise you had to give them over to these mad houses, right? These horrific places. So heroically, he took care of her. To do it, he got a desk job that killed him inside, because he was really a great literary artist who wrote his own nice essays, which you can find in that selected prose by Penguin's Classics. Now, I got that biography of Leigh Hunt because Hazlitt's first essay collection, The Round Table, was written together with Leigh Hunt. And in that biography, you discover actually a fairly interesting figure, somebody who himself was imprisoned for libel, I think, against the Prince Regent or somebody of that kind. I don't remember. It's been quite a while. It's called The First Life of Leigh Hunt because it stops at a certain point, at a crucial point at which his friend, the poet Shelley, passes away. And when Shelley dies, there ends this life of Leigh Hunt, because his life was just radically changed by that. He lived quite long. He outlived a lot of these contemporaries. Now we've got our Thomas de Quincey section. The Confessions of an English Opium Eater was quite an influential book on me when I was young. I really enjoyed reading it as a teenager. I don't know how I ever got to it so fast. I don't know who recommended it to me, but it's the first drug memoir, you could say, in a way, except it's about one of the most interesting drugs that, just like Coleridge, gave him these horrific nightmares and made him afraid to go to sleep. It also made him desperate, got him into money problems. And while he wrote this beautiful book, um, yeah, I especially enjoyed the part of a friendship he had with a local prostitute on the streets of London, which may have been entirely made up. We find out in these biographies, but so what? At the time, it was beautiful to me. And he was an influential critic on his own accord. He wrote this famous essay on the knocking at the gate in Macbeth, which is one of the famous essays in Shakespeare criticism. And better even, perhaps, than the Confessions of an English Opium Eater is the sequel, Suspiria de Profundis, which has some beautiful prose poetry. So if you're looking for prose classic to read, this might be very nice. Then we have Joseph Addison and Richard Steele. They wrote The Tatler and more famously The Spectator. So this was this magazine, I suppose you would call it. And they wrote essays in it, and some other people joined in as well. In the Commerce of Everyday Life, you have some selections from others, but mostly Joseph Addison and Richard Steele are famous. They're the famous 18th century essayists, for some reason, barely read today. And really, I don't even think there's a good collection by them really in print. But I was happy to find this collection of writings from the Spectator at one point. Cost me almost nothing, I think. Beautiful selection to dip into occasionally. Addison wrote this beautiful round prose style, although William Hazlitt preferred the prose style of Richard Steele, his companion. And here you have the famous diarist Samuel. Well, I forgot how to pronounce his name. I think there's a very specific.
Pepys.
That's right. That's right. That's it. Famous diarist for that period in history. We figure out quite a lot through this man's diaries. That's what people always wonder: where do people get the facts for biographies? Well, there's letters which were saved, but also figures like this who keep diaries and meet important literary figures of the time. Here you've got my huge Samuel Johnson section next to a nice little book on English essayists. Starting with,
I just want to make a brief note that this Everyman Library, this is sort of the old livery design that you don't see anymore. They've got the new sort of fancier look, but you see the volume number, you see Everyman Library and the
yeah,
EL, and then this is part of the biography section. So that's kind of a cool vintage look there.
yeah, and they're mismatched, these volumes, obviously, but it's fine by me. There's a Penguin version of the Lives of the Poet by Samuel Johnson, but it's abridged, and I rather wanted the full version. That's why I found at one point the first volume, and then I just added the second volume later. Now, Samuel Johnson, I said before, he is this strange figure in literary history because he wrote poetry, but wasn't the greatest poet. He wrote a sort of novel, the history of Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, I suppose, um, but not particularly well known for it. In fact, he wrote it very quickly to pay for his mother's funeral. We find out in the biography. He wrote essays in a sort of magazine just like The Spectator, but they are also not the greatest essays. They're a bit stern and serious, and his prose is a bit heavy-handed. But that's why we have Boswell's Life of Johnson. And also he was famous as Dictionary Johnson. He wrote one of the first great dictionaries of the English language. Not quite the very first one, but the most influential early one, and for a long time the chief one in use. So what is Samuel Johnson known for? Well, as a biographical subject in the greatest biography in the English language, Boswell's Life of Johnson, which records in intimate detail his tics, his mannerisms, and also his conversation. He literally just wrote down conversations he had with Samuel Johnson. And he's most well known now as a sort of a talker because just great aphorisms just flew from his tongue. I mean, he was such a great speaker. Early on, right after he actually meets Samuel Johnson in the chronology of the biography, very early on, he says to Boswell, who talks about, "Oh, I'm sorry, Johnson, I shouldn't be occupied with so small a thing." And then he says back, "Nothing is too little, sir, for so little a creature as man." And wow, I'm not the only one who took this out because again, my one of my favorite critics, Marvin Mudrick, loved this as well, and he talks about them in that book of his, Mudrick Transcribed, which transcribes classes. Well, he's filled with wisdom of that kind and other bon mots and funny sayings. Some of them are in Samuel Johnson's Insults, one of those nice little literary books. And then there are a bunch of biographies. He was well known for being in The Club, which Leo Damros wrote about. They sometimes called it the Literary Club, I believe. It was a number of very influential 18th century authors and statesmen and important people who gathered on occasion to discuss whatever they could. And it's absolutely crazy that the most famous economist of the time was in it. One of the most famous orators, and Edmund Burke was apparently in it. Samuel Johnson was in it. Boswell, the great biographer, one of the most famous biographers in English, was in it. I mean, all these important people, they gathered together. So that's a fun book, and it's kind of discusses the different members of the club.
Mm.
Here we find again Walter Jackson Bate won 2 Pulitzer Prizes, I believe. The first biography of Keats, the second biography of Samuel Johnson. And then we've got Peter Martin, who also wrote a biography of Boswell that I don't have. Yeah, it's just really addicting to read about Samuel Johnson. So I wanted to make this year my Samuel Johnson year.
Nice. I just looked up. I figured the economist you were thinking of was Adam Smith, and that is in fact he was in The Club.
Yeah.
And he's famous also, not just for The Invisible Hand, but also for the theory of moral sentiments.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Which he wrote prior to his more well-known work, which I'm blanking on. But I'll pull that up.
All right. Another Richard Holmes.
Wealth of Nations.
Wealth of Nations. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, of course. Another Richard Holmes biography, Dr. Johnson and his relationship to Savage, the poet. Now, there I have some writing by Edmund Burke and the first volume of a biography of him. The only reason I have these is because William Hazlitt was obsessed with Edmund Burke and especially his prose style. So, of course, I have to study Edmund Burke myself.
So here's the old Everyman, and here's the new one.
Yeah. So Edmund Burke was on a very different side of the political spectrum to Hazlitt, but Hazlitt nevertheless loved him. And we find out that he finds out the test of a great man, whether you will allow him to be a great man, in his great essay, My First Acquaintance with Poets. So I'll definitely dig into Edmund Burke in the future. I have to. Now,
can you explain that a little bit more? What you mean by a test of a great man?
Yeah. So in the essay, My First Acquaintance with Poets, Hazlitt first meets Coleridge, the great poet at the time, and he is just starstruck. I mean, he is everything he could imagine because Coleridge was known as a great speaker. And one of the first things he says to Coleridge is apparently that whether people will allow Burke to be a great man is a great test. Now, what he means by that is, I guess that even if you can disagree with his politics, which were the opposite of radical, Edmund Burke essentially said everything is great as it is. It's, as the current condition of society is. Whether you'll nevertheless allow him to be a great man, that's a kind of test to see if you can sympathize with people on a different political spectrum, or at least see the quality of genius in his writings despite disagreeing with him. And well, from what I have read, great prose stylist. Now, we've got of course, as a fan of the essay form, you need the original essayist, Michel de Montaigne. So I have the complete works. Dig into that. I haven't read them completely. I will someday. And then dig into that biography, which is all about how to live. And, well, Michel de Montaigne, he started the essay form. Essay from the French verb essayer, to try. It was just an attempt to get something on paper. And what did he want to get on paper? Himself. And in some sense, he apparently succeeded. And we still read him to this day. One of his most famous essays is how to philosophize is to learn how to die. He thought the purpose of philosophy was to learn how to perish. So in some sense, almost self-help literature, and I guess that's what this Life of Mondagne, How to Live, really is about. Next to that is Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. Famous book that I cannot have read cover to cover, but if you just read the introduction, it's already such a masterpiece. Our sense of what melancholy is has changed over the years. Today, we would perhaps call it depression in most cases. But it's interesting to see this historical perspective. He really digs into it. And he wrote about melancholy to stave off melancholy. One of the great ways to combat that surely is writing. And he knew and wrote this beautiful work.
We spent a good piece of time on this in the bookshelf tour with the true aesthete. I think
Hmm.
he said this is his favorite book, and
Oh,
he pulled out his edition and showed all the diagrams and sort of tree diagrams in the back of the book that form a taxonomy of different aspects of melancholy and sort
mm,
of like proto psychology. So it's kind
yeah.
of interesting.
Yeah, very influential book. You've got my H.L. Mencken section, and you've got his friends there as well. So a mentor of kind to H.L. Mencken was James Gibbons Honecker. You can see there the Schwab biography, which is signed by the biographer, critic of the seven arts. I talked about him before because he was chiefly known now as a music critic, an inspiration to Tim Page, our music critic as well. But he also wrote about literature. He was very progressive for his time. He knew all the modernists and supported them in a time when so many people didn't. So quite ahead of his time in that way. But I mostly just love his prose and his style and his enthusiasm, his sheer enthusiasm for the arts. George G. Maven, sorry, on the passing of James Gibbons Honecker, said he did more to free America from its slavery than any Lincoln. Well, quite an overstatement that would be to most people, but it shows how well people believed in the power of art in that moment in time, because they really thought an art critic was freeing people from slavery. How? By showing them the magic of these magical works of art and literature and music. It's a nice thought.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious how you think about America, you know, from the other side of the Atlantic and how
Mm.
you like you seem to have maybe more of an interest in American literature and culture than the average European, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, it's English language literature. If I like it, I'd like it. What's my view of America? Uh, well, I find it hard to. I don't want to stereotype it, and I never really have. It's a country with a rich history in the arts, and I think Americans themselves are even liable to underrate it. Like American composers, you have so many great composers who are apparently underplayed even there, let alone in the rest of the world. Because I will never hear Aaron Copland live. I'm lying. I did already hear him live. It was a selection of American composers, but I mean they played like 5 minutes of his music. That's why that volume, Americans in the Arts by James Gibbons Honecker, is nice because it's specifically his criticism of American artists and composers. But my vision of America was very much painted by artists and critics. So it was nice to see it in real life when I recently visited California to visit two of the national parks as well as San Francisco. Um, it was everything was so different in a way to what I'm used to. For one thing, everything is so much bigger, from the cars to the stores. When I had an exchange with people from Canada, which of course is in some ways similar, they thought everything was small and cute, the Canadian students, the Canadian high school students.
I guess it's too bad you didn't go to Texas because what they
Yeah.
say about Texas is everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah, fair. Oh, I should have. So H.L. Mencken, he was a newspaper critic. And then he took his newspaper work and refined it into these wonderful essays in the Prejudices series of essays, and later in a Mencken Christomathy, which was a really strange word that the publisher disagreed with, but he relented. And later a second one appeared. He was preparing it when he died. So there you have H.L. Mencken's Prejudices in the Library of America edition in 2 volumes. This I got from Canada, actually, when I was there as a high schooler. And then I just devoured H.L. Mencken, especially for his prose style. This is again somebody who I chiefly appreciate as a stylist. There's a Joseph Epstein essay on Mencken called H.L. Mencken for Grown-ups, where he talks about how a lot of people view H.L. Mencken as a writer for the young, but how in his view he's a writer for adults as well. Well, I will agree. Some of my initial enthusiasm has dampened a little bit because, especially as a thinker, I think he's quite disappointing. He's so wrong about so many things, it seems to me, and everything is a little bit inchoate and not perhaps all thought out. But as a prose stylist, and he doesn't write beautiful prose in the way that a John Ruskin or a Walter Pater does. It's just very lively and fun and filled with this pure energy. Uh, Examples would be his famous takedown of William Jennings Bryan, where he talks about he is a peasant come home to the dunghill. It was amazing that he had been unbelievable, that he had been accepted into civilized societies. Imagine a gentleman, and you will have imagined everything that he was not. He was especially great as insults. And he says that in the second Mencken Christomathy, which I was recently reading, almost finished now. He talks about how he is happiest in combat. That's what he loved to do. He loved takedowns. He loved to be aggressive. He loved to fight. And then by nature, your works become dated because the battles you won hundreds of years ago just do not interest us now. So it's quite amazing that he's still so readable, and it's all because of that fun prose style. And I especially love this book here, Europe After 815. That's a lovely book. That was written with George G. Nathorn and Willard Huntington Wright, I believe his name was. And you can see they all kind of wrote similarly, but you can still, it's kind of a fun game to figure out who wrote what. And the answer is in one of Mencken's essays. It's about their visit to Europe and what that was like after 8:15, later in the evening. I think that was never reprinted, so this must be a first edition that I have. Quite happy with it. I read that happily. And we continue our journey through critics here with Lytton Strachey. Well, he wrote the famous book Eminent Victorians, which was a takedown of Victorians at a time when their reputation was still high. He managed to attack them quite savagely, and it became a famous book. And he is somebody else who was best at the essay form. This is massive Michael Holroyd biography, which is a famous literary biography, originally in 2 volumes, one of the most appreciated of all literary biographies. And to many, he perhaps would not be really worthy of it because he never wrote a great big work. But he was somebody who was best in the essay form, in small scale writing. And why take that away from him? He wrote some lovely essays. Wasn't perhaps a first rater, but an interesting writer. Then we've got Edmund Wilson. Yeah, there's Eminent Victorians. Famous book. Edmund Wilson and 2 biographies of him. He was America's great man of letters, very influential critic, mostly of literature. And then in his personal life, you find out he could be really raunchy. I mean, we have his diary, we have a lot of his letters. Considering the way he looks, you wouldn't expect how many of his diary entries are about sex in very great detail, but they are. But he was also a very profound critic. Again, it's hard to recommend somebody who wrote criticism about authors, some of which are little read today. But he was one of the great ones for sure. And here we have letters by him. Quite interesting. A quite interesting letter writer he was as well. Next to him is Cyril Connolly. You can see I'm making my way through his selected works, which actually contain most of his major books. Cyril Connolly, another great prose stylist who had a lot of promise that he seemingly squandered to a lot of people. So he wrote the book Enemies of Promise about how promise was shackling him down and how he felt that pressure, but he couldn't write the great book that he wanted to write. But he did write some great criticism, some nice essays of criticism. And it was always an interesting figure to read about. Sort of a connoisseur's writer, you know. Friends of Promise is a book about people in his circle. It's just the kind of nice books that I love to read. Here we get to the essay collections by Marvin Mudrick, who has come up before because of his book on Jane Austen, and also because of Mudrick transcribed. Well, here we have some of his essay collections containing great essays. This is on culture and literature, great essays on, among other authors, Jane Austen, Shakespeare, who he disliked. You know, a famous figure who disliked Shakespeare. You'll figure that out in Nobody Here But Us Chickens. And then an essay collection with the great title, Books Are Not Life, But Then What Is? Well, Books Are Not Life, taken from D.H. Lawrence, but then what is the own question that Marvin Mudrick added. Really recommend his criticism. Wilfred Sheed is another nice critic and essayist. And William Empson, if you study English literature, you might run into him because he wrote the famous book, Seven Types of Ambiguity. Uh, he really started what is known as new criticism, which was a new way of looking at criticism, where it was all about the text itself and not really so much the context and close reading. He was well known for his close reading of poems and other works, but that's what he does. Seven Types of Ambiguity he discovered. I need to get a copy of that book, but it's out of print. So I will need to get it somewhere used. It's called Among the Mandarins, the first volume, because he apparently went to China. Some other great critics, Passions of the Mind, A.S. Byatt has especially many critical essays on George Eliot. So if you're interested in her, that may be very worthy to read. Alfred Kazin was an American critic who wrote very well, I think, about American literature. Lionel Trilling, famous critic of the 20th century. Now, this book is called The Moral Obligation to Be Intelligent. That's not something Lionel Trilling ever said or felt. This is just a selection of his writings made after his death with that title slapped on. It's always seemed a little bit intimidating to me. But he's a great critic. There's a great essay on Wordsworth in there, a great essay on Jane Austen. He wrote beautifully with Jane Austen's Emma in particular. F.R. Leavis, he is well known for The Great Tradition, that book over there. He was a very stern critic who thought that the great tradition in literature was four authors: Joseph Conrad, Henry James, Jane Austen, and George Eliot. Later added Dickens in a way. And he covers three of those authors in the great tradition. And then there are other critical essays by him. Really a great books kind of a critic. And in a way, people like him have won, because how many people read smaller books these days? It's all about the big, important, major classic novelists. Now, I have a huge section on Gore Vidal, and I have to say, it's because if I have to think what I enjoy reading most in the world, it might just be the essays of Gore Vidal. I just love his essays so much. I don't know what it is. It's the patrician tone, it's the deft irony, it's the sheer fun of them all. I really always love his essays, and because there's not so many, well, I put him with the essayists, which he would not like because he was also a novelist. But his novels not quite as good, but especially his comic novels like Myra Breckinridge look forward quite a bit, so are still interesting in their way. I also like Two Sisters, I believe one of them is called. There we find Jay Perini editing an essay collection on him. He wrote these big historical novels. This whole series, Washington D.C. is from that, as is Hollywood. as is the golden age. But I'm more a fan of his essays and comic novels. But I'll get through the entire series of those novels at some point in my life, I think, just because I'm so much a fan of Gore Vidal, famous figure on American TV as well. He said never to miss an opportunity to have sex or appear on television. Well, he apparently didn't. Uh, Most noteworthy here is James Baldwin, great essayist, of course. That book with Baldwin by Nicholas Boggs is called Baldwin, a Love Story. It's a fairly recent biography of James Baldwin. More will come for sure in the future, but this is already a very interesting one that sort of frames his life with his lovers or people who he had a loving relationship, some platonic. Um, Quite a nice read. And then you can read Baldwin's own work, like those amazing essays of his. Truly first-rate essayist. Novels more controversial, but Giovanni's Room is, of course, a stone cold classic. I read it in a book club. Some people loved it, some people were less fond of it. This selection of Max Beerbohm essays is quite interesting. They call it the Prince of Minor Writers because what's the problem with being a minor writer, right? And he was a princely figure indeed. He was sort of a comic essayist, but he wrote lovely essays, very nice to read. One of the sort of figures that nobody knows anymore these days, but to connoisseurs is often a favorite.
I think this might be the first NYRB book we've seen.
Yeah, it might be. Well, I'm glad they published that collection of essays. Arthur Crystal, a deft essayist, I would have to say. Except When I Write has a nice essay on it, William Hazlitt. I, of course, needed as an essay fan some Joan Didion. So I took her most famous book, Slouching Towards Bethlehem, and I'll get to the others at some point. George Orwell, great essayist. Have to give him that. I put him in the essay section even, despite the fact that he's usually more well known as a novelist. But I read this volume of essays when I was in high school, and I really enjoyed it. This Rebecca Solnit collection, Men Explain Things to Me, that titular essay, Men Explain Things to Me, not many people know that that's the origin of mansplaining, a term which she herself nowadays doesn't quite like or agree with. It was very strictly in the concept of, in the confines of men explaining to women things that are very obviously that they actually know more about, right? That was the whole point, but it seems to have kind of been lost over time. But a nice essayist, nevertheless, if you're interested in such subjects. And Federman, a nice essay collection on books, Ex Libris, another deft essayist. And then my William H. Gass section. So I said I discovered him through that volume, Estimating Emerson. Well, look what I have now. Massive selection of multiple of his essay collections. He was a really great essayist, and a first-rate novelist as well, I believe. I've read Omen Setter's Luck. I've read his this short story collection that came after, In the Heart of the Country. So those are right there. Then a lot of those essay collections I've dipped into. I should read cover to cover at some point. I had to eventually quit the tunnel, but I will try again at some point. He was a postmodern novelist, very difficult writer in a way. Middle C is great for music lovers because it's all about music, although I also gave it up for some reason. But I will get to more Gass in the future for sure. When he passed away, they published the William H. Gass Reader, which has a nice selection if you're interested in just getting some. Here we get to my Shakespeare section. I actually have a lot more Shakespeare plays in single editions, but I haven't put those on the shelves yet. This is a big annotated Shakespeare. Well, I never actually use this because I just read the individual edition, so I might just get rid of this. I don't really, it doesn't really need to be on the shelf. It's basically never going to be used.
Do you have the Yale Shakespeare?
No, I've quite a mix. I have some Penguins and some Oxfords. Well, Shakespeare, the biography by the great biographer Peter Ackroyd is a fun. Of course, I needed his songs and sonnets. And then some books, two books by Jonathan Bate. Well, I liked his biography of John Clare, so I thought, why not get his writing on William Shakespeare, because he is a great Shakespeare scholar, apparently. I was in the process of reading Shakespeare's tragedies. And so I already got the book Shakespeare's Tragic Art, which is specifically about Shakespeare's tragedies. I'm reading or rereading them. And yeah, I wanted to have this study of them. That book, The Meaning of Shakespeare, is one of the books I have that discusses every Shakespeare play. I also have Shakespeare After All, and another book called Prefaces to Shakespeare by Tony Tanner. So those I read. I was planning to go through all of Shakespeare's plays and then read as I go along the little sections in these books about these individual plays. That book, Shakespeare Our Contemporary, is also very famous. Uh, it's about how Shakespeare, well, he's our contemporary, is by now a fairly old book, so it's not our contemporary, but how Shakespeare can be very modern in a way, and I think he can. Everything that is human is in Shakespeare, you know. You don't have to look any further.
You say something about these two books?
Yeah, Shakespeare's Tragic Art I haven't read. I'm planning to, nor is Shakespeare the Thinker, in fact. These were just some Shakespeare books that were recommended to me, and I thought I'd get them ready to, well, as I go through my Shakespeare journey. But I want to, I'm going to start reading him and start again and start with the tragedies. So I've already done Titus and Andronicus and continue on from there. Now, George Bernard Shaw is known as a theater playwright, of course. He wrote for the theater, but he was also a music critic for a long time. And here you have his complete music criticism. Not something to read cover to cover for most people, because it's a lot of empty criticism of things we don't care about. In fact, there's a selection next to it. But he surely is a great music critic. I wrote some excellent music criticism. I read 2 volumes of selections. Uh, so quite a neat little thing for people interested in both literature and music. And then there's another Michael Holroyd biography. We saw his biography of Lytton Strachey. Well, here's his biography of Bernard Shaw in 3 parts. I wanted to read all of Shaw's work before tackling these, and I didn't quite finish. But I will get there. I'm glad I found this set very cheaply at a used bookstore, you know, one of my great used bookstore finds. And here you have them, the plays. I got up to Man and Superman, which I think is such a great work. And if I have to recommend one work by Shaw, and then I read some of the later ones at another point before that, Candida is a great one, but Man and Superman is to many Shaw's masterpiece. It's a modern version of the Don Juan myth, but one in which is the modernized version of the battle of the sexes, if you will, in which women are seen as people who are actually in control. I mean, the men are sort of idiots who think they are the pursuers, but really they are pursued themselves. They are just trapped in cages that these women have set up to put them in, imagining themselves these great wooers when really they are just the victims. And it's such a it's supposed to be funny, but it's also a very interesting look at sexual relationships between men and women that I think you know, in our internet age, when it's so often discussed, it really should. There's a lot of room for people to dig into Man and Superman. And then there's the section in Hell where Don Juan talks with Satan, which is often left out in performances, but it's actually quite fun to perform or watch or read. Yeah, the plays Pleasant or Unpleasant are great. The free plays for Puritans are great. He was just a great playwright. More Shaw. He wrote huge prefaces to his books. Um, and so people have managed to pull a sort of an autobiography from that, which he didn't write himself. It's just a collection of his writing on himself. But he was an interesting person for sure. Vegetarian. He lived very long. As you can tell, he lived from 1856 to 1950. Uh, by the end of his life, a little bit outdated, but George Orwell was critical of him at one point. And that book is Shaw on Shakespeare because he also wrote about Shakespeare. And he was basically trolling Shakespeare fans in a way because they idolized Shakespeare to such an extent, and he couldn't totally agree with it. And that's why he wrote a number of essays maligning Shakespeare a little bit. But he was also sort of playing around with the reputation. It's not necessarily he meant it quite as literally. Strindberg. Well, I read that biography by Sue Prudhoe, and she pointed me towards Getting Married, which I then read. It's another nice reason to read biographies. They can point you to uh, works that you wouldn't have otherwise known about. Getting Married are short stories about people who are about to be married or just married. And then you have some plays by him before it, including Miss Julie, which I always said was my favorite plays. That's another play by him in a Dutch translation. Yeah, Miss Julie and other plays. Great selection of plays. Ah, look at him. I visited the playwright Ibsen's house in Oslo, and he had a portrait of Strindberg in his house near his writing desk. Apparently, because Strindberg was his great rival, and he sort of wanted to be reminded of that as a support while writing. Despite the fact that he hated Strindberg, he had a portrait of him in his house. Now, what that biography also said is that Strindberg was great at writing letters. So I always wanted these 2 volumes of letters. Book market find, only 25 euros. Trust me, they cost a lot more when they first appeared. So it was a very nice find. Can't wait to dig in. Yeah, these are behind the bear, so you don't normally see them. But there are just some other playwrights I've been interested in over the years. There's a study of Neil Labute, um, and he is well known more to nowadays as a filmmaker. I think he made 2 incredibly powerful indie films called In the Company of Men and Your Friends and Neighbors, which are deeply disturbing looks at sexuality. And then he made a lot of not so good movies, including a remake of The Wicker Man and so on. But he started off great, and his plays are also the early ones quite interesting. He was apparently part of the Mormon Church, but he was cast out after writing Latter Day plays, Bash Latter Day plays, so the Church of Latter Day Saints, for his controversy. Well, he was he analyzed evil in men in a way. That's what I would say, and what the men in his plays are not evil because they're egotistic. They're evil just for the sake of it, because they love it, because they enjoy doing it, and they're very disturbing reads for that reason. They do some horrific things. Well, there's Molière, translated by Richard Wilbur, that poet we talked about earlier. Well, great French poet and great translations. Of course, I needed Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett. In fact, I took read about that play and wrote about it as well for college when I was a student. Quite a famous play. These I got the plays of Japan, the No plays, not read, got donated to me at some point. Just sounded interesting. And then I've got a bunch of David Mamet as well. Somebody who's kind of gone off the rails recently, but I was still quite interested in his early work. It has a sort of interesting cadence to it. His dialogue, they call it Mammoth speak, and in great works like Sexual Perversity in Chicago, The Duck Variations, even somewhat later works like Cryptogram. He really does very interesting things with language. He was really a very talented playwright, but he's somebody who peaked early in his career, and that happens. The same thing really happened to Neil Labute. So, there you've got that other volume I read, but on music by Shaw. I rather like that Annie Baker play called The Flick, which I believe won the Pulitzer Prize, won some kind of prize. That's how it showed up on my radar. It's about a bunch of people who work in a movie theater, and one of them is, I think, autistic and has a bit of trouble talking. And she was obsessed with the way people actually speak in daily life. Uh, so she actually transcribed literal. That's what she did as a kid, transcribe actual conversations and so on. So you'll never find more purely realistic dialogue than in her work, Annie Baker's work. And I love a little book like A Life in Quotes, Noel Coward. You know, it's always fun to read about weird figures like that. Okay, well, this is a very recently added shelf. It's the hallway bookshelf. I got it just a week or two ago. And then some overflow is here. Some of this was behind the couch at some point, but then I put it here now that I can. Apollo's Angels, A History of Ballet, is a great history of ballet. It's very serious and difficult, but really well worth the read. It's a very interesting art form with a very small repertoire these days. Now, Tovey, he wrote these essays and musical analyses. You can see I have all seven of them in various different states gathered over the years. They started out as program notes, I believe, in most cases as well, but then were turned into longer essays for these essays and musical analysis. He was the great essayist on music, according to many. So definitely, if you're interested in essays and interested in music, he's probably one to look at for sure. And a
Is
very
it
entertaining
considered
writer.
popular or is it a scholarly level?
I would say it's more popular, although there is some musical well, there are musical examples and musical analysis which require some knowledge. No, it's not a complete layman's work, but I can understand them fairly well, so that must not be too difficult. I think at least I can understand. Yeah. Well, I always look for Eduard van Beinum, another Dutch conductor, and then a history of the Harlequin years, music in Paris around that time. We've got Nicholas Kenyon, The Life of Music. This is a history of classical music. As I said, I like to read some introductory history sometimes. Refiner's Fires about the Academy of Ancient Music, which was one of the first ensembles to play with period instruments, right? Which they called sometimes authentic instruments, the instruments that were at least attempting to replicate the kind of sound that you would hear at the time when Bach or somebody like that was composing. That Harold Schoenberg book, both these books are quite famous. That's certainly a book on the great conductors. Is the best book on conductors I read, even though it was written so long ago. And he also wrote that book on great composers, which is still a classic. Yeah, here's some more. The Classical Style is sort of an essential book for classical music lovers. It's about Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. I've even quoted from it before in this lengthy video. But it's not a great edition. I want a better edition at some point. What jumps out at me here is that book Speaking Musically, Great Artist in Conversation at the Royal Academy of Music. I've read about half of it because they're just interviews. And when I don't know what else to do, I can flip open and read an interview with one of the artists, filled with notes and quotes that I will save in the future because there's some very interesting conversations to be had. Now, a lot of these are recent additions that need to be on the shelves in the future.
What about this one?
The New York Philharmonic Guide to the Symphony. It's apparently the same book as another one I already have. I think it was later turned into the Everyman's Guide to the Symphony or something like that. So it's already on the shelves. It's exactly the same book. So honestly, I might as well give it away, but then give it away to who? I don't know anybody who would want it. There's also a different edition of the Memoirs by Berlioz. Right, those are already on my shelves. I replaced it with a far prettier edition from Folio Society, so too bad. There's a Dutch book there called Humor in de Muziek. So humor in music. That's quite interesting to read because the only other book about that I encountered was that book on Haydn called Haydn's Ingenious Jesting with Art. These are letters not quite written by Mahler, but rather letters supposedly written from the perspective of Mahler, fictional letters by him. Uh, a volume I've seen a lot in used bookstores. Nice little read.
What about this Philosophies of Music History?
Yeah, I only recently got that from somebody who was again downsizing. It's about, from what I could tell, it was about the different ways people have looked at writing about music history. So it handles some of the major histories of music. I mean, there's that one by Burney, who is the father, by the way, of Francis Burney, who was the contemporary, so admired by Jane Austen. So that's a classic one. But it's different ways of looking at music history. So more Dutch and English books. Balanchine's Tchaikovsky is about George Balanchine, the great ballet impresario and director. That should probably be in my Tchaikovsky shelf, so I will try and put it there in the future.
The Prima Donna.
Yeah, that's apparently a history of the soprano, which I haven't. That was a gift from somebody. Sounds like quite an interesting book. I think opera history in general. I mean, it's sort of the ultimate showbiz world, isn't it? It has all the drama. I think it's just very entertaining to read about. So these are some very recent editions, as in the last couple of days. I think I got these last weekend. We've got Rossini, a new biography of Rossini. I already had another one, a biography of Puccini. That book you can't read. That's about the concertos of Saint-Saëns. Yeah. There's about Mozart and the piano sonata form, and then a biography of Donizetti. So I just, when you're in a used bookstore and they have these kind of books on music, I just kind of have to take them because to get them individually later would be so expensive with all these shipping costs and so on. So I just get them in one fell swoop. And in the future, I'm going to update the shelves, find these books some room, and they'll look a little bit different. But for now, they're in the overflow bookcase. I like that book, The Baroque Concerto by Arthur Hutchings, because it's so positive about Tommaso Albinoni, the composer whose biography I was also enthusiastic about. And next to it is one of the great music books of the 21st century. The Rest is Noise, Listening to the 20th Century, which is about 20th century music and is very interesting, very fun to read. It's about all the different composers of the 20th century. It has fairly lengthy chapters on almost every one of them, and it's really a fantastic book. The only reason I have it in paperback is because I got it as a teenager and already read it then. But I came back to it later, and it's still just as good. Whereas that book next to it, the listener's musical companion, this is a critic from an earlier generation who, for some reason, was praised by Marvin Mudrick, so I had to read him. This is one of those critics who just hated almost all composers. Everybody who wasn't one of the great composers wasn't worthy of his time. He dismisses Sibelius. He dismisses even a lot of Bach. I don't. You start to wonder. He dismisses Tchaikovsky and Dvorak as romantic, excessively romantic, and not in control of form. I mean, you start to wonder which composers he actually likes, and the answer is mostly Mozart and Beethoven and Haydn, to be honest. And for some reason, he's very fond of Berlioz. But it's an interesting look at a different time when the canon was looked at differently, when people were harsher. And in some ways, there was far less music available, and less of it was well played, as it is so often today. Today, you can find obscure composers played like you've never heard them played before. So we live in privileged times. Yeah, it's a selection of English poetry. It didn't fit on the poetry shelf anymore. But it's quite a nice selection. If you're not experienced with poetry, it might be a nice way to get into it. Now, Eternity Sunrise, which is about William Blake, needs to be on the poetry shelf somehow, and I need to clean those stickers off. And then we have Prefaces to Shakespeare by Tony Tanner, as I said, to be read along with my other books on Shakespeare, one at a time. William Dean Howells, the dean of American literature, very much forgotten today, but he wrote novels too. He was a novelist, so I don't know where his reputation has gone. Nobody talks about him anymore. Now here we have an interesting part of my collection. As you know, I'm into kung fu movies. That's why I also have these Jin Young novels. They were made into kung fu or wuxia movies, so I wanted to read the originals. Very few books that have been turned into kung fu movies have been translated, but these are in the process of being translated. So we've got the first four parts done, and then the fifth part, which is the second series. But there's a third one as well. I hope they do the full thing because these novels are so addicting, I have to tell you. I've talked to some Chinese people who grew up with these books, and they were quite amazed to find a non-Chinese person who had even heard of them or had even read them. But yeah, they're in the process of being translated. Very addicting, very you would call them sort of young adult literature, I guess. They're very good for young readers, I think, but even me as a far older one, I can enjoy them very much. There's nothing quite like them in Western literature. They put on the cover, I think that it was like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings combined in sheer influence, and that might well be. I wouldn't know about that, but it certainly is nothing like those books. It's the story of a kung fu fighter as he has different teachers and improves. A new book on Elizabeth Barrett Browning that I was very excited to find in a used bookstore. A preface to Wordsworth. I always love books like that too, that are simply a preface to a poet or a preface to a literary artist of any kind. And then these two were recently recommended online as interesting modern Chinese classics. Well, I'm quite interested in discovering a little bit more of Chinese literature or any other literature really from any other country. So I got these two. Oh yeah, that's a book on the Chevalier de Saint George. His mother was a slave. So it's quite amazing that he managed to become a famous violinist and composer. And I rather like some of his works. There's also a movie about his life.
Did you want to say anything about the pink one?
Yeah, I don't know because I very recently got that. It's apparently um, so some kind of music that was composed or written by Louis Andriessen, who is a Dutch composer. I'm quite curious what exactly is in it. That's one of those weird books that you find in people's collections. So these are all book club reads. So not usually not my own picks, but interesting to get through nevertheless. Emma Klein's The Guest, I was quite enthusiastic about. Chain Gang All Stars less so, and none of them, almost nobody really was. But we are somewhat interested in that author. Percival Everett James made me reread The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn because it's told from the perspective of Jim, the freed slave. Unfortunately, or not freed yet at the start, of course. Unfortunately, it's not one of my personal favorites. I'm glad my mom died. It was an interesting showbiz memoir by a woman who was in iCarly and, well, was forced to act by her mother. Quite horrific. Sunburn is a debut novel set in Ireland that I really enjoyed. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great novel. It made me cry, I have to admit. So that's something that says something. Alias Grey is perhaps one of Margaret Atwood's best novel I've heard. Yeah, that's a fun read.
What about this Hartman one?
That's a strange. It was recently translated. I don't know how long ago, and it suddenly became a huge hit. Apparently, it was all over TikTok as well. And so two different book clubs read this book, but it was written quite a long time ago. Um, that new title, I Have Never Known Men, is not the original title. That seems to have kind of been part of the marketing campaign, which seems to have really struck a chord. It's about these women who start off being captured, and they eventually manage to escape when the people who captured them leave. But then they're sort of stuck in the middle of nowhere, and they just build a society by themselves because they realize they keep walking and walking and walking, but there's nowhere to go, and people slowly start dying, and eventually that just set up a society. It's really a philosophical novel. Good discussion for a book club at the very least. I will say that. The Nickel Boys turned into an Oscar-nominated film recently that I still have to see. Um, but was a good read, I suppose. My Dark Vanessa. Well, if you like Lolita, this is an interesting read. It's about a woman who's, well, a girl who starts a sexual relationship with her teacher. Really quite sickening to read, but interesting nevertheless. Minor Details by a Palestinian author. Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead is by a Nobel Prize winner in literature and is quite interesting, although some of us had some problems with it. Tale of the Bluebird, quite interesting novel as well. It's weird to rediscover all these books I've read over the years for book clubs. Yeah, I read some. I even have to read some fantasy here and there for a book club, which isn't my personal forte, but it happens. Natural Beauty was written by a classical musician, so that's why it was my pick for a modern novel, sort of a body horror novel about a pianist. And there's a lot of classical music in it. Ling Ling Wang is clearly a fan of Beethoven, who is covered a lot in the pages, but it very specifically talks about which pieces they play. So, for classical music lovers, perhaps a nice novel to recommend to the book club. Yeah, these first few are the yearbooks when I was a member of the Student Theater Association of Amsterdam and the Student Art Association of Amsterdam. So people wrote in it, right, as you do with yearbooks. So I just have them in. This is in my bedroom, this shelf. I'm very sentimental, and I like to look at these books that I read for book club and have nice memories of. Yeah, I even read one of those romantasy novels, Divine Rivals. Obviously, not something I would pick up myself, but I did it. I got through it for book club. A bunch of Dutch novels. A modern Sherlock Holmes novel is there at the end. Sherlock Holmes and the Christmas Demon. A little bit disappointing in the end. Set up a mystery, and even Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot's Christmas is a little bit disappointing in the way it wraps everything up. But I guess that's what happens. Emma Klein, I was so impressed by The Guest that I also read Daddy, but apparently her first novel was even better. So I definitely want to check that out. There's that modern version of Alice, Alice by Christina Henry, for which I finally read all those books on Alice in Wonderland as preparation for the book club. Even more Dutch books. Yeah. And this would be at the last shelf. Well, Virginia Woolf was read for a book club, so that was my second time reading To the Lighthouse. There's another copy on the Virginia Woolf shelf. And recently I read Shatan Tango by Laszlo Krasznahorkai. Well, that was a really difficult read. It's a postmodern novel. Obviously, he won the Nobel Prize for Literature this year. There's a 7.5 hours or so black and white movie about it as well, if you want to see it in film form. I once could attend the screening, but didn't. Now kind of regret it. But it's a really interesting novel. Very, very difficult, though. Eventually, the book club on it was canceled because I was one of two people who got through the book successfully. Another modern classic is J.L. Carr, A Month in the Country. Very brief book, but very interesting. There's the other J.M. Coetzee I read, Waiting for the Barbarians. It was for book club. And you have these modern Japanese novels. They're huge nowadays. These cozy Japanese novels, but they're fun. They're nice. Yeah, and more Dutch books. And finally, Friday Black, which is by the author of Chain Gang All Stars. Although I had some problems with the novel, I was quite interested in him. So I decided to get his first essay collection. Sorry, his first book, which was a collection of short stories. So I want to dig into those. I'm curious if those will be interesting. They were sold for a lot of money, apparently, the movie rights. Yeah, and here are just some books I want to get rid of. I'm going to put them in these public book, where you put free books.
Free little library.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the movies. Well, 88 Films, a Blu-ray label, did release numbered releases of Shaw Brothers films, and for some reason, I have all of them. Shaw Brothers being a major Hong Kong film studio that eventually lost out to the other major Hong Kong film studio, Golden Harvest, because they were so old-fashioned. The movies were very artificial. They were all shot indoors on this huge studio set that they had, one of the largest in the world, apparently. But because of that, they are to fans like me, they feel like home. And there are some absolute classics among this. The Lady Assassin, for instance, is such a good movie. Oh my god, yeah, highly recommended fans of kung fu movie if you want to see some great combat with weapons.
Looks like this is also a set.
Yeah, it's
Or
all from the same,
videos.
yeah, Blu-ray label called Eureka Video. And they do a lot of Hong Kong and kung fu movies as well, or Hong Kong action movies, which almost all of these are. In this case, yeah, Dreadnought, Knockabout, Stone Cold Classics, The Prodigal Son. Oh my God, they're so good. Here are some Italian westerns as well, and some Japanese movies. Then some CD boxes. It's a nice CD box set of Josquin. Actually, it's more of his contemporaries, actually. We've got movies by John Ford, Marlene Dietrich, Italian westerns, Jackie Chan movies, Yoon Byul movies, Once Upon a Time in China. And here we've got mostly Arrow Video on the top, and below some more other. Those are more Arrow Video. This collection is more exploitation movies. Don't Torture a Duckling is this Italian giallo film. Pit Stop, a great sports movie, and I really like Kinji Fukasaku's Yakuza films, and this is the Battles Without Honor and Humanity series, which is 5 films and then a set of new Battles Without Honor and Humanity. Below it is the Takashi Miike collection in DVD and Blu-ray both. Then my British Film Institute version of the Ozu films, a bunch of them. Some movies that were stuck until recently on DVD, like Debs, which I really like. You see more Yakuza films by Kenji Fukusaka here. Uh, Yakuza Graveyard, for instance. Some great westerns like Rio Bravo, No Name on the Bullet.
Looks
The
like you
bit,
got a set of Shakespeare here.
yeah, those were given to me, but somebody was throwing them away, some other English teacher, and I thought, oh yeah, I'll grab these. It might be nice to, if I'm watch versions as well, if I'm also gonna read these plays again or for the first time. More box sets at the bottom, especially that Stokowski one on the left is great.
Crash.
Yeah, there you have that movie. Well, a 4K version. I was so obsessed with it. And I love that Graveyards of Honor set, which has uh Graveyard of Honor, both in the Takashi Miike and the Kinji Fukasaku version. Absolutely classic. Now here are some Bollywood DVDs. Because a lot of these movies, even though they're stone cold classics like Mother India or Cars, they actually aren't on Blu-ray of any kind. So this is the highest resolution you can get. And you know, some of these movies are quite difficult to find. You wouldn't even be able to find them online. So I sometimes have to grab old DVDs from Marketplace to have a chance to watch these movies. A lot of Bollywood movies there on Blu-ray. Some of them worth a lot of money now, like Three Idiots. I mean, that goes for crazy prices on eBay. More Stokowski, box sets. Third Window Films, who mostly do Japanese films. You see some operas on Blu-ray as well. Oh yeah, that's all the by Tokyo Fist. Lesson of Evil by Takashi Miike is a favorite of mine. Some opera on Blu-ray as well. Yeah, and Shinya Tsukamoto is also a great director. He did Tetsuo the Iron Man and its sequels. A bunch of Jackie Chan there, and then even more Bollywood DVDs. But you know, it has long outgrown that place. So here in two, here, this is just the front ones, but there are actually ones behind these two. So just to give you a sense of how much overflow movies there is these days. Some more Bollywood. Toshiaki Toyoda, a great contemporary Japanese director. Some more Japanese movies. Emma, of course, the adaptation, the most recent adaptation of the Jane Austen novel. And well, these you can't quite even read. A Man Called Noon is at the top. There's some Laurel and Hardy movies, I believe, there. And then on the side, you have Shaw Brothers box sets. There's 8 volumes of these and 4 volumes of the ones above it, and I have almost all of them.
And the final photo.
Yeah, some CDs. Well, we flipped through some of this before. This was my original CD collection. You know, with physical media, one thing that I love is that you can go back and have this tangible memory. And I have with all these CDs, right? Because I played them all to death when I was first discovering classical music. Almost all of these are old CDs. And with physical media, you still have that memory tangible. And when I look at them, I still feel and sense that. It's filled in the back too. Here are some great Naxo CDs. You see some obscure composers like Bach, like Kozelug, like Cimarosa, Devienne, who wrote lovely flute concertos, Stamitz, Hummel, Cannabich. Very much worth checking out some of those composers. And there's Harmonia Mundi CD. It's always been a great label. And a box set of music from the Enlightenment.
So now that we've finished with the tour, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share about how everything fits together, or even any kind of suggestions or recommendations you might be looking for, people can leave down in the comments, or even you could say a little bit about your reading plans for the next few months and year in terms of where you see yourself going next.
Okay, well, I'm always open to recommendations, especially of books about music, because it's sometimes kind of hard. There's no database. Well, there's Presto Music, but it's hard to find specific. So if anybody has any recommendations for specific books about music or composers or biographies, that is always very much appreciated. Where I want to go next, as I said, I wanted to make this my year of Samuel Johnson. So I want to finish reading Boswell's Life of Johnson, which I'm luckily already quite far into. And then I want to read those other books and biographies on or about him, get through that Penguin selection of essays, get through Rasselas and his other great works, and really get to know him up close and personal this year. Otherwise, there will be a lot of book club reading, as always. But I get through about 60 books a year, I think. So I'll have some room for other works as well.
Hmm. Well, thanks a lot for sharing your bookshelves with us.
No,
And we look forward to seeing what everybody has to say down in the comments.
yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me. It was such an honor. I mean, it was so nice to talk about my books. I didn't expect anybody to ask me to do this. So I'm very grateful. Thank you.